power to influence this hologram. Everything you visualize or think manifests in another dimension, even if it's not a physical dimension. So we are going to do this practice, and remember that everyone is different. Some people tend to visualize images. Some people tend to receive telepathic messages. Some people tend to receive physical sensations. So do not compare yourself to others. Your own sensations are right. So we are going to start now. So first, I invite you to find a comfortable position. Ideally, a seated position is best with your feet flat on the floor. And when you feel ready, I invite you to close your eyes if you want and take a deep breath through your nose. And you are going to exhale through your mouth. So inhale through your nose. Then you are going to hold your breath as long as you can. And then we are going to exhale through the mouth. And we are going to continue this technique while we are starting to relax our muscles. So each time you exhale, your muscles are more and more relaxed. So you inhale through the nose, you hold, and then you exhale through the mouth. And now, each time you exhale, feel that your toes, your feet are relaxing. So each time you exhale, your feet, your toes are relaxing. Your ankles are relaxing. Then moving up to the legs. Each time you exhale, your legs relax. Each time you exhale, your legs relax. And then moving up to the lower back. Each time you exhale, your lower back relax. Moving up to the spine. Each time you exhale, your spine is relaxing. Every tension is flying away from your body each time you exhale. Moving up to the shoulders. Each time you exhale, your shoulders are relaxing. Now, each time you exhale, your arms, your fingers are becoming more and more relaxed. Moving up to the neck. Each time you exhale, your neck muscles are starting to relax. Moving up to the head. Each time you exhale, your jaw, your eyebrows are starting to relax. And feel that relaxation progressing up to the back of your head. And now that you are completely relaxed, we are going to transmute all tensions, all negative energy stocked in our different chakras, starting with the crown chakra. Each time you exhale, visualize that every tension, every negative energy is divinely transmuted in unconditional love and positive energy for you. You can call your spirit guides, your soul, your God, source, and you can ask them to assist you in this practice to help you to transmute all these negative energies in unconditional love and positive energy for you. So each time you exhale, you visualize that the negative energy stocked in your crown chakra are being transmuted in positive energy for you. Next, third eye chakra. So third eye chakra, each time you exhale, visualize that every tension, every negative energy is divinely transmuted into unconditional love and positive energy for you. You can visualize like golden light that transmutes all negative energy stocked in your third eye chakra into positive energy. So we have the assistance of our spirit guides, of Source itself to do this transmutation. Next, throat chakra. Each time we exhale, we visualize that every negative energy, every tension is divinely transmuted in positive energy for you. So each time you exhale, you visualize that every negative energy stocked in your throat chakra is transmuted in positive, loving energy. Next, heart chakra. Each time you breathe in, breathe out, visualize that every tension, every negative energy is divinely transmuted in unconditional love and positive energy for you. You can visualize a green light that transmutes every negative energy in positive energy. Next, solar plexus chakra. Each time you exhale, visualize that every tension, every negative energy is divinely transmuted in positive energy for you. Next, sacral chakra. Each time you exhale, visualize that every negative energy, every tension is divinely transmuted in positive energy for you. Next, our root chakra. Each time you exhale, visualize that every tension, every negative energy is divinely transmuted in positive energy. And now that you feel completely relaxed, You can breathe normally. And now we are going to call our light body. So you can repeat after me. I'm calling my light body right now. Please come to me. I'm calling my light body right now. Please come to me. And you can start to visualize your light body in front of you right now. So this can be a light or a real body, but very bright. It depends. Everyone is different. But your light body is here in front of you, even if you can't visualize it. It is here. You can watch it from above, from a side. You can feel the love radiating from your light body. You can give it a hug. This is yourself. And then now we are going to transfer our consciousness from our physical body to this light body right now. So you can repeat after me. I'm transferring my consciousness to my light body right now. And your consciousness is now in your light body. You can visualize your hands. Now you have light hands because you are in your light body. And because you are in your light body, you can observe your physical body from outside. Observe your physical body from the front, from above. Remember, we are not the body. Now, your consciousness is in your light body. Now, look at the chest of your physical body, around your heart chakra. You can see a bright vortex. You can see the vortex of your heart chakra. And now that you are in your light body, you are going to enter this vortex right now. So you are entering your heart chakra right now. And you are now in this heart chakra. You are in a room. So observe this room, observe this area. What color do you see? Is it bright? Is it dark? Do you see objects? Do you see lights, beings? You are in your heart chakra. And now you can call your soul. So you can repeat after me. I'm calling my soul. Come to me right now. And now enjoy the presence of your soul. You can send love. You can tell your soul that you are happy to connect with it. You can ask questions to your soul. You can ask your real name. You can ask about your life mission. And wait for the answers. Feel this sensation of peace, of unconditional love. You are at home right now. You are your home. Everything you need is already inside of you. This is your safe place and you can come back anytime you want. Fill yourself with gratitude for this moment. Fill yourself with gratitude for all this love that is in your heart. Now give thanks to your soul. I am grateful for this moment. And remember that you can come back anytime you want, anytime you need advice, anytime you have a question, because this is your home, this is yourself. Your true self is your soul. So now we are going back to our physical body, but never forget that your soul is always with you. So you can now say goodbye to your soul. And you can visualize that your light body is coming out of the vortex right now. And now you are outside your physical body again. So you can see your physical body from outside. And now ask your consciousness to go back to your physical body right now. I'm coming back to my physical body. And now you are in your physical body, so you can see your light body in front of you. You can gently touch your legs, and we are going to ground ourselves. So you can focus your attention to the soles of your feet, and you can visualize strong roots, like 3 roots, coming out of your feet, flowing all the way down, deep into the earth. These roots spreading out, passing through each layer of this earth. And each time you exhale, visualize that these roots are becoming stronger and stronger. And each time you inhale, visualize that you are absorbing the vital energy of our planet. So as you exhale, your roots are going down deeper and deeper. You can feel your energy connecting closely with the energy of the earth. You can feel stability. And now your roots are connected to the center of the earth. Your roots are connected to the profound inner crystal of Mother Earth. And you are now completely grounded. And when you feel ready, you can slowly start to move your toes again, to move your fingers, to move your physical body. And slowly, when you are ready, you can open your eyes again. So you can do this practice every day, anytime, because this is a simple meditation. You can watch the replay to do it again. This is a practice that I use when I have questions like about choices, about my life mission. If I want to channelize new ideas for my business or for the content that I create on social media. I do this technique to communicate with my soul. And when you do this every day, you strengthen your connection with your soul. And now, simply by calling my soul, I can hear it via telepathy. I can hear my soul giving me advices. And our soul has infinite knowledge. For example, even if my birth language is French, when I ask to my soul for English scripts for videos, for example, I can speak English in my video because my soul can speak English. So that's really amazing. Our soul is connected to source anytime. So we are, by connecting with your soul, you are connecting to source consciousness. And yes, exactly, everything is intention. Thank you so much for this practice. I am really grateful for this opportunity. Yes, exactly, you're right.
Wow, that was so amazing. Thank you so much. Do you want to share, real quick about where people can find you and how they can reach out to you?
So they can find me on Instagram. So that is Tlinasia. So they search for Tlinasia, and I'm on Instagram. I'm also on YouTube, but I'm not really consistent right now. So Instagram is better.
Okay. That's awesome. You were magnificent, and that sharing was just so beautiful. We're so grateful. It really was wonderful how you help people to really learn to do it for themselves, So the practices are just so powerful. Very beautiful. Thank you so, so much. All right. And do you have a website, Tlinasia?
That's Tlinasia.com.
Okay. And we can see how you spell. Yeah, we can see how you spell it. Let me see. We could just put it in there. Yeah. Oh, good. It's on there. You did it. So great. So people can find you and they can reach out to you individually. And we just want to say thank you so much. You did fabulous. You know what? I want to say one other thing too. People don't always know this. Like, I love that you shared about your English. You're such a fabulous, your English was fabulous. And
Thank you.
I want to tell you that years ago, I went to, I lived in France as a student, and then I lived in France for a year, years after college. And I learned to speak very well over the years. But after I came back to the United States, many, many years passed, and I couldn't remember any French. So I went into like a meditative practice, and I just downloaded it again, like recalled it and reclaimed it. And I can do that now anytime. Like, we can all do that. And that's kind of what you were saying, right?
Yes, exactly. So that's really amazing.
Yeah, very cool. All right, Tlinasia, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure and a joy. I know everybody really benefited and really enjoyed that. It was wonderful. And yeah, thank you so much. And do you want to say anything else you want to share before we just say farewell and bring on our next guest?
If anyone has questions, maybe I can answer questions from the public. So if they don't have questions, I'm done.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of love in the chat for you. So everybody, please show Tlinasia love, because it's really beautiful to get that nice feedback. People are saying beautiful, lots of hearts, lots of gratitude. So I think, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, great. We're gonna say farewell for now. Thank you again, and we're about ready to bring on our next guest, who I am also so honored and so excited to bring on. Neil, are we ready?
Yeah, she was actually in here, and then she left. I think she thought she had the wrong link. So she'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, I'll share a little bit about Jacqueline. I hope she hears. But years and years ago, after my first contact experience, because I had a first contact experience while I was living in Maui, And it took me a lot of years to unpack that, because even though like I was conscious and aware and I knew, I still had to bring up aspects from my own unconscious of what it was all about and, you know, how that all happened. I went to Jacqueline. She was one of the people, I don't even know if she remembers me, but she was one of the people I went to help me dive into that and explore that and to understand it in a more conscious level, because it was years of unpacking, and she was so fabulous. So I'm a firsthand experiencer, not only of ET contact, first contact with my star family race, but my star family group, but a first experiencer with Jacqueline. So she is just really magnificent and brilliant. So I know we're all going to benefit so much from her when she
How
comes
perfect
back.
is it that you're introducing her? I had no idea you knew her work or had connection with her.
Yeah. In fact, I remember back then, I really was at that time, I was still lingering in some of the anger of it, because they had put a chip in me, and I just wasn't like, at that time fully, I was already doing DNA activations. I was already sharing so much of what I had learned, but I still felt like it was a little bit against my free will that had happened. And it was Jacqueline, who's here now, who really helped me resolve that last bit. Welcome, Jacqueline. How are you?
I'm good.
Just raving about you, because years ago, I'm not sure if you remember, but I was just telling people that years and years ago, I went to you for a session to help me unpack my first contact experience, and that you did some amazing translating and helping me to see things from a higher perspective and shift things. And I was just raving about how much you helped me. So anyway, but without further ado, I want to do a formal introduction for you as just before you get underway, and I hand this completely over to you to share. So let me just read your bio so people can know more about you. Jacqueline Smith is a certified hypnotherapist, a gifted psychic, healer, and she speaks star and light languages. She's a metaphysical teacher, star being an animal communicator, and an experiencer and a hybrid who has experienced multiple NDEs and walk-ins. She's a speaker and has spoken at numerous conferences, including the International UFO Congress, Midwest Veterinary Conference, and the Universal Light Expo, just to name a few. She has authored 3 books: Star Being in the Mirror, My Journey as a Hybrid, Star Origins and Wisdom of Animals, and Animal Communication, Our Sacred Connection. She believes that we are all star beings here on Earth, and that the animals are star beings as well. Yes, me too. She has many audio downloads available on her website, which include telepathic communication with animals, light language, and her light language audios include mantis transmissions, light language with mantis beings, deeper heart openings, awakening consciousness, dolphin light and joy for opening the heart. And also she has an e-course on communicating with star beings. She is talking today about being a hybrid and walk-in aspects, light languages, and so much more. It's just going to be so exciting as Jacqueline shares more. So we're so grateful, honored, and glad that you're here and going to share so much of your wisdom and consciousness with us. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Jacqueline, but I'll be in the background until
Thank you, Lori.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great experience, everyone.
Yeah. So for those of you who might not be familiar with who I am, I'm Jacqueline Smith. And when my mother was pregnant with me, she was taken aboard a starship. And the star beings on that ship injected her with a cocktail, we could say, of 7 different types of star being DNA. And so I was injected with, we could say, that cocktail. So that's why I refer to myself as a hybrid, since I was genetically altered. Of course, in the larger sense, we are all hybrids. We're all mixes of different kinds of races and that. So, and I had the wonderful opportunity and experiences to be on the Starship starting at about age 3, and got to interact with various star beings, all kinds of star beings, the mantis, the Arcturians, tall white Zeta masters. There were other beings that humanity is less familiar with, who actually look like tall plants that move around. They are not stationary like we think of the ones here on Earth. So I had this incredible upbringing on a starship when I was very young, in classes at night, and became much more evolved when I was a child by that genetic intervention, we could say. And there were other children on the ship as well, who we could say I was in school with them, and we learned all kinds of talents and skills. These actually, our skills and talents were enhanced by how the different things we were being taught. Things simple as creating a mental image in my mind, we could say, of an animal, and then projecting it onto a holographic screen that they had on the ship. And on the walls of the ship, it's a holographic ship, but there really are nothing is solid on the ship, were light language symbols. And so I used to stick my fingers in these light language symbols or codes, and they would come off the walls and they would dance through me and with me. And what they were doing was raising my frequencies. And I loved being on the ship. It was all about unconditional love. The beings there were all loving, that I had the opportunity to be raised by or interact with. I loved being there. And I was in a group there with 8 children. So we were taught how to telepathically communicate at very, very deep levels. So telepathic communication is very natural for me. My whole life has been a journey about understanding who I am. I do consider myself a bridge, being able to share with others what it's like to be a star being and human, of course, and sharing those different perspectives, which is always great fun for me to be able to do that. It has taken quite a while for me to adjust to being here in this density on Earth. But I'd like to talk a little about the mantis beings. I've been doing a lot of communications with them. They were on the ships. I had a teacher named Vina, who was a mantis, and she taught me how to telepathically communicate with all kinds of beings. So I came in naturally being an animal communicator. I've been an animal communicator for over 40 years and love to work with people with their animals. All the animals are from other star systems, and also communicate with star beings. For me, it's very natural to communicate with star beings. So I work with many people helping them to get in touch with their star families, to support their experiences, to talk with them about their experiences as well. And also a light language. I love speaking light languages. So with talking about the mantis, again, they have been bringing me many communications. So briefly, the mantis are very highly evolved beings. They are master geneticists. They actually helped to create the cosmic grids throughout the cosmoses. There are, there isn't just one cosmos, there's many. And the mantis beings have helped to create the grids for a number of these other cosmoses. What I love about the mantis beings is, with the highly evolved beings that they are really fun, and they make me laugh a lot. They can see the bigger picture of something and yet know the details of things. They're very focused on cosmic evolution in the bigger sense of watching over other star systems as well as Earth. They love Earth, and they are always checking in on our environment here through those who are the praying mantises here on Earth, who they actually created. And also what the mantis beings are very childlike, but not childish. And I really enjoy that about them. And I had interactions with them, like I said, on the ship as teachers. Also with one mantis, we joined our life forces and created hybrid children. That was an amazing experience for me, because these mantis children grew up as quickly as the mantis would choose to have them grow up. So when I saw these mantis babies come out of celestial light, we could say celestial embryos of light, they were really young. And then before my eyes, they were growing up. And we could say in their teens. Well, I was watching them a few minutes later. During this time, the mantis beings are being guides for us. They always have been, but they are more present now because of everything that's going on with the solar activity that has been heightened. There's more light, there's more plasma pouring over the earth, in the earth, around the earth. And what the mantis were showing me, I could see this clairvoyantly, is how the grids are dissolving, the old grids are dissolving, and how new grids are being formed. And they are being guides for us, assisting with this, as well as other star beings as well. So we have the opportunity now as a race, as humanity, to really come in to fulfilling our potential, to being who we truly are. We are all light. We are all joy. We are all love. And the junk DNA, which of course is not junk, carries the key codes for our changes with our DNA. So there are many light codes that are opening now with all the shifts going on that, you know, it just wasn't time yet to do that in the past, but the time is certainly now. So in opening to the light codes, we have, the wonderful opportunity again to really experience the different talents and skills that we all have innately, all the clairs, clairvoyant, clairsentient, all of those things, being more intuitive. I think one of the key messages that I keep being told by the star beings is to be heart-centered. The mantis beings and many other star races are heart-centered. And so it's really a time for us to listen to and pay attention to what our hearts are telling us, how they want to guide us. The mantis came and shared with me, we could call it a frequency or a mantra, that I thought I would like to share with all of you today, which can help bring you into your heart and connect you with both of your brains, your brain in the head and the brain in the gut. So it's very simple. And the idea is to feel it, to feel in your body, to feel in your heart what this feels like. So I'm going to just walk you through that now, so you'll have that to be able to play with if you decide you'd like to do that. So the frequency the mantis beings gave me is Ushama. These are frequencies that activate, that open the heart, that get us connected to ourselves. So starting with that, all you need to do is take a couple deep breaths. And with that, you can put your hand over your heart. Just a few deep breaths, relaxing, allowing your bodies to feel relaxed, allowing your chakras to be open. So I'm going to start with my hand over my heart. Ushama. 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 And just feeling that, those vibrations in your heart. Ushama. Ushama. Feeling your heart opening. Ulakarakaita. Feeling your heart opening. Ushama. Just notice how that feels. How good it feels to allow your heart to be open. Ushama. Ushama. And then moving your hand to your third eye, to your brain. This will activate the pineal, the third eye. Ushama. 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 Just feel things opening, energies shifting, releasing the old. Ula kalakaiya. Mahatakayakatahala. Ushakalakokokora naha. Shama. 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 And moving your hand down to your abdominal area. This is where the second brain is at. And Shama. 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 Just breathing. Shama. Taking a deep breath. Shama. And connecting down here. Shama over your abdominal area, and that it helps the sacrum to open, the first two chakras to open and connect all the way up your spine to back through your heart and up into your brain, just connecting all of who you are. Shama. And then bringing your hand from the abdominal area back to the heart. Shama. 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 So it's important to notice what you feel. And after doing this, you will feel much more connected to yourself and to your heart. And again, during this time, it's so important for all of us to listen to our hearts, to live from our hearts. And it's a time where there's so much going on in the world where the mind can get really drawn off into all kinds of things where we get lost in the mind. And so it's important to keep coming back to the heart. So I hope you'll enjoy playing with that. And I wanted to mention how important also light languages and star languages are during this time. There are many people globally who are speaking light and star languages. And that's because of the light codes opening up in the junk DNA as well. And when we speak light languages or star languages, it activates the light codes within us. It bypasses mind ego, and it activates our bodies. Our bodies understand, our chakras understand, our blueprint understands. Every cell of our being understands light language and the star languages that are being spoken. So remember that all the languages that we speak here on Earth come from the stars. So some of them may sound familiar to you, some may not. That's okay. Any interpretation is not really important. A lot of times they do get interpretation. But the key thing is to play with it, to express it. I have a number of free downloads at my site with the light languages, with the star languages. And so it is speaking light, and we are light. So it can only help to get us in touch with who we are at the core. And so I love light language. It's very joyful. It's fun. Some people, you can speak it, you can dance it, you can use your fingers to speak it. So whatever way might come natural to you, but it's great fun. And I do feel it is a part of our evolutionary steps that we are currently taking. Everyone has the ability to speak light languages. It is within us. And during this time, as I mentioned, many people globally are speaking the light languages. I learned the star languages when I was a little girl on the ship at 3 years old, which was great fun for me. I was interacting with all these different beings who were speaking different frequencies. And so I had the wonderful opportunity to learn all these different star languages, which I still speak, and have the opportunity to share with others, that I do light language sessions with people. And the light language is wonderful. It clears away old patterns, which is what we are doing right now in a much bigger way than we ever have before, and that we will continue to do. It helps us to get aligned with our authentic self and aligned with our souls, with Source, with all of who we are. And so I think that with the new earth manifesting, coming into being, with her releasing all of her old baggage, we are doing that too, along with her. So speaking the light languages, and that help us to connect to ourselves, to the new earth, to Source, because everything is light. So it's great fun to speak the light languages. And I'm going to be teaching a course on light language next year. So, and also, I wanted to share an activation for humanity and for the new earth from the mantis. And so if everyone would like to just take a few deep breaths and relax and just let go of any worries, concerns, or stress. And just feel your breath moving through your body. You can close your eyes, allowing your chakras to open, allowing yourself to be grounded. Feel as though you have roots growing from your feet, going deep into the new earth. You can ground into the new earth at this point. And so just relax from the top of your head through the tips of your toes, feeling comfortable. And just notice with this activation what you feel in your body. That's really important, that we know what we feel in our bodies. You might feel heat, coolness, tingling, or anything else. You might feel chakras shifting, because with all the changes that are taking place, our auras are changing. Our energies are literally shifting within our bodies, within our chakras, within our auras. So this activation will bring you peace and activate you into being more open to the light codes within yourself and all the light codes that are happening with Earth. That Earth is creating a number of new light codes as well. So again, if everyone would just close your eyes, take a few deep breaths and relax. I did want to mention that with the mantis, when there's clicking those are light codes. Okay, back into breathing, relaxing, feeling comfortable, feeling open. Sokora ulakarikirikira, ushukura mahala katikia, usukuro karakalahana katahaya, usukura mahatari talalahita, umakarikirikarakara, usukura karikiriki, usukura kara inna karakarikia, usukura karakarahata, musukura kalahata, usukura karikia nahala, umahala karita naha, ulaha nakarokora karakara. Musura, usukura kare karaka, muhula kare 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 karaka, usu ilaha nikea na hotala ita na nahala. Umahti kare kare karahara, usikiri kire karahara. Shanana kia la hala karkira, umahala karhana karakura, isukura kurikira, ula karikira, umakara krik ita korsukura kila la hata, ushana hikala la karikira la lata, umahata likia kara, usukura kilita, nanada kuruta, alaha, moe talarikia. Nahala kake, isikala karakahala, umahala karikiana, usura karikiana naha, isiana hala karea, unala nakika kaya kahina natai, usukula karakira karakaraka, usukura karakarikarakara mata, usukura karigala, umahala kariata naha, isi tidera na karikita, usukurikiana hala le, Modera ulalati, umagasita lanahara, umahala karikirikata uta, musukurikuriki itadata, musukuriyata halyakarayata, umahala hayata nanaha, usala hiya, usulekehiya, usukurekada, umahala hiyata nanahaya, ulaleyata lekita nanahala kikieka, ulakarikia nakarasuta, Usukutakarekia, Usukuro, Ulakareki Kalanaha, Ulakareki Katatahana, Usukaleleteana, Umakareki, Jakali Kuroda Dayanaha, Ujati Yamana Hayana Dayanaka, Usukalakahana Hana Dai, Unakare Tai, Umala Haita, Ulakakalala, Umahala Kikala Katakara, Usakareki Likia Mahata, Ula. Everyone just take a few deep breaths. Let that move through your bodies. Let that energy, those frequencies move through the top of your head, through the tips of your toes. Just feeling energized, feeling aligned, feeling in your heart. And so what I like to share is that I love working with the mantis beings. They are so much fun, and they have been, like I said, sharing many messages with me. So we are really walking through many doors at this point. Humanity is, and will continue to do so. So I wanted to mention that my website, JacquelineSmith.com, if anyone wants to check out the free downloads of light language. I also have a free book about the mantis, which I love to share. And also, I'll be giving a webinar on October 22nd about why the hybridization programs matter, what's important about those. So if you're interested in that, you can contact me by going to my website, www.jacquelinesmith.com. Also wanted to mention, yes, my newest book. It's been out for a little while. Star Being in the Mirror. My Journey as a Hybrid is available at my site or through Amazon. I really want to thank Neil for inviting me to be a part of this today. I've had the opportunity to listen to a number of the speakers. I think it's an amazing event that is going on. So with that, I want to thank everyone for sharing today.
Wow, Jacqueline, that was so amazing. I can really feel that. I feel so much more calm too, and that the activations and the light language was so lovely. I would love to ask you, and if anyone has any questions, because we have a little bit of time, but if anyone has any questions, please put them in the comments, and we'll do our best to address those. If you're cool with that, Jacqueline. But I wanted to ask you about the mantis, because I do always, in my mind, I don't know the mantis beings as well, but personally, or intimately, I would say, but I always associate them with the praying mantis that we see in physical form. And you did touch on that. You touched that they were somehow connected, but how could you elaborate on that a little for us?
Yes, the mantis beings shared with me that they created the praying mantises on Earth, and that they can actually look through the eyes of praying mantises to gauge what's going on with the environment, and also to help humans understand that the mantis beings look similar to praying mantises, not exactly, but similar to that.
That's fascinating. I guess that's kind of what I as you're saying, it's very challenging because, when someone gets an activation, like what you just gave, which was absolutely beautiful, you start coming online, and what happens to people, it happens to all of us, is we're remembering and recalling consciousness that's been within us all along. So it seems like we knew it all along. Because as you're saying it, I'm like, yeah, I think that's what I knew all along. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, maybe that was just what was triggered by your activation, because that's part of what happens. Can I ask you also, what about different kinds of insectoids? What experience have you had with them, or what maybe could you share more about the insectoid races?
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of experience communicating with other what you call insectoids, but they're all from other star systems. Just this week, they were sharing, communicating that with me, like the grasshoppers, and they don't really refer to themselves as insectoids. That's a category that we put them into. The mantis beings were sharing that they're not insectoids. They're honey beings, but we call the praying mantises here on Earth insectoids and that. So it's a category that humans call it.
Very, very awesome. Could I ask you also about the light language that you shared, which is just so beautiful and sweet? And to me, I feel that I can tell the difference of when it's coming from frequencies that are just so pure versus frequencies of the brain, or I don't know. What might you share about that? Can you share? Because first, obviously you teach it. You feel that everyone has the capacity to do light language, or do some people have it and other people don't? And also, how do you discern, or can one discern, between frequencies that are sort of of the mind, or frequencies that are really coming through from other aspects of dimensional consciousness that are maybe pure?
The light languages come from the heart. It is a light language. It is a language of the heart.
Mm.
And so you really feel it in the brain. The brain's busy analyzing and might be trying to figure out what's being said. So when we speak the star languages or light languages, it's about just letting them flow through with ease and to just let them come through.
Mm.
So it's the mind really cannot speak light language. It's our souls, it's our hearts that speak the light languages. There's the light language of our soul that we can speak. We can bring in Divine Mother and speak those light languages as well. And then there are all the star languages, which I have found to be very uplifting and pure when I speak them.
I mean, personally, I love light language. It's so beautiful, but yours really speaks to me. I can feel it at a whole different frequency. It's so calming, grounding. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And you're getting a lot of love here on the side chat as well. Let's see if there's any questions here. If anyone had put any questions. Stephen's asking, does anyone remember the code for the 11? Oh, I think this might have been something. I'm not sure if this was directly related to you, so I apologize. I don't think that. Let me see. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions specifically for you, but you're getting a lot of love here. Jillian says, amazing. Wow. Thank you, Jacqueline. Olga said, thank you. Heather said, thank you so much, Jacqueline. Heartfelt gratitude. And George asks, are the mantis 10 feet tall?
That's a good question. So some mantis beings, the ones I see are usually 8 or 9 feet tall. They can be 10 feet tall. They can be a foot tall. They can be very small, or they can be as big as a city block. So it depends on how they want to manifest and their intention. But mostly I see the ones they appear when they are about 8 or 9 feet tall, and by the way, they're incredible healers. I've had a number of healing experiences with them. My most recent one was I gave a webinar on going through the spiral temple that the mantis have. And I was concerned about a nodule in my ear. And when I came back from that, as I was practicing going to the temple, it disappeared completely.
Love that. So awesome.
Mantis are great healers. And, one of the key messages of the mantis is to live from our hearts and to play more, to laugh more, because with that, evolution can be much easier than trying to come from the head, which evolution can't come from the head, right? So it is about having more fun, playing, and that will help us evolve with ease. And that comes from being in the heart, right?
So true. It's so true. It's so true that if you're feeling overall good and happy, enjoying life, life is better. Life goes better. If you're in the brain, overthinking, overanalyzing, doubting, worrying, skepticism, cynicism, all that, fear-based things are harder because that's what you're emitting. So true. Also, Linda said, thank you. This was beautiful. And I could feel my cells activating as you shared everything. Janelle asked, is there ever a light language? And hello, Michelle. We're going to move on. We'll just get this last question in. Janelle asked, is there ever a light language that is the same, or is each person creating their own differently?
Some similar light languages come through people, but we all, we can all speak it in whatever way it comes through, however that might manifest for us. So, but yes, there are similar star languages.
Awesome. Beautiful. Well, Jacqueline, take some time and read all the love you got in the side chat. That's so awesome. You guys give it up for Jacqueline. She's been so wonderful. One more time, I did share her website, but there it is again in the chat. I just put it there for anyone who wants to reach out and connect with Jacqueline and enjoy and learn more with her and from her. And we just want to thank you so, so much for being here. And we're just so grateful for your contribution, your sharing, your frequency,
you.
your everything. Yeah.
This is great fun, Lori, and thank you so much. I'm glad I had the opportunity to be able to share the mantra from the Mantis and to share the activation for humanity in the new earth. So
I wanted to ask one other question. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. That was absolutely incredible. And when I first met Neil and Robert Edward Grant as well, I sensed the Mantis beings were around both of them. And everything that you shared was so impactful. I loved when you said that Mantis beings are very childlike, but not childish. That was a great way to describe my feeling of them. But I also see another, there are a couple more questions, Lori, if you wanted to ask.
No, I'm happy to. I just didn't know how we were on timing, because when you came on, I thought.
I think we have about another minute. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Let's do that
Neil's
then.
question about Antares?
No, why don't you read it? You see it?
It says, do you know if the mantises are from Antares? There you go, Neil. Hi.
Yeah. Jacqueline, I was asking specifically because I'm assuming that humans have a template, and then we have multiple incarnations everywhere, and the mantis could be a template, and all these connections to myself and Antares have been coming up, and I was getting, and obviously you just shared that they don't like to really be called insectoids, or that's kind of a limiting term, but I was getting that insect feeling, and then I met Tony Ghazi, who channels mantis from Antares. So I'm curious if you know anything about that.
Yeah, well, I'm aware that the mantis are in various places throughout the universe, and they live, we could say, interdimensionally. Most of them, they're not from a planet or a star. They live because they're so highly evolved. And so I know they're definitely in the Sombrero system, the Andromeda system, the Antares, and others, but they're spread out through our cosmos. And if we invite them in, they will come.
I love that you said that
too. You invite them and then they show up in your house.
Well, they're around me often. They're around my house interdimensionally all the time. So I love it. And I'm grateful. And like I said, they've been sharing tons of messages about all the shifts going on, the grids dissolving. Like I said, they were actually showing me this, how the grids were dissolving and how the new grids were being formed, how new sacred geometries are being formed with the grids, how everything is shifting and changing. We're coming into new ways of experience DNA that we haven't before, as well as the new earth. So I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. Awesome. Wow. Well, Jacqueline, thank you so much. Michelle, did you want to ask Jacqueline anything else, or?
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I really appreciate everything you brought through, and I'm really glad they're getting they're becoming more frequently addressed, and more people are now aligning with that frequency, and that frequency does feel like pure love, pure love.
Their love, yes, they love unconditionally.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you, Lori.
Yeah.
You did a great job, Lori. I love seeing you as an MC. You're doing fantastic.
You know what? I just thought it would be fun, and I wanted to help Neil out, and I'm happy to be here and enjoying the experience. So it's all good in every direction. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you because I know you're going to introduce the next guest, and I'm just wishing for the most benevolent best as always and signing off for now.
Thank you so much, Lori. Have a fabulous day. Wow, I am so lit up. I had never heard of Jacqueline before, and I'm really glad I tuned in and stayed on and listened to the activation. And her description of the mantis beings was so it really resonated so strongly with me, and I'm glad they're becoming more and more in our conscious awareness. And I feel like they are what she said in the beginning about they are here for our conscious evolution. I think that's what she said, the cosmic evolution. And there was just a lot of golden nuggets in her presentation. Neil, do we have our next speaker with us? Is she in the house? Hello.
Hello.
Please.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi there. I looked at your name. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you in person yet, or even virtually, but I love how Neil puts us together with the speakers that might resonate with us. You know, they all resonate, but I'm really happy to see you here. Do we pronounce your name Shireen?
Yes, that's right.
Shireen Oberg, is that how you say your last name?
Yeah, that's
well.
that's a good
Thank you.
way
Where are
to
you
say it.
coming from? Where are you at on the planet right now?
I'm in Sweden, so it's
You're in
evening time here, and it's very dark outside. We have this very, very internal element going on right now. We're going very deep within when autumn comes, and we're just starting to slow down a lot up here in the north.
Oh,
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I've been really enjoying all of the different speakers, and all of the people in our audience have been wonderful. They're showing a lot of love and admiration and just gratitude for all of the wisdom being shared. And I love that you're connecting us with your area. It's really important to me that we honor all places on earth and in the cosmos. And when we see these points of light coming on, being cultivated in this beautiful, it feels like just a portal to ascension, like the name sounds, and just being cocooned in the divine love that I feel pouring through from all of the MCs and the speakers. It's been really, really inspirational and uplifting. And, you know, as we go through these times on earth, these are the times to remember is how we return to our oneness, to that heart wisdom that's being shared. And I'd like to introduce you and read your bio for our audience so they know a little bit more about you. So Shireen is an author and creator of the Law of Positivism. I want to say that right. Positivism. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, that's how I say it.
I a lot of times I'll say isms, you know, we all have our isms, but I like positivity. So Positivism book, and you have a healing oracle card deck as well.
Yes.
So this is fabulous. You're a Hay House author who has published both the book and the oracle card deck. Shireen, I'm going to put my glasses on because I'm having a hard time seeing it. Shireen bases her work in yoga and meditation, and she's a Reiki practitioner, a licensed acupuncturist, Chinese medicine practitioner, and initiated priestess of the Daughters of Ishtar Temple. Her work includes channeling, healing, and holding space for meditation, yoga, ceremonies, and rituals. She's on a mission to help others on their spiritual and healing path. Her book, The Law of Positivism, Live a Life of Higher Vibrations, Love, and Gratitude, is a practical book guiding you through all levels of being to help you to grow on all levels and live your highest potential. Her Law of Positivism Healing Oracle card deck helps you to heal on all levels: physical, mental, emotional, energetic, and spiritual levels of your being. Welcome, 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 Shireen. Thank you so much. I can already feel your positive vibes coming through. And I'm going to give you the platform now, and I'll stay here in the background and listen to your presentation.
Thank you so much. I really want to give so much gratitude for this platform and this opportunity to be here with everyone. I can really feel these energies are around the event are very high. So I was just almost overwhelmed by entering the space. And I'm just happy to be able to share. I love what you just shared, Michelle, that we are doing different types of healing work and everything that all the speakers who are coming on this beautiful event and based in so many different places. I think that's the important thing, like you said, if we're going to create like this oneness and co-create something new, it's important to have that representation and connecting with different qualities of our sacred lands. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to speak about today and what I can share and bring to this event, I thought of healing as something that for me has become something so different than when I started my own healing journey. It can be sometimes an initiatory process. So I want to share a little bit about that, but I want everyone who's joined now, who are watching live or who are watching this as a replay, just to close our eyes to become a little bit grounded in ourselves and our bodies, and to connect with this time and space right now, and just dropping our attention and awareness from our mind into the heart and down all the way to the heart of the earth, and just feeling the connection with the lands that we are in right now, and feeling everything that surrounds us and that holds us right now. And focusing on the inhalation and exhalation to connect that inside with the outside and the opposite, and sensing our inner energy flowing together with our outer external energy. And just having a little intention or something that we can hope for to create through this talk, and it can relate to healing or anything else, and we open us up to consciously receive whatever we need to move on our healing path. And that's on all levels. So feeling in that physical dimension and level of our being, and sensing our mental level, our thought body as well, and bringing attention to the emotional body as well, and feeling the emotions that are stronger right now for us, just observing it, and then going deeper into the energetics, that which flows through us and around us, and also that sense of lightness and not that grounded sensation of ourselves, that higher being that inhabits the body, which has no labels or any shape or form that is persistent, but that is also ever changing with the evolution of our soul, and that I am that moves beyond that as well. So taking a deep inhalation and exhaling, feeling all the layers just integrating, and when we feel ready, just coming back to the space where we are right now. And I want to just thank everyone who's here. I am very excited to be here, and we had a short presentation and I was listening to it, and it's strange to hear all these descriptions of things that I've done and worked with and how much can change. But what I wanted to share today is mainly I felt called to talk about the different layers of our being from the wisdom traditions that I've studied and how this can help us. It's not only a destination that we're trying to get to when we speak about our healing path. Healing can be so much, and everyone has different things that we're working with. And I have just been through so many initiations myself, and I've come to a big realization that this process is never ending. We have somehow come into this life, incarnated into this life for a reason that is beyond anything that we know, and we could maybe know parts of it, but we don't know the whole thing because that would be boring. So we're navigating this life and experiencing so much internally and immediately around us and then in the world. And I love to anchor the healing process not only in the being that we are right now in this physical incarnation. So I want to take us through the steps that I've outlined also in my book that Michelle mentioned, that focuses a lot on healing, on all those layers that we spoke about, and also healing not only for oneself, but to understand that we are a microcosm in a microcosm. So whatever I'm doing, I'm not doing it only for myself and my own soul, because that would still imply that I'm separate, but that we are working as a collective. There's always threads, there's always just a web that whatever I do will affect someone else or something else or affect different timelines. So just to give a small background, something that really made me or gave me the inspiration to create this deck, and I want to show the symbol in the back. This is the two very important symbols that many people have not maybe seen in this shape or form. You can see that there's the sun, and this particular sun comes as a symbol from my ancestry. I'm based in Sweden, but I have a Kurdish background. So I am a first-generation immigrant, and I have not known for all my life the power behind working with your sacred indigenous lands as I know now, because there was a huge initiation for me on my healing journey as I reached what one could say like a stop, like there was no progression. And I understood that if I'm not doing the healing, not only connected to my physical body and my physical energetic body and this time and this space, there was so much that I needed to reverse, going back into the karmas and the soul remembrance, the physical DNA remembrance. There's so many levels. So when we look at this symbol, we have the sun with the 21 rays, and that's actually the symbol that is within the Kurdish flag. And the 21 rays also connect to the soul's ascension after leaving the physical body. And then in the middle, there's this other symbol, and it is a very sacred thing. Like any symbols, it reshapes what the frequency. So what I wanted to work with a lot in the Healing Oracle card deck that I created was to bring in from my lineage and ancestry, to bring it into these cards, which meant that I used the wisdom of my ancestors, everything that I've heard, everything that I can remember, everything that I could download, to bring it out, especially because our lands have been for so long, as other indigenous lands, been under very restrictive and colonial, and there's so much happened there. So I wanted to bring healing. So in my especially doing the rituals that we were working with in our priestess training, I started to understand the connection between the lands where I am now and my indigenous Kurdish lands, which is the Mesopotamian crescent, and where now we see these beautiful sites being unveiled to us in Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe. And I've connected with these places through my physical DNA lineage, because that's where my ancestors were, and understanding how this connects to my ability to be able to do the work that I do. And all of us can do it. So when we connect with our sacred lands, wherever that is, maybe you are not there right now, or maybe you have ancestry that spans different areas in the world, just connecting with it. It can be in different ways. But what I understood and downloaded most recently was so specific that within our body, we are connected to Mother Earth in specific places in the earth for a reason. So I started to think, why have we been in a diaspora for so long, and what is the meaning? And it wasn't until I visited my sacred indigenous lands that I really got that grounded sensation, and much initiation happened. But when we start connecting with these points in the earth, and what Michelle said was so beautiful, that we are really part of the whole earth, and at the same time our body embodies the elements of our sacred lands. That's something that I really wanted to share, and then we are drawn to different places. So I've been drawn so much to England, to France, to places in Asia. There's been many places in different times, and all of these hold different healing energies and exactly what we need. And in the deck, I have 10 cards for each layer of our healing. So if I would show this, for example, these are the green cards that represent the physical body, which I can see it's the most tangible and something that we can feel. If we're sick, we can feel it. We can feel if we have a pain, but where does that pain come from? And the color green I felt like it's connecting us to Mother Earth. So for example, in this card, which has the eye within the rose, this popped up first we have a mantra. It's, I let the healing energy of my heart heal my body from any discomforts. And we have the Kurdish partridge bird. I don't know what it's called. It's called ko in Kurdish. And also this beautiful deck is the graphics, the images are created by Lori Menna from Cosmic Collage, and she put her healing channeling into it and put in whales as well. How can these essences of nature also bring healing? How can the symbols and the geometric forms bring healing? So working with the physical body, sometimes we tend to only think about the physical body and to exercise and to eat and to eat right and sleep good. And these are very, very important because it's our physical body is our vehicle. And when the body, the vehicle of our soul is in a place where it can hold and raise the energy, and raising the energy through being connected to our mind, which is an important part of how we shape and see the world. So the mind I saw as the next level to work not only with the physical body but also the mind. And here I put in our sacred temples in Kurdistan and the serpent as a symbol, and these traditional clothes that also have very esoteric meaning. And when we work with the mind, so we have different mantras in these that I've really meditated on, and I let go of limiting thoughts that are holding me back. For example, the mind really helps us to put together reality in a way. Our thoughts are our mind that experiences things. It's like the universe experiencing itself in a way. So we can go so vast, but we can also become very narrow. So working with the mind, and I might have not mentioned that I base all of these, it's nothing new that you have to work on different levels, but I really wanted to integrate what I've studied within the yogic traditions together with the Chinese medicine, but also with the energy work and the ancestral healing. There's so many components to it. And then the emotional body is all about tapping into the heart. And we can see here the Chinese medicine wheel of the elements and how the elements connect us to different emotions and then our different organs. So we have the fire element, it starts actually with the wood element, the fire element, and then the metal element, which is the season of now in the Northern Hemisphere, the autumn, and that a little bit heavy, grounded energy. And then moving into winter and the water element, which can bring fears. And you see how connected we are to the cycles of the earth, but at the same time, and then moving around, the earth element also comes in between the summer and the autumn season. So working with the emotional body, which is a big body, it's a big layer of our being, and we're becoming like more and more aware of it, but it's something that can sometimes also lead us without us knowing it. So it's really important to work with that. And then the energetic body, I decided to use the different chakras of the earth and energy points. This is Mount Shasta for the root chakra, and we have a favorite place of many here, Glastonbury, as the heart chakra. And these are the energetic body is so connected to everything else. We know that it's so important to, and these places in the earth that have this great power to like shift us, which any place in nature could do that, but then we have these very big power places in many different parts of the world, probably as so many that we can't even know them all. These are places that we can connect to through our soul, through images, through just consciously taking us there, and also visiting. For me, just as everyone, many here who are here, visiting sacred lands and being led to different places and doing it, sometimes not knowing, that has been a very important part of my healing journey. And then we have the last and final golden suit with, I chose this as the last card, and it's, I connect with the strength and wisdom of my ancestors, and it's my grandmother with the peacocks, which is a very important symbol in ancient Kurdish tradition, connected to the angels. So these are all the different layers that I think is something that, if I would say what healing is for me, it's not a process that is linear. It's something that doesn't go from, it doesn't shift just because we want it to shift in a very specific way. It's an invitation to dive deeper and come closer to the source. That's something that I've understood, especially the past year, because if we don't have the challenges, we are easily forget why we are here and what we are doing here. But the challenges are there to help us to step forward and take bigger and bigger leaps, and also to come back to remembrance, because healing is also remembrance. And it's not about moving into a future. It's not about going back and creating something new in the past. It's just by being here and now in the present that is somehow unifying and integrating all of our experiences that we have chosen, which can be hard to understand many times because we all have different pains and traumas, some more than others. And I think the integration of these layers of our being, if we are segregated and scattered within ourselves, this oneness and unity that we're trying to create on the outside cannot happen, because there will always be this contrast and this space in between. And I think that's really an important lesson that I've learned. And I don't have all the answers, and I don't know, but these are the understandings that I have. And I think that just being aware is the most important aspect of healing and of awakening. And it's when we become aware that we can move forward. And that's just a way for us to come back to that full union within ourselves, and that divine union that is always there. It's not something outside of us. And there is this beautiful Sufi book that mentions that it's not that we don't see the divine or God because it's far from us. And I say it's because my language, my Kurdish language, is not gendered, and it never refers to the divine as a with a pronoun or anything like that. So it's really hard to pinpoint it, but it's not because it's far from us. It's because it's so close that it's, when something is very, very close, you can't see it. And that the challenges and the hurt and pain that we see and experience are all there to bring us back to remembrance. And I want us all to close our eyes again and just take a few deep breaths, and intentionally either integrating some of these things that I've said that can be integrated within your experience right now, or also releasing anything that I've said that is not part of your journey right now. And I invite you to allow yourself to do that and feel how you fully accept where you are right now. Taking deep breaths and sensing that physical body now. Sense the air against your skin and the clothes you're wearing being fully embodied, sensing that weight down, feeling how Mother Earth is holding and hugging you and drawing her closer and closer to you as you become heavier and grounded, feeling that you have roots going down deep into the core of the earth, the womb, the birthing place of all that is physically manifested here on earth. And sense what your physical body is telling you right now, what you need more of. And breathing into a space if it feels tense or stagnated. And allowing yourself to release what you have stored within your body that is no longer serving you. And being grateful for being embodied right now, in this time, in this place, to live this life, very short life, but where you can do so much. And just expanding into your mental body and sensing what thoughts that have been most loud, and what thoughts that are strengthening you, and which thoughts that are just no longer serving you, that have done their part to maybe try to protect you or try to control your life for you to survive, but that are no longer serving you, breathing them out. And then tapping into that place that is light, that energetic dimension of you that it can move beyond time and space, but are still restricted to this human experience, this human body, and sensing that energy flowing through you and around you, and how your energy body also helps your physical body, how it's connected to your mental body, your thought body, and sensing the flow through your spine, up and down, and sensing your crown opening up, and breathing in light to enter your body. And on the exhalation, just letting that light move through your whole body. And also connecting deeper with that emotional body, feeling how the energetic body goes hand in hand with the emotional body, which is much more grounded in this human experience, connecting to your physical body and your organs. Joy being connected to the heart, anger to the liver, fears to the kidney, grief to your lungs. And feeling how you can locate your emotions in different places within your body. And if you have any worries, it can connect to your digestive system, balancing it out through your energetic body. And then lastly, coming into that very light space, which easily can travel through time and space and all the dimension, your spiritual body that is connecting you back through your ancestry, connecting you back through your soul ancestry that is always with that one source. Every day, every night, you're connected back. That's why you're sleeping. And just integrating now the physical body, the mental, emotional, energetic, and spiritual body. Even if this was a very short practice, just being aware and inviting any activation or initiation that you need right now for your highest and greatest good, and connecting to your sacred lands, your ancestry, your ancestors who are standing behind you to support you. Taking a few deep breaths. And when you're ready, coming back to this space and this room and feeling grounded. And I drew a card for all of us as a final little component here, and we got the highest. I think it's because we're all on this path together. I accept my life exactly as it is. It's the spiritual healing card. So the last theme in the deck. And yeah, this is just being in full acceptance. And this is my Oracle card deck. And I would love to see if you have any questions or sharings, anything that came through. Or if anyone from Portal to Ascension has anything. Hi, Michelle.
So much came through for me. So much. I have so much gratitude for you and for what you just did for me personally. I actually, when I looked at the schedule, I realized I had a choice. And in order to be here with you, I had to cancel a class. And something told me, cancel the class. Make sure, don't switch with somebody else. Don't, another MC, because my intuition told me that whatever you were going to bring through was something that I personally needed. And your voice and the way the energy comes through you is so healing. Your voice is like a hug. I felt like I was wrapped in a hug. And I had this epiphany that usually I'm the hugger. I'm usually the one going around being all, I just want to hug everyone because I'm just so grateful to be on this planet with every person that's here. And today, I realized it feels really good to receive a hug. And that's what your meditation did for me. It was like a hug. And when you talked about connecting with the sacred lands, as I mentioned in the beginning, that I feel such a resonance with you because there are so many people in this audience that are from all over the world, and we're all being drawn to wherever I think our soul is meant to go for not only healing ourselves and our past lives, but the collective as well. This is the time to heal all those past timelines. And, you know, I don't have a lineage in Greece, but I was drawn to Greece, and my husband and I got married there 32 years ago this Friday. This is our anniversary.
Congratulations.
And the healing that takes place when you visit a land that your soul knows is, I feel, so important to furthering our ascension process, our soul's evolutionary process. This is so incredible to be able to do this work. So I think you're seeing the messages, you know, what amazing diversity, and the diversity of all the souls that are here is so incredible. That's adding to this collective awakening, this collective remembrance of what it's like to be in a human body and to experience all this love. I love what Olga writes. Thank you for this sweet, soft touch. Heather says, very beautiful oracle. Virginia, so much gratitude for this beautiful space. Much love. Bridget Wolf, so beautiful. Thank you, Shireen.
Thank you for being here.
Love and many blessings. I am so grateful to you, and thank you for sharing in such an authentic and humble and pure way. You know, when you spoke about your many initiations that you've been going through, I feel like every person here said, you gave the invitation, and you gave each one of us permission to acknowledge that we're all going through our own individual initiations, which are adding to the healing of the collective. And what is the invitation with that? It is to allow ourselves to go through these processes and to forgive ourselves and to be grateful for each thing that's happening to get us to this place. Your deck is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Thank you for holding the cards up, sharing the messages. Just so incredible. The energy present here is just the right vibration and tone for this time of too much information. For people to experience this is a grace beyond. Thank you for creating a true portal of ascension. That what a great comment. Thank you so much, Ariel. I just feel such a gift. You're a gift. It feels like a birthday present.
I'm so happy to hear that. Like you said, it's so important to be also, we are all in the same place. We are all experiencing what we need to here, because we are here to experience everything. And that means all of the emotions, all of these tough times that we try to move away from. But you just said also something really important, which tapped into my experience, which is that self-forgiveness, how that is, because also in many spiritual thoughts, there is this, just as you are aware of what you judge yourself for, or what you feel that you are not living up to, that is the chance to connect deeper with that, your true divine essence, because that's where the contrast happens and you can see it clearly. And self-forgiveness, even if you're asking it out to the universe or to yourself, it's instantly. It's an instant process. And yeah, that is a deep initiation as well. It takes time. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you for sharing it with all of us here. Your messages were so timely, so timely. And we're all in it together. That's the beauty of it, is that we're all swimming in the sea of consciousness, and each one of us holds a puzzle piece. We're all so unique. We don't have to all be alike. We get to just be our fullest expression and know that, you know, some will receive us more than others, and that's okay. That we can just navigate our way through together. And I'm just so grateful for you being here. What time is it there?
Now it's 8:20 almost in the evening. So it's we that's something, a very intense thing that we have here up in the north, are these extreme polarities. If we want to talk about yin and yang, it has just the few couple of weeks, the darkness has come back, which soon will be overtaking our days. So imagine, I studied in the US, in California, where there was a lot of sun and light all the time, and these contrasts that we have and the colors that we have outside right now, they're really activating us. And that's what I wanted to invite as well, especially in the northern hemisphere. When we're going in, we're slowly moving through this metal element and the grief. That's a very, very important. It's not about dismissing it or trying to get rid of it. It's about being in that grief process. And we have many mythologies around grief and loss. So connecting with that and seeing what that can help us further with before we come into the water element as well, which connects us to a lot of fears and anxieties, which many people can feel in this season. And it's not a coincidence. It's not just because we have some winter blues or like there's darkness, but that invites us to go within. And I wanted to say that as well, that we are here to move more. I think like the ascension is within. It somehow comes from within, and doesn't mean that we have to, because I think many of us, when we start the journey, we want to get out from the experience. And that's a very nice feeling to have when we are in meditation, we are in an ashram, or it's a very powerful thing. But most of us are here to live fully in this body, and it's an important task that we have. It's not for nothing. We are here to fully sometimes heal a collective pain, but then that pain becomes very intense for us. So I just want to say that as well, that being in this time and space is very important for us as well.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you explained it in the way that you did. You made it very tangible, very real. I'm in California right now, and it has been very sunny and beautiful. But yet, even though outside it's sunny and beautiful, I do feel what you're expressing right now, because I tend to be more of a feeler than a thinker. So I'm picking up on all those subtle vibrations, and you made it all become very real. And I appreciate that as well, because sometimes I think I do, and many of us can be hard on ourselves when we're feeling something like that and not really understanding where that's coming from, but allowing it to come in and just recognizing it, thanking it for giving us that indicator to welcome it in and process through. And we're all on this journey. Debbie.
Oh, it's the next presenter.
Well, Shireen, thank you again. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I so appreciate being here in this space with you.
And I appreciate all of you. You are doing amazing work, and I'm just very honored to be here with you on this beautiful event that has so many synchronicities. So I'm looking forward to continuing to watch and to connect soon again. And thank you to everyone who joined today. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy. And Debbie, you have been amazing. I just really am enjoying your energy and all that you're bringing to Portal to Ascension, and how you bring on each speaker. I really appreciate it. And
ditto, sister. And you know, when I saw you, we passed by each other, or maybe you were eating a meal at Contact in the Desert, and I was like, oh. And then I thought, she doesn't really know who I am yet, but I know this is imminent. These two beings of light are going to be like, oh. So I am also so blessed to be here with you. And I think you're just a being of so much love for everybody. So thank you for the light you bring.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I look forward to seeing you. I get to see you in February, I think, right? At Consciousness Expo.
That is correct.
Yay. I love the virtual gatherings, but I also really appreciate the in-persons and being able to hug each other.
I'm all about it. And so folks, if you're in the comment too, give your hosts, all of us who are showing up here all these many days and different times, send us some love. Connect with us on Instagram, our YouTube channels. Just send us some love too, and let us connect with you as well, because we're really here for you. We're wanting this to be the best possible experience, because all of us are aligned with shifting humanity right now in whatever ways you can. So with that, I'm going to do a little 411 about our next guest. Oh my God, this woman. I just laughed thinking about her. She is such a character, and she is so deep and so gifted. I have been so blessed to get to know her these past couple of months. She is, first of all, she always dresses fabulously. And so I want half of her clothes in the closet. And she's a person of our time. She has had 6 near-death experiences. Lots of time on the other side and lots of time here as well. Also, this beautiful being, Tamara Richardson Calder, my new friend. She is known as the Southern Belle medium. Like I said, 6-time, like Justin just said, 6-time near-death experiencer. She's known as an evidential medium. I had to ask her, what does that mean? Because she actually did a reading for me, and she said, that means I give you so much information, there's evidence. We can work back and forth till we know, oh, you're clear, I got the right person here. She's also a contactee, a conscious channeler, a celestial and beautiful starseed, and she is the host of the Seeking Heaven channel. I am telling you, this is a very fascinating and spectacular being. My friend Tamara, drum roll, please. Let's bring you on, girlfriend. How are you today, beautiful? Unmute yourself, my love. See, I always do that too. I'm very mindful. Go ahead. Oh, Tamara, why don't we hear you? Let's see if I can see. Yeah, you're still muted. I see the little mark on you. So, and I'm really looking forward, by the way, I'll just say.
Got it.
Ta-da, here she is.
I do this all the time like you, and I just wanted to be muted while everyone was talking. So it's so good to see you.
It's so good, baby. Just pull back a little from your mic. You're a little hot,
okay.
But you're always coming in hot. So
oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that was a good segue. Oh my gosh, everything is perfect except for it's Tamara Calder Richardson. But other than that was wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So what are you talking about today? Tell the audience what we're going to hear.
So we're going to be talking about my awakening journey. It's going to be like a rocket taking off. It's a lot, and it's not even everything. There are just little things that I cover that could be whole topics. So today, I'm going to cover from NDEs to UFOs to being on the Galactic Federation, to actually brand new stuff like my abduction. Yeah, I'm going, I've got all sorts of new things people have not heard. And it's just another reveal, it's another layer of the onion coming off. So I've been a bit nervous about today. I'm like, but one thing that I do, and we talked about it, is I put myself out there. I don't ask people to do it if I don't do it. So that's what I'm doing today. And I thank you for co-hosting. You have been here. The other co-host, Michelle, she's doing a fabulous job. All the other co-hosts. And before we begin, I want to also thank Neil Gar and Portal to Ascension and everybody watching. Everybody's been so excited about this event. And this is mammoth. This is a mammoth event.
Beast.
Woolly mammoth beast. I mean, this is just huge. And this is amazing. I say only, I'm sure there's others, but he's doing it. Neil Guards, he's putting it out there. I mean,
well, that's the difference. And that's the lesson for all of us. You have this dream and you have this thing, your mission, but he does it. So for all of us here, that is the inspiration to follow.
Well, absolutely. So thank you all. Today, what I'm going to cover real quick before I get into my PowerPoint, I'm going to do this very quickly, is you're going to see many fractals of myself. And you're saying, how can someone be all these things? Well, we're a lot of things. We've lived on a lot of planets. We've done a lot of things. We have and also an origin of our soul self, which is kind of limitless. And we need to get back to that creator place. So you're going to see these fractals. And the goal of seeing these fractals is really to bring it back into that super conscious oneness, right? And then if we can all do this and we can do this in unity, then we are senior to material, energy, space, and time. That covers all our problems right there. Right? Just handles the whole thing in a nutshell. So I've got a lot to go over. I guess I should begin.
Yes, ma'am. Take it away. Thank you. And I will be watching as well. And I can't wait to see what other little aspects of you I have not yet to learn and love just as much as all the rest. So take it away, Tamara.
Ditto, sister. All right, here we go. All right, so let me go to my presentation. And I guess this will work with me on the side. Sure, we can do that. All right, so this is about my multiple near-death experiences and UFO experiences, being an ET contactee, and more. All right. So you already know about me, the Southern Belle Medium, as well as I'm a celestial from Sirius B, and a Galactic Federation Ambassador Light, UFO experiencer, abductee, contactee, 6-time near-death experience, Christ, angelic realm, and ultra-dimensional channeler. I've been channeling Christ since 3.5, around there, a long time. Astral, quantum, and time jumper. Okay, so let me go over it quickly. Yes, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. I'm going to cover all of this. So I'm going into my near-death experiences. Some of you don't know about it. And there's states that I've achieved in different ones. Then I'm going to go over my after effects of that, which is psychic knowing, clairs, evidential and advanced types of mediumship, trance and conscious channeling, past and between life recall, many on other planets, as well as visiting on the Galactic Federation more than once. Channeling Commander Aster, I didn't even know it existed 4 years ago, but that was a part of my consciousness that was shut down. My halos that had been on film, I used to think they were glitches, glowing angelic regressions to realizing I'm a hybrid, and knowing many light languages by thought, written and spoken. So, and then we're going to talk about my latest thing, gulp, is Tamara Calder, the DC Marvel superpowers. I wish I could make this up. Hero. All right, so let's begin. That's me as a I don't know, a toddler. So I'm going to go over there's a prenatal, my 6 year experiences are prenatal, a little over 3 years old, 4, 5, 10, and 38. I don't know why my PowerPoint's looking kind of funky here, but anyway, I'm going to keep going. My NDEs open different layers of awareness and abilities to confront the spectrum and the duality of life and work between realms. That's just one of the things it did. It allowed me to quantum and time travel at will, speak to spirit people and to channel masters as well, and recall life on other planets, and to connect with my star family, the Sirians, along with other star races and the angelics and source. All right. So here's the first one. And I don't know why my PowerPoint is actually flawless. My PowerPoint and everything looks scooted over. So I don't know why that is. All right. So bear with me on that, because I'm a Syrian type A. So I don't know why this is a little bit funky, but but let's go with it. All right. So that's my mother, and she's pregnant with my father, who was Cherokee. I don't know if you can tell he's dark skinned. His parents behind him, you can see below, it's my grandparents and my mom. She's pregnant. It's a shotgun wedding. They didn't look too happy. At the time, it's a thing. It's called prenatal. I ran it in regression. It was pretty traumatic. And I saw that she did not want the child. She was terrified. It was the times, she felt shame and so forth. And I saw the whole conversation as a spirit in the bathroom and felt so much love for her. And I was only concerned about my mother, her feeling. I tried to merge with her essence to heal her. I just want to wrap her in my love. But let's just put it this way. I don't want to say too much. My mother's living, but there was injury to the head area. I'll put it that way. But I'm fine. Okay. But I felt really sorry for her at the time. All right. So the next one was another puncture to the head. So that is a quick way to be connected to your crown chakra. I was playing hide and seek in an antebellum house, much like this, with my cousin. And I was jumping up and down. She was counting, and there was a nail under the dresser. Why? I don't know. It was a nice house, but the blunt end went through my skull. I thought water a cup was dripped down my head, but it was blood. And I fell back and was unresponsive. I saw my body above. There wasn't any pain when I was outside of my body because I was in spirit form, and I could hear adults as I was speaking, and I could follow everything they were saying. I saw these beings of lights come into the room. They were lining up for me. And I was spirit, and I was seeing all directions at once, including outside, inside, various rooms. I could see what's going out, everywhere, which we can actually do that as long as you know that now. I do that. I had a doctor once with my eyes saying, the reason you have a stigma, I don't have it now, is because you try to always look behind you. But now I know I don't need my eyes for that. Afterwards, I saw and talked to spirits regularly. It's just something that happened. And yes, as a child, people asked me. It was frightening. I didn't understand it. And I had no one to talk to about that. So it heightened my connection to God, Christ, and the angels, because not all of them were good that were coming through my room every night. A lot of them just needed help. And then there was also darker things I saw because we are close to the Archon realm. Surprise. Then I saw this guardian angel. It was a 12-foot angel that was over my head kneeling, and it was as though with healing. There was a light coming out of it, appeared to be hands, but then they were all light. And this angel, I knew it was an angel. How? I just knew. And I didn't have a lot of religion because I was so young, so I didn't know about things like that. But it was bright white and had an orange feel to it. I felt nothing but love from this very powerful being of light. And I was told that in spirit that my name is Uriel. I didn't know later on that was an archangel, and that one meant the fire of God. So I heard a voice that said, "It's not your time. I have much to do and to go back." Now, I've been studied on my NDEs by a couple of universities, maybe 3, one in England. And this is not your time. You have much to do is a pretty common thing that this said. So I always get in my mind, does God push a button? And that's what happens, it's like a recording. But I was immediately back in my body when I heard those words. And it wasn't just a voice. It was permeated my soul. It's like it was the voice of God. Like I knew it. No argument. It was just, it was like nothing before. So I'm back in the body, confused. I had a concussion, and I had this small hole in my head for 2 years till it grew back because it was, soft tissue and bone. So definitely, I saw and heard from spirit people, and I could have full conversations. I really didn't try, but that's what happened. Then at age 4. That's me and my mom. Look how sassy I am. Okay. So this is outside of my grandparents' home with my mom. Now, this guy in the middle became my stepfather. If you look at the car, the Pontiac, and look at the gold Pontiac, that's his house and his mother and his dog, Raybo. I think my mom's there too. But that's this car that we had the accident in. And the day that he came to pick her up for a date, she had the first guy, shotgun wedding, didn't last, I don't know, a couple months, if that. and they were just too young. And so now my mom's a little bit older. She wants to be married. She's looking for a baby daddy. She wants me to meet him. It's a really bad day. It's snowing, icy. It's in Hickory, North Carolina, where I was born. It's the foothill of the mountains, about 2 hours from Asheville, where they had all that, the storm and all that. Anyway, we went to go eat at Pizza Hut and to eat ice cream afterwards. My grandmother did not want us to go that day because it was very bad. Nobody was really out. So we went to this place. My father, he was in broadcast for years. And this was one of his first companies he worked with. He was an editorial announcer and a DJ, and it was Channel One. He eventually went to Raleigh and worked with like Wolfman Jack and a lot of famous people. But anyway, I am there. That's him at his office. He said, pick out some albums, and your mother and I have to talk. Well, at the time they were dating, so they weren't married yet, but we're going to talk. So I said, okay, free albums. Got a lot of Motown. I really was obsessed with the Monkees. I really loved music early on, just coming right out of the hatch. I loved it. And so after we left Channel One, it was about an hour and a half. They were arguing, and basically she wanted to get married. He wanted to wait and have more money. They got in this horrible argument. We got in the car. We drove off. He slammed the brakes. It turned the car around. We impacted into a large tree. My head and face went through the windshield. I had my nose as an adult. I had 2 operations to remove cartilage from my face, which is a miracle that I look decent and that I am fine, intellectually and all that as well. And so the impact forced me out of the body. It was just quick, and I saw blackness. And then I felt very wet and cold, and I was confused because I couldn't find my body. But I did perceive this thing that I saw as a tunnel forming, or a portal. This tunnel at the end had a light at the end, and I saw Jesus. And behind him were spirit people, which I just knew that they were my ancestors. I wasn't sure who, but I just knew it. And they were with him. And the year before, I was playing with, I thought it was a ball, but it was an egg. And I killed a bird. And I was just devastated over that because of human life. It was awful. So they said, we have your bird. And they showed me a little birdie because he's okay. So that made me feel really terrific. But Jesus told me that he was very serious, by the way. He came toward me out of the tunnel. He had the holes in his hand. I don't know. I don't know why, but he did. Maybe that I'm not really sure why, but he was coming toward me, and he said, like, he had a fan blowing on his hair. He's like coming toward me. He had the people behind, and he said, you have to go back, but I'll always be with you. And as soon as he said, I am back, but I'm by location. I'm in the car. I'm also outside seeing a scene, and where this happened, this accident was in front of the old Hickory Firehouse. Now, again, it's snowing, and we have black ice on the ground, so really we should not be out. No one out. I may see a car here and there, but that's it. So I'm seeing these old-timey uniforms of firemen form. They were spirit people, and I saw about 200 to 300 spirit people gather, and they came peacefully, and they were just concerned for me. There was a lady with a pillbox hat, and there's kind of an illustration of what she looked like. She leaned her head in the driver's side. I'm in the passenger side with my mom, but I'm also not in my body. I'm kind of hovering around the car and looking outside. I'm all over the place. And she goes, "Hi, I'm Judith Hefner. Your grandmother used to shop at my mother's jewelry store." I'm like, okay. There were people in the back seat. A young girl named Catherine, kind of find out much later in life that Catherine had TB, and she was my grandmother's sister. I didn't know she had a Catherine as a sister, but I found out through someone in the family. And I also heard them saying, whispers, she's the one who carries our voice. She's the one who carries our voice. And that's the actual firehouse there. So again, there's Uriel. I see a rip in the sky. All this is going on at once on the right side. And there's Uriel, fiery portal, but it's not scary. It's very similar to in David Ditchfield's book, Shine On. That's what it looks like, his painting. Uriel was beside me on the right side, blazing, very powerful. Again, I was in and out of my body and all around. I didn't go right back in. No, I was caught between dimensions of the higher realms of here, and then I would be in different places, and then back on Earth, which I'm kind of still that way. Honestly, I'm still that way. That's why I can remote view and heal and quantum travel and speak to spirits and channel it at will, because I've been to these different states. I just kind of think of it and go there. So the car crash, I began to see alternate realities. Even though it was snowy and icy, I saw a Native American family cooking over a fire, and they had a baby, and they had it was a male and female. Native American, and then, which I'm Cherokee. We have a lot of Cherokee in that area, so it could have been that. Although there was nothing in that park, by the way. There's nothing. So I'm seeing into different realities. I'm also seeing an 1890s styled man and a woman carrying a buggy, like a old-timey buggy cart, and strolling through. And then I'm seeing a hot air balloon below. So I don't know if other timelines are bleeding on that one, or I'm just seeing past impressions that's happened. I can't really respond to that. I don't know. And then in the meantime, these rednecks with a Wagoneer, Jeep Wagoneer, came on the left side. They're pulling where the front driver's side was wrapped around and the tire. I was wedged into the windshield where it broke, and then they put me back. I had blood all over me. I did not go. That we went back to Channel 1. They decided not to take me to the hospital, hence the broken nose for so long and all the cartilage, broken cartilage. And I used to live with my grandparents in a very large home, a 10,000 square foot home, and get meals and all that. But I was abducted kind of from my grandparents to this crappy trailer because she wanted to move in with him. My grandparents had no idea where I was. Later on, I kept doing this spiritual work, trying to get location. I ended up calling my grandmother. I think this is pretty significant. I never used a telephone. I'm not even 3.5. I don't know the phone number. I was given the phone number. My higher self, my guides, whatever, told to use it, told 25 minutes away, street by street, how to get there. You got to think, I don't know where I am, but yet I remote viewed it. I was doing all sorts of extraordinary work. And then at that point, then I had an ET experience in that room. It was really powerful. And I'll talk about that later. All right. So then at age 4, this is NDE 4. I was 5 years old, about a little over 5. I'm getting ready to start first grade. That's me in first grade. So this is right before. These are the apartments we lived at. We moved to Raleigh. There was a better job opportunity. Now I'm really away from my grandparents. During this time, I was being sexually abused, as well as there was a lot of gaslighting in the family with my stepdad. So I had this conversation with God and said, I don't want to be here. This is just sucks. And so that's what was going on. I wasn't. I had a strep throat. It led to pneumonia. A couple days of this, I have a fever of 103.9. It kept climbing. That was the fever it stayed at for 2 days, but then it got higher than that. I was put in a tub of ice per the direction of Mom called the closest hospital, which was Rex Hospital. It didn't stop that. My lungs started collapsing. So my mom put me to bed. I couldn't eat. She washed me. I had a fever. I was drenched. So they took me at 10:30 at night to Rex Hospital, which took a while to get there, maybe 20, 30 minutes. I died 15 minutes on the way because the doctors clocked me in as code blue. And I remember a staff of 8 came out and got me. I actually died on the way. I could see above the car and I could see in all directions. So when I got to the hospital, I could see them. They rushed me to an emergency room. I see them pumping goo out of my lungs. That kind of grossed me out. I'm a kid. I'm like, ooh. So I got bored. I started roaming the hallways and I would look into the rooms. And I got very curious about the people in the rooms. I wanted to help them. And I thought, this is great. Like I'm an undercover angel. This is fantastic. And so there was a brownie girl that was by a Lance machine. It's funny, later, Lance used to be my account when I was in my advertising agency. It's funny, I did their annual report for years. She was by the machine and she saw me. And I thought that was interesting. Then I go back to the room and then there were spirit people, but it was a nun and a priest. Now, I wasn't Catholic. I know my family was Presbyterian. But I knew by the rosary what they were, and I think the flying nun or whatever had been on. So they said, "Blessed are the innocent." And I didn't know why they were so sad, but they were actually talking about me. So again, my lungs were filling it with fluid. The doctors kept trying to get the vital for 2 hours, but I kept flatlining. So eventually I was covered up with a sheet. So overall I was dead for 2 hours. But the medical tech on the way to the morgue saw life. And so they told the doctors, and the doctors rushed me into intensive care room, and they put me in the sheet, and I was in a coma 3 days. Now, by the way, my mom never told me any of this. I confronted her about 5 years ago, and she was shocked that I knew all this. But the soul remembers. And near-death experience memories are different than regular memories. So they're very alive still. They're very much so a soul memory. So I immediately show up in this beautiful place. It's a field. I see kids to the left, and they're playing on a roundabout. And this place just looks perfect. The colors are amazing. It looks like paradise. The spectrum of colors are more than here. And then Jesus showed up, and he took my hand, and he's smiling really big. He's very handsome, by the way. And and to me, when I saw him, he looked, kind of exotic, Mediterranean, whatever you want to call it. But I knew who he was. I said, "You're that guy my grandmother told me to talk to." He goes, "I am." He thought that was funny. And he was very glowy. He had glowing in his core. He was just glowing everywhere. And then he began to tell me things. He's let's see if I can let me skip ahead. Okay. So he began to tell me things, and he gave me a little bracelet that he wrapped around I think it's over here. Yeah. Let me go here. He said, let me back up. All right, I'll jump to it. So he gave me a bracelet a rope bracelet around my wrist, and he said, I wrap you in my love, protection, and wisdom. He said, through the little things, the big things will know, and through the big things, the small things will be acknowledged. And then he said, I said, I want to stay. He said, I had to go back. He said, well, walk with me for a while. And I noticed everything followed him, which I thought was kind of unusual, like the flowers, the grass, everything. So he sat under this thing. I think it was like the tree of life, because he said, we don't eat from this. And it looked like cherry blossoms, but it had red grapes on it. So we sat there, and, he said, you can ask me whatever. I mean, I'm a kid. I don't know. Ask him about electricity, dinosaurs, yeah, they're real. Okay. So then he begins telling me about how we manifest through our thoughts, how we create things through our thoughts. He didn't use the word manifest, but that's what it was. He told me my mission on earth is to let others know they're loved, and that's their purpose here, to be loved. And then he told me that I had to go back because my mother really needed me. He also told me a few, there's a lot, but these are just a couple things. He said that through suffering, he said, understanding comes from suffering. It purifies the soul to grow and to be able to serve God and others more compassionately. He also said that's where he said, I wrap you in my protection, wisdom, and love. And he has. I've been talking to him ever since. He tells me everything. He is like so much fun. I have been talking to him. I literally have 40-something years of journals, but back then I didn't call it channeling, but it wasn't me. Anyway, he told me about, the small things and all that, and how people need to create heaven on earth, but they've forgotten who they are. And he then explained more about that. And I kind of argued. I said, it sure seems like a lot of work. I really don't think I can do that. My husband's like, of course you would argue with Jesus, but I did. And he said, there's others helping you, and that you're not alone. And I was like, I don't know. And so finally he convinced me, again, free will. And he said that people have forgotten to laugh, and I can help with that. And I thought, oh, is that like a disease? And he said they let their guard down when they laugh, and then they're able to get more of a healing and joy that can occur with that. And so I'm going to jump onto that. There's a whole bunch of all of this, but I'm just going to, crack on here. Age 10, we went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's my mom in a bikini. Growing up, the whole family walked around in bathing suits. We just love to. And that's my sister. That's the same day that I had the drowning. I don't have a picture of me drowning, but they were in the baby pool. I was in the big pool. I got hung up under some guys playing volleyball. They didn't know I was underneath. I couldn't get up. I saw the water start parting, and then I heard a multiple layered on top of one another chorus of angels and light. And next thing you know, I was waking up by a lifeguard choking up water. All right. Age 38, reaction to a pill. This was in Charlotte, North Carolina, where I reside still. All right, this was by a doctor, like a medical doctor, old-timey medical doctor for menstrual migraines. But this didn't work well with me. So I'm not one to take stuff. I really don't like taking things. If I have to, I will. I just kind of resist that. So when I took this, I woke up in the middle of the night and I didn't know, I don't know why, but I couldn't talk and wake up my husband. So I went into the living room to turn on the TV, the hope that if I could follow a stream of consciousness, I would be okay. I didn't only had one of these things. I should be fine. And I'm very sensitive to medication anyway. And so I sat there and I started hearing the white noise. I'm like, oh boy. And then I thought, when I go to, I don't care, it's going to go, I'm really afraid. And then I don't care. That's kind of what happened. But first I realized I didn't know if I was male or female. I didn't know my name. I didn't know what I was. I was like, okay, this probably can't be good. I knew that my body wasn't damaged. I just got to ride this out. So I began to see my living room turn into white lines. Everything was white lines. It wasn't solid. And then next thing you know, I'm out in the galaxy, the nebula, which I love the nebula, by the way. It's one of my favorite places to take a trip. I really like that place. But I was by location. I was there and I was also in my body and I was tapping my side leg to get myself back in. All right. I mean, I could mention about these different states, but I got to keep moving on. So I had a lot of after effects from this, not only like stopping batteries. I have like 100 something watches I kept them. I don't know why, that I've stopped all the batteries. I've turned on, I've blown out a light post. I've turned on an entire office building complex. I've turned on my car without a key. I've turned on my 75-inch TV. These are side effects, okay? Because energetically I'm different. And I can be with a total stranger in an elevator or anywhere, and I can tell if they've had an ND or not. And there's some people out there that said they have that haven't because I've been around them. The energy is different. And the ones that have had it, they know. I've even gone to people that didn't know they had one. I said, you had one? They go, well, I always thought I did. I can tell. I can feel energetically they're different. So I was born seeing immediately into the world of unknown things. But as a child, I could see quick images of the future or the past. As a teen, I could see full film strips of moving images of, say, future events. As an adult, I could see past events of myself, but I could also see it with other people. Now I can, in full, I can hear, feel, smell, taste what I'm feeling, what everyone else is feeling if I wanted to. You know, there's ethics there. I can also test spirit, like taste something through me. Like I had one lady taste ice cream through me and told her granddaughter that pistachio is her favorite. And she goes, yes, it was. I can hug on stage. I do that like a vessel, and you can begin to see them morph their face on top of mine. I think that's really cool. So again, my slides are not screwed up in real life. So I'm a trained evidential medium, and I'll explain what that is, but I've been speaking to spirit since 3. And then it just heightened every single time I had these near-death experience. And then Jesus came later in life and he said, I want you to use these gifts. I was like, I don't want to be seen as a charlatan. He said, so you won't. And honestly, I have not. I met great people, great clients, terrific. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to do this thing, I need to do it right. So I went and trained. I went to the Omega Institute in New York, and I had so many signs from spirit along the way. An owl, big ass owl in the middle of the street. And that's my grandmother, was a spirit animal. She loved owls. And I was like, should I go? And the owl just sat there and looked at me like, and he just stayed in the street. And then it went away. I was like, okay. Then I saw my number 22. I'm 322. The plane was 22. I just kept seeing it. Then a guy wrote in the back, a seance all week long. And I was like, what? I said, I like your shirt. I saw him later on a connecting flight to Rhinebeck, New York. And he said, what shirt? He didn't realize that he had like a Vincent Price shirt on that said, talked about seances. Anyway, when I was there, about 65 mediums with John Holland, Janet Overhack for a week, I was like, either I can do this or not, but I think I'm probably better than everyone here. And so sure enough, turned out to be true. And people said, oh my God, I did the stage. They're like, oh my God. And I actually moved like the person and all that. And how long have you been doing it? I'm like, tonight. So I knew this was for me. I continued to study 8 years with UK mediums such as Tony Stockwell extensively, as well as doing trance and conscious channeling. And also Lisa Williams has certified me as advanced psychic medium. And then I spent 5 years touring with the Southern Women's Show. And I would read, I'd be on stage twice, and then I would give evidence of the afterlife and talk about my NDEs, heaven real, and just really, it was a really positive kind of situation. I love the people. Then COVID hit. So I want to talk about the mastering the advanced mediumship. The evidential mediumship is basically giving undeniable proof of the afterlife communication. That's where Like, for example, I'm trying to think, there's so many, but like with Debbie, it said violin. Your mother talks about the violin and you stop. She goes, I don't know about violin. I didn't play violin. So, or it could be something else. You've got the wedding ring. Your mother, gave it to you and you're wearing the wedding ring. Okay, great. That kind of thing. The mental mediumship is telepathy or mind to mind. I've always been talking mind to mind, to Christ, to spirit people. And then when my grandparents passed, that really amped up because I was very close to them. So I talked to them a lot. They helped me with my shows. Anyway, healing mediumship. And I do a lot of this. Even my husband said, oh my gosh, you're a spirit counselor. And it is true, I am. I'll have the spirit person and the human, the sitter. And then we'll be doing counseling. And they'll, whatever upset that's there, whether someone, had a falling out for whatever reason now, they've crossed over, they want to apologize. Sometimes the human beings, like the sitter, is like, no. And I'm like, just try to just listen, hear them out. And I try to be an intermediary to transmute any upset and understanding, bringing it together. And if you can, to a love state. And then xenology that's where I've spoken in shows. The first time I did it, my husband left the room. He's like, oh, I can't see this. Where I speak different languages that I don't know. Like I've spoken Egyptian, Vietnamese. That was really cool. You should have seen their faces. Let's see. What are the different ones? Cuban, Dominican Republic, Spanish, French, from Normandy. And of course, you can tell I've got a slight accent. Don't have it when I speak these. Then there's physical mediumship. Apparently there's more ectoplasm in some mediums than other. Apparently I got a lot because I have faces form on top of mine. And you can see this is an old timey picture of ectoplasm. It looks a little creepy, but that's what happens. Also, I'm a physical meeting. So in the room, not just me, but everyone in the room could smell the cigar. If I'm talking about the uncle that had owned a bar that smoked cigars, that like little whiskey highballs, then the whole room smells the cigars. I also have chandeliers move. They'll hear music in the room. There's no music. So that's coming through me. That's something I didn't try. I just have. It's just an innate thing. Although I've worked on it, but it was kind of there already. And so I do the huggy whoopee thing on stage. And it's just amazing because they're like, that's them. But it doesn't last long. But it is them, essentially. They're just using me. But I have to like them. All right. Remote viewing, seeing into timeline. So knowing spirit in full, that's telos, has a higher state than psychic. You can see past, present, and future timeline events. I've been used for different things to do this. I used to read her real estate. I can get street addresses, GPSs, last names. I got a club name in a foreign country where I get, if it's important, but I get it in readings like the guitar that's lost is in the closet. I get the history of a building. I used to ghost town. I don't tell people that, but I did that initially but then I had this whole big group would follow me and I would get the history, how the person passed. They would tell me all about it. And then I would get names and dates. And so that's something that's just kind of, and intuitively with me. So I've been channeling masters, teachers of love and unity. I've been channeling Christ. You know him as Yeshua. I don't need to pronounce, who he is. You know who he is. Then Mother Mary started showing up. That was very confusing because I'm like, I'm not Catholic. But she's really awesome. I know her. I can feel her. When she comes around, I smell roses. When Jesus comes around, I smell lavender. Then Yogananda, of course, that makes sense. He was a student of Christ. So he's showed up several times. George Harrison has. So has Lennon. He's come through as well. Sorry, my dog's barking. And then he's come through and talked about his life and what he could have learned and about where he lived and how he couldn't go out into the city because he had, he couldn't eat normal food. He had to grow it. And he explained these things. St. Ignatius has come through. Ramanuja came through a reading I was doing in South Africa. He came through for a Hindu guy who was reading his book, gave a very beautiful detailed channel message. Sai Baba's come through to someone I read with Ashes in the Hand, St. Germain. Confucius is a hard ass. He's not real nice. He's like real stern. And then Gandhi's just so sweet and practical. All right. So then there's a difference between trance and conscious channeling. I don't trance out for most people because I'm too open, but I have a client of 8 years now. He's a good friend, Mark Ferrantino. You can see him in that image there beside Einstein. And Einstein, I read him years ago. And I think his wife was a skeptic. She was off to the side. Sometimes people are off camera, but then their people still come through, even though because they're in the room, and did the reading. And then at the end, everything was really spot on, evidential. And then at the end, Einstein shows up, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, Einstein! He gets to totally understand." Well, Mark had been working on his theory of relativity for years to finish Einstein's work, so he gave him the acceleration formula through me. And then as we continued, he came to Florida when I was doing a show on stage for the Southern Women's Show there in Jacksonville. And he had 3 or 4 typed scientific pages. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. And so my cousin was working the booth. I was like, I'm just going to sit here and zone out. I remember he asked me how stars are formed. And again, I'm not a science person. I didn't do well in science or math. I did great in history and art. But in drama. But I gave him all this stuff, told him how to create a Stargate portal, which he put in the last chapter of his book. He scientifically found that out. So those can take me to deeper levels, and also what's in the inner core of the earth and how we're not careful, it'll blow up and what's in it and all this. I don't honestly remember. And that's part of the trance state. You don't remember. Now, I consciously channel. That's where I go up. I have a whole thing on altered states where I go up a little, not so deep. And I can at will channel Christ. And then he started bringing me people. I've channeled Metatron, Cryon, Michael, Ultra Dimensionals, Astro the Galactic Federation, which I have been on. Now, the past life recall. Now it's coming at will because I've had over 400 hours of past life recall on Earth and other planets. I've seen inventions I've made, different planets, who I was. I've been male and female pretty equally. And one time in Egypt, I was both. A hermaphrodite, seriously. Yeah. They didn't know they had these jars. They didn't know what to do with like my penis in the end. So they stuck it behind the lungs. Another story. Anyway, so my past life, I did some of these on Portal to Ascension. God bless Neil for giving me the opportunity to totally put myself out there. I guess that's thank you. And so I have spoken about my Atlantean as a high priestess. I was shapeshifter from Sirius B, and I would go back below and the top, and I had mastery. And part of the mastery as a high priestess is going through these near-death experiences and coming back from it and being over that, senior to that. And that was one of the things to graduate. And so then I talked about Lemurian. And during that time, I was a Lemurian. During Lemurian, I was a creator of Lemurian. I was a Seraphim. I was a guy, blonde. I looked perfect. I was like a giant. And I was teaching how, beautiful concepts of community. But it was the Elfins, and you'll have to see that. Some of the you can buy on Portal to Ascension. The Elfins help ground people, elfin angels. But that was one of the ones I did. Now, I don't have a lot of time to go into it, so I'll just this is the whole thing here. It's very telling. So I did this many different ways. This has come up. Okay. So I'm just going to mention one of them. So I had a in-between life with Dr. Linda Botman when I used to run IONS, the International Near-Death Studies. I've spoken for them. I helped them help set up ISGO, this facilitators group, and then I had my own group here in Charlotte 5 years for IONS. Anyway, she spoke for that. She had some openings that they were renting an Airbnb here and her husband, and she's very well known. She said her name, Dr. Michael Newton. So I had a session with her. And I can go into regression. I don't need a lot to go through it. I just kind of like, where are you? And I'll say it. And I'm just kind of go there. So basically, we went to my soul origin, and we went from where I was a reptilian that I'm trying to save a planet through brotherly love and to help a planet that was starving to help them grow food. That concept started a civil war on the planet that I was in Anunnaki, which I can still speak that language. So not all reptiles are bad. And then before that, I have come many lifetimes trying to be of help. And I even slip between that 3-minute thing I've talked about in past talks where I can go between time. I still do that to help people at night. Some people say that they've seen me. I'm helping. I'm also creating the light grids. And so Cryon said, thank you. You're done with your energetic light grids. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means, but you're welcome. So I realized I was a celestial. It was pretty intense. I have the recording. of me, all these coming through these angel names that you would recognize. And they said, it was you. You're the one who's eclectic. You're the one who can pull this off. It's always you. You're the one who'd love to dance here. And I do love to dance. And so I was like, wow, how are you sure about this? Because her thing is either you're angel, alien, or human. Honestly, I don't think any of us are truly human. So, throw that out the door. But she has the right to think the way she wants. And so that made sense. I asked Jesus about it. He said I was seraphim. And I said, well, if I was seraphim, he goes, you're the essence of. I said, well, what do you mean? So if I was full seraphim, I would be so bright I'd blow up. He goes, something like that. I was like, okay. And apparently I'm a key, so I'm activation key. So we'll have to see how that plays out. There's several of us here. All right, so starseed memory. So the past life regression, other planets, I have done years of that on Arcturus, Sirius A and B, Orion, Lyra, several, okay? In 2021, I did a DNA activation with a Pleiadian. I didn't know that's what it was. I needed some energy alignment. I really enjoyed it. I said, what is this? This is fantastic. And I remembered being from Sirius A, the last planet I was at. And now I'm going to teach that on the Galactic Origins Cruise, what planet last you're from. Because after these activations, I just know things now. As well as being on the Galactic Federation, that really did it too. So, anyhow, that I had several more afterwards, and they were good. And I started glowing after that. I think I covered that later. But anyway, I've had, now I know instantly past lives that I had, and I now channel the ultra dimensionals. So what happened after these activations is actually starting, because I'm an evidential medium, right? I like evidence, so you can get evidence from channeling, because, I got to have proof. How do you know you're just not making this stuff up? So that's why I like to start with things that are proof, and then I go into really obscure when I do live stuff, especially if the audience is open to it, because, I want to let them know it's real. All right. So I started seeing physical UFOs physically, and my husband and I were going to Asheville, and we were going, that was August 15, 2021. And we're late getting out of town. We got so much crap in our car, 2 dogs. I'm like, 2 Shih Tzus. And so we're 1 Shih Tzu down, God bless him. But we were on the way there, and it was like 7:45 p.m. at night. It was not dark because it was August. So, it didn't get dark till like 9. And my husband goes, look, and to his side, there was a fleet of 5 UFOs. There's no question. There's absolutely no question that's what it was at all. Okay. Because they were pretty close. And then he goes, but look at that. And beside me, there was one. It was very big, and it was round, and it looked like a lava ball like this here. And I talked to Craig Campobasso, who has been on my channel, and I just adore him. He's been on the Seeking Heaven channel, but and then he's now been in Portal to Ascension. He's wonderful, but he has several books out. And I asked him about that. And he's been with MUFON. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's common to see that. It's a heat signature." So at that time, I felt intense love. I felt they were the Syrians, and I told him how much I love them. This went on 7 or 8 minutes. It was a long little incident. I didn't get up my camera. It just felt very intimate. That's all I can say. I didn't expect that, but it was euphoric. And I was in my right mind. I didn't expect that, but yeah, I was just kind of in a love state. And then it was 2 months later, I'd brought a pizza home, and it was getting dark now because it's October. About the same time, about the same date. And I'm driving up, and I'm thinking a helicopter's in my backyard, and I'm driving up. I have a kind of a long driveway, and I'm looking, and there's a freaking mothership. I could not process it. It was really long. I drew it. I don't have it here, but I drew it. It had separate little lights at the bottom, like yellow, blue, green. But at the top, it was like a spray of prisms of colors. And obviously, a mothership couldn't fit in my backyard. I mean, I have a pretty big backyard, but not that big. Is that they had the technology, not the hover technology. That was the other one, but the technology where it could resize. And then I called my husband on the car phone, and I said, "Get outside. There's a big ass UFO mothership." And so he ran out there, and then it just literally sucked back, just like Bob Lazar taught me years ago about that technology when I met him years ago at a MUFON cocktail thing. So afterwards, I started doing these light codes. I'm like, I don't know why. I just started drawing them, and I had to look them up. Like, what are these things? And kind of, I found them with Dr. Stephen Greer from Cirrus, and I think he's from Cirrus too. And so I'm from Cirrus, the last planet. Yay. Of course, I've been a lot of things, but I'm here as an ambassador from the Syrian nation and the Galactic Federation. That's a difference. So, anyhow, these started happening. And then I'm going to jump right into my Galactic Federation thing. So I had Preston Denton, who's a UFO author of like 28 books. Y'all probably seen him. He's awesome. But anyway, he was on my channel. We're going through interviewing him about UFOs and whatever his experiences. So we took a break, and I was telling him this experience, and I can't go too much into it, but if you look at the Star Beings episode on Portal to Ascension, you'll see it. Basically, I woke up in a dream. You ever do that? Wake up in a dream. And I woke up in a dream. I was like, whoa, I'm awake in this dream. And I said, oh, I'm so high. And I was looking at, if you could see this room where it's like all kind of, the one at the lower bottom where it's oval, like it's a deck, and it was all open windows. And in the middle, there was a light system. And I saw this guy, and I drew him. He had really far away eyes, they were green. He has hair part in the middle, came here at a notch collar. He looked like he should be in a Swedish band. And he said, I'm Astor. And I said, you run this place? And he goes, yes. He goes, you know me. I said, I don't know you. He says, yes, you've known me for eons. You've helped for eons. And I'm like, well, why am I here? I've never been up this high. He goes, it's time for you to remember who you are and why you're here. And I was like, okay. So he took me on this large tour. Like I was a dignitary. He took me on this tour, and we went through this whole thing. Hey, Deb. And okay, I wrap it up to a couple more slides since we got started. So, oops, you there? And so now where I am with that, and you can see that on the Star Beings thing, is that now I'm saying, if you look up Tamara Calder, which is my little girl name, right? Richardson's my married name. You'll see a DC comic, Marvel comic. And you'll see that how she was taken as a telepath in a brain lab. This literally, it's a whole nother thing. I can do a topic on another time, but I have been running this incident where in my childhood. At that same time, this came out, which I saw this, but this is two things separate. Now they're coming together. Where
Tara, I'm just
Yeah.
going to just a breath. 1 second, please, my love. We have other speakers. We're
Yes.
behind at this point, and they have a hard stop to
Okay,
do their
hon.
delivery. So please, I apologize because I've been listening to this whole thing, and it's
No.
unbelievable. Will you give us just a couple of sentences to wrap this up
Yes.
and where we can find you?
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, here we go. So let's go here. So let me end off for everybody. My wish for everybody is to be the love in the world of humor and grace, empower others to live fully and expand their superpowers, dream without limits, be the change in the world you want, love hard, give kindly to yourself and the world. And the biggest journey you'll ever take is the journey of you. So allow it to unfold and embrace it. And you will see me with Debbie on the Galactic Origins Cruise. Yay! And if you want to get a hold of me, you can look at the academyofdivinewisdom.com, where I have some free information of a free 30-minute Christ-like meditation. I do starseed information. If you wanted the evidential mediumship life path, you can look at Southern Bell Medium. And finally, the Seeking Heaven channel. And that's it.
That's
Yay.
beautiful. Can you give us one message? I mean, you're really tapped in. And God knows you've crossed the veil more than probably anybody else I've ever met. And I love the beings you've met with and how kind they were to you and what they sent you back with. You actually answered some of my questions during the presentation. What's the message for today? What can you share with this community that's been paying attention to your story?
Is especially that last one that I ended on. I have to tell you, I lost sleep over that, Debbie, because I am letting this thing unfold. I'm embracing it. I don't want to cry. I have a beautiful community. You, Neil, others, Michelle, Ashley, others, they're wonderful. Tony Gaza. There's so many wonderful, wonderful people putting themselves out there, right? And that last part, the abduction, is tough because, I think I was like a spy for the government. And I'm like, this is tough. How do you chew that? How do you bite it? How do you swallow that? And I'm sitting there, this is really tough. So I'm doing a session with Geraldine Orozco to finish off this, but it's still tough. Like, how can you miss that? But, they do the Men in Black boop thing. How are we supposed to, No, I mean, I'm joking, but they do something to erase. So I do remember certain things. So I was asked to speak in a super soldier program. I'm like, no. So we can gauge the level and speed that we want to go on our journey. And I'm pretty fearless, but there's certain things like I need to take a breath on this. I need to process this. What does this mean? Do I need to open Pandora's box further, or I just need to go, there it is. Okay, I get it. I'm going to leave it there. And I think that we just need to do whatever it takes to stay on our mission and journey. We don't want to be sidetracked. If it helps our understand our higher superconscious self, that's great. I don't believe in being fearful. I believe in knowing all facets of yourself. And then the more you know you, the more I know me, the more we could come together and we'll realize there is a similarity of oneness. And it comes down to really a love vibration. Once we pull those fractals in, that's what it is.
Ah, that's so beautiful. I wish you a lot of love getting to where you're going and your next pieces. And I'm going to go ahead and bring Tyler Tivador on. And thanks so much, Tamara. It was so great to see you and hear you.
You too. Bye, sweetie.
Bye, hon. And here's
Hi,
Tyler.
Debbie.
Yay. We were just
Can you hear me
together
okay?
like a week ago. Yeah, we hear you great. We were just
Yeah.
together in Glastonbury. We're still texting since we got back. And are you in Germany right now?
I will be tomorrow. I'm in Cornwall, England now. I know we last saw each other in London. I've spent a few days in Cornwall. I've done a lot of filming. Did some television, which will be announced soon. And it's been a great trip. And I look forward to seeing my friends in Germany tomorrow. Well, the next day, I suppose.
Yeah, lucky you. I'll look for the pictures. I know you're bringing on somebody very special that I now have great fondness for in my heart since we're all together in England. And I'll let you take over. And of course, as always, Tyler's sending you my love.
Thank you, Debbie. And yes, we have an excellent treat of a speaker coming up. And obviously, let's give it up for Tamara there. Her presentation was quite fascinating. And it touched me personally because I've had the experience of an NDE before, so that was quite riveting for me. Today we are going to hear now from Sarah Zula. She is becoming a world-renowned subconscious trainer and coach. She actually some months ago she did a session on me, and I actually posted it publicly because I thought it was beneficial. I mean, it wasn't so much for entertainment value, but it was just very beneficial to me. And I think at the time we thought it was beneficial to others. And Sarah has become a friend and a colleague, and she is just such a treasure. Had the pleasure of actually meeting you, Sarah, in Glastonbury as well. So that was amazing. And really looking forward to your talk. So without further ado, here comes Sarah Zula. She's coming on now. Woo!
Hi, Tyler. So
Sarah.
good to see you. So fun that you got to introduce me.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to pick folks that I knew, so I'm glad things worked out the way they did.
So
And,
amazing,
well,
Tyler. And I'm so excited to see you here so soon in Germany.
yeah, super excited. I can't wait to see the land and see you and Tim and everybody else and all the guests. So yeah, let's get on with Sarah's talk. I'm sure it is well prepared, as Sarah always is, and let's give her the stage. Thank you, everybody who's here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, welcome in. I am Sarah Zula, and I'm so excited to be sharing with everyone tonight. And we're going to dive right in. Like, I really want to leave every single one of you with some practical tools to walk away with, to take with you in your lives, to help you remember who you are, to help you tune into that divinity within. So a little bit about me. I'll share a little bit, but I really want to dive right in and give you guys some powerful takeaways tonight. But a little bit about me is I'm a subconscious coach. Oh, Perth, Australia. Hi, Costa. Nice to meet you. So I am a subconscious freedom coach. That's what we share with the humans out there. That is the common outward words that I use. However, what I really focus on is getting to what I call, and I'm going to break this down tonight, but getting to the subconscious identities and the subconscious stories that we hold that generate our experience of reality. So what I focus on and what I'm going to support you guys with tonight is starting to reveal any of those subconscious stories or any of those subconscious identities that might be generating experiences in your reality that maybe you don't want to experience anymore. You want to get to the next level in. You want to transcend that experience from showing up in your physical reality. So this is some good stuff that we're going to dive into tonight, and I'm so excited to share it with all of you. So a little bit about me. Yes, I'm a subconscious freedom coach. I'm also a trainer. I train other coaches and healers in these modalities that I've generated over the years. I've been in this work for, probably around 15 years, but I've been actively really all in on coaching for about 8 years full time. So I've worked with thousands of people at this point to generate subconscious freedom and support them in creating profound, lasting healing, profound, lasting freedom, whether that's creating freedom from any money blocks, whether that's creating freedom so they can create the next level of their dream come true business, whether that's creating freedom and healing from diseases that doctors might have said, oh, I don't really know what to do with that. And I'll share some examples of that where doctors might have told people, oh, you'll just have to maintain this. Right? Doctors love doing this. We'll give you pills to maintain this. And something that this work does, it allows us to dissolve anything that could be showing up in our bodies as symptoms like dis-ease. We create more harmony in the system when we get to that subconscious identity that's causing those things. So this is the work that I do. So another way of saying this, and I know I can say this to a community like this, but what we're really doing is we're breaking down the codes in the matrix, but your personal matrix, your personal reality field that is playing out the way it is. What this work is doing, what the subconscious work is focused on doing, is getting to that source code that's making you experience your version of reality the way it is. So that's what I'm doing in the world. And it's really special to me because it's incredibly empowering. Because what I do is I teach you how to come home to yourself. Like Ram Dass said, we're all walking one another home. And what I'm doing with this work is really allowing you to dissolve away the lies, dissolve away the programming that was never yours to begin with, dissolve away all that you're not, so you can bring alive who you came here to be. You can bring alive that divinity in your heart. You can bring alive who you've always known you've meant to be in this experience. You can bring more of that soul energy into your current experience in the beautiful, unique way that you're meant to. So that's what we're really doing with this work. Another little thing about me is I am a co-leader in the All Shift Happily Now movement. And this is something that Tyler was coming to. And we're great friends with this amazing Portal to Ascension community as well. So cool to be in this space. I'm actually coming at you right now from Germany. I'm in an ashram right now. So this is not my room. This is not normal German books that are behind me. I'm actually coming at you from an ashram right now in Germany where we're holding the All Shift Happily Now event. And this community is really focused on supporting people in this grand earth shift, this grand awakening that we are all going through together. And this All Shift Happily community is really designed to support one another with that. So with that being said, I say we dive in. That's who I be in the world. My name's Sarah Zula. You can find me mostly on Instagram and find me there. However, I want to pour into every one of you because I truly value your time and the fact that you are here. And I honor you for being here. It's something that's so magnificent, like this awakening conference where you are just eager to learn, to expand your mind, to expand your spirit, to remember who you really are and really express that here. So I just really honor you guys. I'm in Germany right now, if you're asking me. Yeah, I'm in Germany right now. That's where the conference is. And thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, beautiful beings. So let's dive in. And I'm going to start. I'm not going to share slides. I decided that you're going to be speaking to me right now. So let's go. And I want to start with a quote from Terence McKenna. This really breaks down the work that we're going to do and what I'm going to break down with you today. And he says here that the synadical nature of reality, the real secret of magic, is that the world is made of words. And if you know the words the world is made of, you can make of it whatever you wish, right? So we know this in the manifestation community, don't we? We know as we speak it, so it is. But then what's going on in our reality fields when we're speaking out the things we want, but we're experiencing in our reality things we don't want? What's really going on there? And this is what brings us to this work, because it's not just our conscious words that are creating our reality field. We have the mechanism of our subconscious mind that's generating 95% of our experience of reality. So this subconscious mind that's generating 95% of our experience of reality, the subconscious is also responsible for something called our autonomic nervous system, which is kicking into gear whether our body goes into something called fight or flight or rest and restore. So the subconscious mind is telling your body whether it can rest and restore, which is a state of healing and manifestation and creativity, or it's telling your body to go into fight or flight, which fight or flight is not a time for manifestation. Fight or flight is not a time for creativity. Fight or flight is also not a time for healing in the body. So the autonomic nervous system is telling the body to go to fight or flight or rest in the store, all by the subconscious mind. What that means for all of you is that this is happening faster than the conscious mind even kicks into gear. So this is just a little piece of how the subconscious mind is controlling 95% of your experience. But the subconscious mind is also responsible for your perceptions of reality. So the way that you see the world isn't necessarily the way the world is. It's the way you are and the way you are seeing your experience of reality. And that lens is being generated by the code of your subconscious mind. So what I am here to remind you guys of, I'm going to give you very real takeaways tonight, and I hope you're excited for it, because I'm going to give you very real takeaways of how can we very simply get to that code of what's generating 95% of our experience of reality and play with our game of creation as the true powerful creators we are. Instead of manifesting what we don't want, we will manifest what we do want. We will dissolve away any of the blocks that are in the way so we can be in that reality field that we're dreaming of. And this is what we're meant to do. We're meant to activate these powers. So, something that I talk about on a regular basis, and this is, I have so much available for everyone. So if you come into my world, you come into my free subconscious freedom community, I have a mini training on this. So if this is sparking something for you guys, you can come into a free community, get a mini training, dive deeper. But what I'm going to talk to you about tonight is the difference between subconscious identities and subconscious stories, because these are what's making up that world of words. If you remember that Terence McKenna quote, if we understand the words that this world is made of, we can make of it whatever we wish. So this experience of our reality, it's being generated by this world of words we create in our conscious mind, but also our subconscious. And our subconscious has these two subsets that I'm describing to you guys, our subconscious identities and our subconscious stories. Okay, so a little bit more before I dive into what you guys can do with this, make it very real for you now. So if we have a subconscious story in reality, what that sounds like, they're a little more on the surface, a little closer to the conscious mind. A subconscious story would be something like money doesn't grow on trees, right? Such a ridiculous story because it actually does, right? People say things like making money is hard. What bullshit crap. Why? Sorry for my language, but BS. Why would we ever say that? Why would we ever speak that out as the powerful creator beings we are? People say things like all is fair in love and war. Why would we say that about relationships? So these can be subconscious stories that we pick up from the media, from caregivers, in our formative years. We can pick these up from ancestral patterns passed down in our DNA. We can pick these up from the songs we listen to. We can pick these up from parents. Our school system teaches us things like this. So subconscious stories are stories about the world that we don't really realize we're living in the reality of, but are impacting our experience. So someone holding a subconscious story that making money is hard, they can have the most amazing idea for a business. They could be changing the world. But if they're running by a story of making money is hard, think they're going to make money? Maybe. But it would be very, very hard for them. It would always be a lot of hard work. right? So that's a subconscious story. It's a little more on the surface. However, they're very easy to get to when you have the questions I'm going to share with you tonight. We can start revealing them. We can start taking our power back, saying no to the stories that were never ours to begin with, say no to the stories that we don't want to live in. Why would we want to live in a reality where making money is hard? In my reality, making money is easy. The more money I make, the more I can serve this world, the more I can transform this world, transforming our whole relationship with money and the spiritual community. Oh my goodness, it's so needed, right? So the subconscious stories are a little more on the surface. Subconscious identities. The subconscious identities are the core generators of our experience of reality. Subconscious identities are primarily formed in our formative years before we know better. And these are the things that we don't realize we're necessarily living in. However, what I share with all of you and what I share with people and train people in, and this is a big reason why some of the world-renowned spiritual teachers, they come into my world, they come to me to get to the core of why their experience of reality is playing out the way it is. Because what I'm sharing with you tonight, this works for forever, forever, forever. Because any time that you are activating a new level of reality, you will have subconscious stories or subconscious identities that will no longer match who you're now becoming. So you can be riding high, having an amazing experience of reality, accomplishing amazing things. However, your next level is going to call for a new you. It's going to call, what that means is a new subconscious identities. It's going to call for new subconscious stories. So what I'm sharing with you guys tonight, this is gold. This is something that you will take with you for forever, forever, forever. With every new level, you will use this. So for subconscious identities, these are the things that if we have a subconscious story, a lot of people call these limiting beliefs, but this is so much deeper because these are narratives we're living our reality by. So a subconscious story, a little more on the surface, subconscious identities are like the container that generates our experience of reality. This is the source code. So a subconscious identity, we wouldn't have a story, we wouldn't hold on to a story if it didn't match an identity. So if someone next to you is talking about some kind of a limitation, like working hard, work is hard or something like that. Let's say that someone associates with work as if work is hard. If you don't have that identity and you actually think work is play and work is something that you're in love with and you love your work and it's a joy to do your work, if you're living in that world and someone starts talking about work is hard, it's not going to really faze you. It's not going to hit you, right? But if you have a subconscious identity, as if you feel like you won't be okay, right? If you have a subconscious identity that you feel like you're not going to be okay, then if someone starts talking about work being hard, that might trigger an identity. So you might start getting nervous and pick up some of those subconscious limitations because it matches the identity. So you cannot carry a subconscious limiting story if it doesn't match an identity. Now let's get to the identities. So identities are things that we decide about ourselves before we know better. Now, depending on the groups I'm talking to, I can share this here. I would go so far to say that these subconscious identities are things that our soul has come here to create freedom from, to learn important lessons by living within the realm of that perceived limitation. It's like an armor that the soul puts on to say, okay, or a play or something like it's like a costume that the soul puts on, some kind of a limiting identity that the soul is like, okay, I'm going to play in this reality field, learn the lessons that come with this identity and see when I can break free, see at what point I can transform this perceived limitation. That's what these identities are. So subconscious identities, these are generated primarily in our formative years before we know better. These are the core code that will make up all of the subconscious stories. And therefore, this code creates the perception to which we see the world. So the thoughts we think, the actions we take, the behaviors we have, all of those are being driven by the code of our subconscious identities. Guys, I'm breaking down the matrix for everyone. Hope you're enjoying this. Breaking down how our version of reality plays out before our eyes. So a subconscious identity might sound like something like, I am not good enough. I am not worthy. I am not safe. If we're living in a world of thinking that that's who we are as a being, then our surface level experiences will match that. So something that happens for people when I start working with them and start revealing subconscious identities is they say to me something like, but Sarah, how could you tell me that this identity isn't true? Because look at all the evidence in my reality of how I wasn't safe. This happened to me, then this, then this. And the thing is about our identities is that there's no way for us to not experience the effect of those identities when we're living within them. What that means is that we will see every circumstance through the lens of that identity, so that every circumstance becomes evidence of that identity until we free ourselves from it. We realize that the identity doesn't have to be true. We free ourselves from it and we remember who we really are. So if you guys have ever seen the movie Divergent, there's this one amazing scene where she's sitting there. Let me know in the chat if you've seen this, if you can remember this. It gives me the chills when I think about it, because that's what we're doing with this work. But there's this one scene in the movie Divergent where she's in this glass container that's filling with water, and she feels like she can't breathe and that she might die. And then all of a sudden, boom, it waves over her face. She taps on the glass and she says, "This isn't real." And all of a sudden, the glass shatters and she graduates from that level of her experience. This is what we're doing with subconscious freedom work. When you transform an identity, it is like graduating a level of your reality and playing in a new game, playing in a game that you do want to play in, playing in a game that you are meant to play in. Because so many of these identities, they have been programmed before we knew better. They have been programmed into humanity by forces who want you to seek outside of you for your power. And we are waking up to this now. We're remembering that our power is within us. But what that also takes is us removing the effects of all the manipulation from over the years. So we're going into doing the subconscious freedom work by dissolving any of the identities that we learned before we knew better, breaking free and becoming who we are meant to be. So I want to give you some examples of this. So I had a client, it still inspires me to this day, because I see this client shining in her life now and it blows my mind, right? A lot of the clients I've worked with, but I had a client that came to me, it was about 2 years ago. She came to me with agoraphobia, which is an immense fear of leaving the house. She also was experiencing seizures regularly, and the hospital didn't know what to do with it. Excuse me, I got to take a little sip of water. Excuse me. So I had a client, I don't know if that's loud. So I had a client who came to me and was experiencing agoraphobia, a fear of leaving the house. She was also experiencing seizures and chronic pain. Something's in my throat, excuse me. Awesome. One sec. Okay, back to story time. Something was in my throat there. Perks of living in an ashram, I guess. Some dusty rooms. Okay, so client who came to me was experiencing agoraphobia, seizures, chronic pain. Doctors were telling her that she would just have to have this for the rest of her life. And now, not only is she free of all of it, but she is not only not afraid to leave the house, but she is now traveling the world, running her soul-led business. She created so much healing in her physical body, no longer on any medication, no longer having seizures, no longer having agoraphobia, to the point where she received so much freedom that she got certified me and is now changing the world by sharing this work. Now, I want to talk about you about how this happened. Because when she came to me, she was living within the subconscious identity that she felt like she wasn't safe. And this is an identity that a lot of humans share right now. And unfortunately, it's one of those programmed identities that we really get to create freedom from. But I want to break this down, because she was living in the identity that she wasn't safe. So then the subconscious stories that played out were stories like something's wrong. So the subconscious identity, I'm not safe. The story, something's wrong. So she would constantly relate, and she didn't know she was doing this. She was just living her life. But she would constantly relate to every experience that she was having as if something was wrong. Little things would happen and they would set her off the edge. It would feel like a catastrophe. Issues would happen in her life. And someone who has a little bit more balance might overcome those issues quickly. For her, it was a catastrophe. So I want you guys to think about this, not for yourself, but I want you to imagine it. If someone's living in the world where they're not safe and something's always wrong. Now her entire experience of reality was matching that. And now that she was in her late 40s, her body was also catching up. The body lives within the container of the mind. Every single cell is listening to these identities. It's living within the container of those identities. It's responding to those identities. Disease doesn't pass down through genes. Genetic diseases, it's almost like it's something along the lines, it's a wild statistic, but it's something along the lines that 98% of dis-ease cannot be genetic. It's like less than 2% is possibly genetic. But so many people say it's genetic. It's not genetic. What's happening is that the behaviors, the patterns, the identities, the stories, the views of the world are passed down. So then the cells of the body respond familiar to the people in the family. So seizures, she thought it was something that was passed down in her family. She thought this agoraphobia was something passed down in the family. It wasn't passed down with the family. The identity that it's not safe to be her, the identity, the story that matched that something's wrong was passed down by the family. So very quickly, we got to that identity. She didn't know she was living in that world, but her whole reality was matching that. This is why she was afraid to leave the house, because she felt like she wasn't safe being her. This is why she was her body was reacting. And I'm not a doctor. I can't say this is why the seizures were there, but they did go away after this. So we gotta wonder, right? So the body was reacting in this highly heightened anxiety state. As soon as she realized that just because she grew up in a tumultuous environment, she was in a strict religious home that made her very fearful to just be her. And her family was very tumultuous. It was very volatile, to the point where she felt like if she was just her, she would get hit, or she would get beaten, or she would get abused in some way. So then she created the identity, oh, this is how my parents are. This is how the religion I'm being trained in. That must mean it's not safe to be me, and that I got to always look out for what's wrong so I can get ahead of it and try to fix it. This created a lot of neurotic behavior, things like this. But very quickly, we got to get to the root. And she got to see how just because that's what her religion said at the time, and just because that's how her parents were before they knew better, right? It didn't mean that as a soul, she's not safe. Just because she experienced some physical abuse growing up and she wasn't safe in that moment, doesn't mean that as the eternal soul that she is, she's not safe. So we were able to dissolve the identity that was limiting her. And she realized, oh, I've experienced moments where I felt not safe. However, I've always gotten through it. I've always been okay. There's been something holding me the entire time. So it must mean that I'm okay. And guys, when she freed herself from living in the world, this is the world of words we create. This goes back to that original quote. When we understand the world of words and how the world is created in that way, we know the true secret to magic. We know the true way to make the world of it what we wish. So she dissolved the idea that she wasn't safe. She dissolved the idea that something's wrong all the time. And now, guys, this is the same woman who now is running her soul-led business. She is traveling the world. She is having so much success in her business that she's able to travel the world. This is a woman that was on food stamps. I worked with her I do something where I always take on as many sliding scale clients as I can. It's just something that I do. Sometimes I work with people for free when I want, if I can, but it's very rare when I can do that, but I do it when I can. So she was one of those clients I was working for almost for free for, and she was living off of food stamps. Now she has such a successful business that she's able to invest in my highest tier programs because she has such an abundance of wealth. And guys, that's 2 years. 2 years. She hasn't had a seizure in 2 years since she started doing this subconscious freedom work. She has not had agoraphobia. She has been sleeping at night. She used to have night terrors. She's sleeping at night. And now she's helping her whole community create subconscious freedom. Guys, this is the power we all have. And no, you might not all want to be subconscious freedom coaches. However, you all have your unique gifts that get unlocked when we free ourselves from what we're not. So there's a couple core things that are very important for us to be able to do this work on this level, and for me to be able to share with you the simplicity of the codes I'm going to share with you tonight, the takeaways that you can take with you, but for those to work for you so you can utilize this. Okay? So one thing that is so needed to be able to do this subconscious freedom work, create freedom from anything that's limiting you, is the awareness of knowing that any perception you have of reality isn't necessarily true. It's your perception of what you think is true. So this is huge. I know this sounds simple, guys, but when we implement it and when we allow ourselves to create detachment from the way that we see the world, instead of thinking this is how the world is, we start saying with subconscious freedom work, oh, this is how I perceive the world for now. Because when you do this, you free yourself from the grips of your own identity that might be limiting you into an experience of reality you don't want to have. So, for example, her view of the world was that her view of herself was it's not safe to be me. Her view of the world is something's wrong and something's going to go wrong, right? If she held on to that perception of just how the world is, she'd never be able to create freedom. But because she knew something wasn't working, she was willing to be like, okay, there must be something off about my own perception. So we want to understand and take the first fundamental in this, that if we're going to do this subconscious freedom work and be the powerful co-creators that we are, that we take full responsibility for our experience of reality, and that we realize and we remember, and if you take nothing with you tonight, I hope you take this with you, that our experience of reality is us. It's happening through us. And any perception we have of it, if we don't like what we see, we can transform the way we see it. And when we transform the way we see it, we simultaneously transform what we see. So with this, what's so needed to do this work is a willingness to know that our perceptions aren't necessarily true. They're just our perceptions. The next piece, and that at any second we can change them. Now we can start questioning things. We can start saying, I'm experiencing some kind of challenge in my life, not because the world is the way it is, which is what we love to do, but wherever we place blame, we divert our power. Wherever we place blame that the world is the way it is, so this is why I am the way I am. When we take our power back and we realize, oh, it is the way it is because the collective consciousness of humanity has subconsciously decided it's that way. I'm going to take my power back. I'm going to choose the way that I want to see my world. And I'm going to build my own version of heaven on earth by transforming my own perception of reality. And I'm going to play my part on the new earth experience, on the awakening of humanity, what we're all here for right now, by transforming my own perception, transforming my code of reality so that I become responsible for my own consciousness and input into the reality field a consciousness that is free. But we cannot do that if we are held onto our perception as the only truth. As soon as we can soften and be like, oh, I am experiencing reality, not because that's how reality is for me, but because that's how I'm subconsciously relating to reality. Ooh, now we can start doing this work. Now we can start getting to the root of why our reality is playing out the way it is, which will always be an identity. People ask me the question so many times, Sarah, how do you get to people's subconscious roots so quickly? How do you get to these limitations and then they transform their reality field so fast? How does that happen? It's because this is the code I'm playing by. That you are a powerful being that is always creating your experience. And when you create something you don't want to experience, it's just a program. It's not personal. It's just some kind of a subconscious limitation, some kind of a program that you learned before you knew better that you absolutely have the power to transform. We just got to have the right questions to get there. So one piece is understanding that our perception, the way we think the world, this is just the way it is for me, this is just the way it is for the world. This is just the way I'm relating to it. And at any second, if I don't like what I see, if I don't like what I'm experiencing, I can change it. This is the code, right? So that's one of the foundations. Another foundation is to understand that anytime we are challenged, anytime we are triggered, if we are triggered by someone else, it's not necessarily them that we should focus on. This is what a lot of people do. And then they create bonds over it. They complain about other people. They talk about other people. They do all these things. They bond about talking about other people. Whereas when other people trigger us, it has very little to do with them. Other people are also being driven by their 95% of their subconscious mind. They're too worried about what's going on in their own world. It's not as personal as we think. However, how we perceive what they do has everything to do with us. Now, the reason this is so important is because now our triggers become guides to our freedom. But if we get tripped up on why someone else triggered us, then we're caught up in the Maya, we're caught up in the illusion of reality. If we remember, oh, the trigger is happening because of how I'm relating to this person, what I'm making it mean, now we can dive deeper, do the subconscious freedom work, and let the trigger guide us to our own freedom. Same thing as if we're challenged in life. When we start doing the subconscious freedom work, we start treating challenges as the awareness of where our next subconscious limitation is. Because anytime we are challenged, it is not because life is hard. It is not because the universe is testing us. It is because there is a subconscious limitation or subconscious identity that is showing up, and it's time to transform it now. When we see the world through this lens, we take our power back. We start getting to those root identities. We start playing a different game of reality. And what reality starts to feel like is, I'm going to summarize this quickly since I am at the end point of this. What reality starts to feel like is that if you think about a video game console, that's like your experience, your current personality. Sarah Zula is the video game console, right? But what makes that video game console play a certain game is the game you put in, the programming you put in, right? So what this subconscious freedom work is like saying, oh, I've been playing a war game that is super stressful, that makes me fearful of this reality field, and it's not working for me anymore. I'm not as happy as I want to be. So I'm going to take out that game and I'm going to put in a better game. I'm going to play Mario because that's more fun and I get to next levels and it's still fun and exciting and really creative, but it's way more fun. I'm going to play Mario. When you transform your subconscious identity, you're taking out a game you don't want to play anymore and you're placing in a game you do want to play. So we all know this word that you are the creator of your reality. But this work, the subconscious freedom work, tells us exactly how to stop creating things we don't want to create and exactly how to become the magnetic beings we're designed to be, to co-create our version of heaven on earth that you deserve to play in now. So some of the core questions I want you to take away with Now, the thing is, as I'm summarizing this here, some of the core questions I'm going to give you right now, guys, if you want to do this subconscious freedom work, I invite you to come inside of my subconscious freedom community. It's absolutely free. You can step into it. You get access to the podcast. You get access to live sessions where I do this work with people live, because it's one thing to hear me talk about it, totally other world when you see that this stuff actually works. When you see me work with someone for 20 minutes and they're free of something that they've had for a lifetime, you're like, oh, wow, this works. You know what? I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to start doing the subconscious freedom work because this works. So now, what I'm going to leave you with is something that you can get access to for free inside of the Subconscious Freedom community. You can go to sarazula.com, spelt just like my name is here, /monthly sessions, and you can get access to this. However, I'm going to break it down in a few questions. Our experience of reality, and we get to the subconscious code that is generating our experience, is instead of saying, why is this happening? Or why is this happening to me? We ask the question, what am I making it mean? What does this leave me feeling? Right? We bring it back to us because we know that, like Rumi says, that you are the mirror as well as the face in it. You are your experience of reality. Reality is not separate from you. It is a mirror of you. So we stop looking outside and wondering why and feeling powerless to external forces. We start looking within and we start asking, what am I making this mean? What does it leave me feeling? Is this feeling familiar? Where do I remember first feeling this way? Ooh, now we get to a core memory. Then we ask the question, what did I decide about myself before I knew better in that experience? This is where you're going to start getting to some identities that are generating your whole experience of reality, like that woman who was not safe, didn't know she had that experience, generated that experience in a core memory and was playing out her reality. So we're like, oh my goodness, I decided that something must be wrong with me. I decided that I'm not enough from that experience. But wait a minute. Next step, after you figure out what the identity is there, next step is to dissolve it. We use everything we consciously now know to teach that version of us how it isn't true. Then we start imparting the higher perspective. Guys, this is the core of that subconscious freedom work. Okay? You have the power to shift anything. This is what I work with people on, to transform addictions, to transform issues in their body, to transform blocks in their business, money blocks they've had for decades, cycles they've been in for decades. This is the work, and it can happen quickly. People say, oh, this healing work, it's going to take a long time. It's okay. We want to honor our divine path, honor our divine timing. And when we have these tools, it can also happen very, very quickly. So I want you guys, if you take anything with you from today, I want you to remember that if you're experiencing something in reality you don't want to experience, it's not because it's happening to you, and it's not something that has power over you. It's just a program, a subconscious story or subconscious identity that you learned before you knew better. It's not your fault. You just learned it before you knew better. That now that you have the questions, you have the awareness, you can start getting to the core code of that program and transform it. All right, everyone. So I want you to know that you have the power to transform any experience of reality that you want to change now. If you want to really know this work, I invite you to come inside of that free community, sarazula.com/monthly sessions. I'm on Instagram at sarazula. This is only scratching the surface. I so want to go, like, oh my goodness, I don't even remember the last time I did a 40-minute talk. I want to go for like an hour and a half and break this down for you guys. But I want you guys to use this replay. Go back to those questions, write them out. You will create so much freedom from those stories, those identities that you picked up before you knew better, and transform them before your eyes. And when you change, your reality will change. People tell me they'll be in marriages for decades, and they'll be like, can you do couples counseling with me? I really want to transform. My husband doesn't really want to do this work, but he might do it with me. I tell them, just come into the work with you and let's see what happens when you shift. And they're like, I don't know about that. I'm like, just come in and let's see what happened when you shift. Every single time they come back to me and they say, Sarah, you're not going to believe it, but he's just different. He's just different, of course, because when you change, the people around you change. Your entire experience of realities change. When you shift within and you create freedom within, doors will open where there were once brick walls, because you are a creator of your experience of reality and you have the power to shift things. And when you shift and you create freedom within, you create freedom in your entire reality field, and that changes this world. Enough of us do this work together, and those old limitations cannot stop us. All right, beautiful beings. So I do have a hard stop. I am running a training. However, I don't see anyone here passing me on. Is Tyler back? Tyler, okay. Thank you for kicking in here. Awesome. So I do have to go, Tyler. So I hope that you're here. Or Neil. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate you coming on here.
Tyler became the I guess.
He became the I. He is transcended.
Sarah, amazing. Thank you so much for everything that you bring in here. And I'm so glad that I got an opportunity to connect with you now and really realize the depth of work that you're doing. Because, I know you have to go, but it really is like the external world and what we're going to create in connecting with the galactic community, changing the systems, institutions on the planet aren't going to happen unless we do that work within ourselves and clear what's been stuck within that, which connects to our past life, multidimensional lives, so that we can really usher in this new world. So
yeah, Neil, I just want to, I know I have this next session, but I just want to say thank you so much. You are changing this world. You are bringing people together. You're bringing such important information out. I hope the people on here got to see some of Neil's presentations, because, oh my goodness, when we were in Glastonbury, they were so on point. So I also wanted to thank you, Neil, and I also wanted to thank you for seeing the importance of this work, because the universe keeps putting me in the world of starseeds. And I'm like, guys, the starseeds are going to be bored with this work. They want to do all this stuff. But the universe is just like, no, Sarah.
Real world application.
This is what the universe is doing. I'm here. So just thank you for seeing me. I appreciate you both.
I appreciate you too. And I'm excited to work with you a lot more as well.
Thank you, Neil. I'm excited you too. Amazing. Have an amazing night. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thanks,
and
Sarah.
I adore you both.
Take care.
Thank you, Sarah. That was so good.
Beautiful,
what
brother.
A great day.
I thought you merged into the eye behind you, so I'm glad that you've come back. You became one with the third eye.
Yeah, got
Sarah's
my third eye.
brother.
I got a new eye on my arm. I don't know, it doesn't show up, but
oh yes,
I'm all about that third eye.
That's why you got the eye, because it's the Immersive Podcast logo, right?
Yeah.
I love it, brother. All right, so we're gonna move into Brad Olson now. Are you familiar with Brad's work at all?
Yeah, actually I'm with Antonia Harmon, who has done a fair bit of work with him. And I actually did a podcast with a gentleman who we actually spoke about, Brad Olson, earlier today, which is kind of funny. It's been a very synchronous day. That name has come up in my day twice now. So I was actually really looking forward to his presentation.
Alignment. I love Brad's awareness and what he brings. And so a little bit about Brad. First of all, I decided to show you the page just to show you the depth of the work that we've done with Brad here. And you can see for all speakers and presenters on the page, every event that they've been a part of is at the bottom here on their bio page under the presenters. And, you can click through and you can see the event pages, but just take a look at all these events that Brad's been a part of.
Oh, wow.
We have so much great information that is coming through him. Brad is one of the few people on the planet. I guess a lot of people have gone there, but not too many, that has gone to Antarctica. And he is a captivating speaker, an author of 10 books. He has his own publishing company, including 3 in his esoteric series, Modern Esoteric, Future Esoteric, and the newly released Beyond Esoteric, an award-winning book, published and event producer. And I think this bio might be old, so he might even have another book out by now. His keynote presentations have been at Contact Desert, Conscious Life Expo, our, obviously, Portal to Ascension, the Mount Shasta Summer Conference, and a lot of radio shows like Coast to Coast, Ground Zero, Patriot Underground. He even has his own show now on Forbidden Knowledge, if I believe I saw that. So he has his own series there. And television shows, Ancient Aliens, America Unearthed, Beyond Belief, Book of Secrets, The Truth is Out There, Mysteries of the Outdoors. He's traveled to 7 continents, including Antarctica by sailboat, seeking adventure and the answers to the mysteries of humankind's past. Founder and co-producer of How Weird Street Fair in San Francisco, the Chicago's native esoteric writing continues to reach a wide audience while he continues breaking ground in alternative journalism, public speaking, illustration, and photography. So let's go ahead and bring you on, brother. Hey, Brad. Good to see you.
Hey, guys. Good to see you too.
Hello, Mr. Olson. Nice to make your acquaintance. I was really looking
too,
forward to seeing
Tyler.
your presentation today.
Cool. I think I
Welcome.
got this going. But just quick update. I'm in Sedona, Arizona. Just gave Sedona MUFON my Secrets of Antarctica presentation yesterday,
Nice.
and very well received. Working on with a venture capitalist group to get the funding to send me back down to Antarctica. So I'm always on the tip to new information and trying to keep it relevant and up to date, current. And things are moving along in that department. Could be next season. The Antarctica travel season begins next month in November, and pretty much you got to get out of there by the beginning of March because it gets pretty hostile. So the project may push to another year, but we are raising the funds, and we have a lot of very important people getting involved in this, from remote viewers and what they're seeing down there to Linda Moulton Howe and some of her whistleblowers, including Brian S., who'd like to get involved in the project, and Michael Sala. So
Wow.
working on this project, though, we're starting to hit a little bit of a roadblock with the alphabet agencies. That is
Okay.
the National Science Foundation, the CIA, and the NSA. No such agency. They're all they're kind of the gatekeepers in all this. So the biggest hurdle, not raising the money to do it with the film crew, but getting past them with our team to go down there. So it shows that there is definitely something under the ice that is being protected, or we're being held up as a result.
Well, Brad,
And
are
so
you
in my
going-
presentation,
Are you going to the same places as you went last time, or is it because you're
No,
trying to
I-
go some and those
totally
places are
some
up?
places new. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
So where I went was on the Palmer Peninsula, and that's kind of the tourist zone. And I don't think there's anything hidden under the ice too much there that we could find. And certainly I tried, but I didn't. No, we want to go further afield. We want to go to the pyramid in the Ellsworth Range, one that's featured on Ancient Aliens. We want to go to the Beardmore Glacier, where Brian S. said there's quite a bit of UFO activity. It's like a paranormal hotspot, as well as the lower Beardmore Glacier, where the Spur 1 and 2. Now, these are the type of things that I would say the alphabet agencies are protecting, and we wouldn't have access to do that unless they let us. Also wanted to go to the South Pole. I don't think they'll let us see the hole in the ice there. That's a big no-fly zone. But then just continuing this arc through Antarctica, go to the Schumacher Ponds in New Schwabenland. It's Queen Maud Land now, but the Nazi claim, and where they set up their bases, base 211. But just to see these lakes that never freeze, this Antarctic oasis, as it's called, and probably the reasons why the Third Reich chose this area as a land claim. So this could be really a groundbreaking documentary if we're able to get in there and do the kind of filming. Yeah, and then so then you bring in the remote viewers, Neil, and this just opens things wide up. And so they've already been looking at some of the targets that I gave them where we want to go. And if you're able to see now, it can the presentation. But the remote viewers are getting down into some of these secret bases, which I know for sure we're not going to be able to go to. But what they're seeing is kind of like under Dulce, New Mexico, which is this giant underground base there where they're doing genetic experimentations and human body parts in vats and things like that. So this is an onion that we can just keep peeling layers off, and it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. That is the end of America.
Wow.
Are you able to see my
PowerPoint? No, we don't have your PowerPoint. You got to pull up your PowerPoint again because the screen's gone. So go ahead and share your screen. Let's get it up here.
Okay, would that be on settings?
Click present. Click present. Share screen.
Okay. Share screen. Yep.
Are you on a Mac or a PC?
I'm a Mac.
All right. Sometimes you need to do settings on your Mac, so it might not show up.
Here it is. No, I think I got it. Here.
Okay, I see something coming up here. Let's see.
And if I go play, it should go full screen.
Yeah, just real quick. Your internet connection is very low, so it seems fine. The resolution's low, but every now and then you cut out a little bit. So just keep that in mind.
Okay. Well, I'll talk slow. I'm at an Airbnb right now and 5G. You can the screen now?
Yeah, so go ahead and present, but I think because you have your PowerPoint on, the bandwidth is being taken up even more. So go ahead and present, and I'll jump on in like a minute if there's an issue.
All right, sounds good. This is the second presentation I did about the maps of Antarctica and the curious polygonal constructs around the world. What I'm trying to do here is make a case that through these old maps and through the megalithic structure literally around the world, that there must have been a high tech to create these instructions and the knowledge of these maps. I'm a map maker, so I'm always poring over maps, and right to before I went to Antarctica 6 years ago, looked at these maps and just finding some pretty amazing things, which I'll be showing here today. Now, this map, I traveled by a sailboat in South America to the northern part of the Palmer Peninsula. And as you can see, this is the closest connection between a continental landmass and Antarctica. This is where about 90% of the boat traffic travels to, as well as most of the planes fly out of Puerto Arenas, Chile, and the boats leave from Ushuaia, Argentina, as I did. This is the map that we did the beginning right before two, and it shows the end of all these names, and this
Brad, can you hear me? Brad.
Substance through Antarctica and then up the mid-Atlantic ridge from Antarctica to Iceland, which is known as the fire and ice. And you could say that so is Antarctica also riddled with active volcano intensity to create these large under ice domes. And I would presume that because the Germans found geothermal called the Schumacher Ponds, that they chose this area because of that. And maybe this way in with their with the U-boats and what.
Could you camera? Hold on a second, guys. We just lost Brad. You actually just left the room, Brad. Give us one moment here, everybody. All right, give us one moment, everybody. I'm just talking to Brad, just so we can get everything set up. So we're just going to take a couple of minutes pause and be right back. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. So we have Brad back now, and let's see if we can do it.
Well,
so share your PowerPoint
on here. We're going to present again. Share screen. Chrome window. There we go.
Do you have Wi-Fi there, Brad, or are you just on your phone?
Yeah. All right. Let's assume you are me, and this is about where I may have cut out, talking about the mid-Atlantic extending about 10,000 miles.
Brad.
To Antarctica. Brad. And at the end of World War II, there were quite a few U-boats that were leaving Europe. They were headed down to South America and to Antarctica. Can you imagine what they found going under the ice to these locations? Amazing story. When I was there in the Palmer Peninsula, I was told to take a picture of this glacier that you can see. Hey, Neil.
All right, go for it, Brad. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Brad.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm at an Airbnb right now in Sedona. I'm supposed to be on 5G and a fast connection, so I'm not sure what's going on. But I can paint a picture with my words and more about this Antarctica research down on the Antarctica and present point here, but looks like our bandwidth is too low. So let me just paint a picture with words. What I was showing was the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which is an undersea volcanic range of mountains, basically right between South America and Africa, and then extending all the way up the Middle Atlantic to Iceland, land of fire and ice. You could say that Antarctica is the same way. Antarctica is also the land of fire and ice, and that 93 known volcanoes with the propensity to create these large under ice domes. And this is very important because if you were to be down there at the continental landmass level, you'd have 2 miles of ice above you. It's known as the polar plateau. And underneath the ice there, you have these geothermal vents that can create these large under ice domes. It really is a fascinating concept to think that other civilizations could be there. Even humans in their own creative bases could be there, and it would be about 60 or 70 degrees with the heat from the geothermal vents. So plausible that it could be a livable situation in Antarctica in these under ice domes. And of course, that's not the case in historic times there. You couldn't live on, not only was it, but really nothing grows there. So when I was down there about years ago, it's void of the color green. There's no trees, there's no shrubs. There are lit who grow down there. But eventually, Antarctica is void of life on the surface. The biggest animal, which is only the only can live on the surface. No ever there. And it was only discovered in 1821 by the whalers, sealers, who were going there after Captain Cook sailed all the way around the Southern Ocean in the late 1790s and charted out the Southern Ocean. You know it. And got this information to the Royal Academy in the UK. And he said, I didn't see any mass. They took Antarctica off the map because it shows some maps before it was discovered by series. And Graham Hancock talks about this quite a bit on Jogan, that amazing things about these maps, including the Peary-Reese map in 1519, is shows Antarctica on these old maps. Now, where did information from? It's about a dozen other maps discovered. I'll go back to that in a second. But when Captain Cook did his circumnavigation of the Southern Ocean, goes back to the Royal Academy and said, we did not discover a continent. Then for the first time, Antarctica disappeared. It's not on the world map after Captain Cook. But that wouldn't take long, because he published his journal of all the sea life that exists in the Southern Ocean, created a gold rush of sorts. Going there, the Marines and the whalers and the sealers to seek fortune, and the ones who discovered Antarctica. Quite too. Just go further afield or following whales to try to get back in the fuel camps was way up. And this is what many species really being extinction. Had it not been for a couple errant whale pods of
All right. So I just spoke to Brad on the phone, and we are switching, and we will have Brad back on at another time because we want to make sure that you guys can hear it. And honestly, I want you to see his presentation because Brad has phenomenal information. So we'll go ahead and reschedule that. We'll get that information to you anyway. And what I'll do is, let me just check the schedule here, and we're just going to do a quick schedule check, give you an update, and pivot to something else here. Maybe I'll do a little presentation. Oh, we do have Phil Gruber coming in. So is Phil in the house? Maybe we can just jump right into Phil. Okay. Victor, I don't see Phil in the room, so I'm just going to message him really quick. All right. So Victor, Phil's not in yet, so I'm going to go ahead and do a presentation. Since we're on the topic of ancient history, I'm going to do a little ancient history presentation, and then we'll wait for Phil to join us, and then we will get into his presentation. And then after Phil today, we have Lisa Royale closing us out. So we're going to have Phil Gruber joining us, Lisa Royale coming as a pre-record as the closer for today. And for everybody tuning in on YouTube and all the other platforms, 11daysofawakening.com to sign up and to also look at the schedule for today and all the other days. And Phil is in the house. So Victor, let's go ahead and just move right into Phil. Hey, brother.
Good afternoon and wonderful.
Good afternoon.
Let me do Phil's intro. Phil Gruber is featured in the critically acclaimed film The Indigo Evolution. His passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, generosity, sparkling wit, and intelligence has made him a much loved and highly respected speaker on the international scene. He's acknowledged worldwide as one of the planet's foremost teachers of sacred geometry, light language, the Indigo Children, the Magdalene Mysteries, advanced healing systems, cosmic history, the master key, and an ever-growing repertoire of fascinating subjects. Phil has spoken at the United Nations, and his first book, The Kabbalah Code, was a collaboration with James Twyman and published by Hay House. Please join me in welcoming Phil Gruber. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Victor. That was a wonderful introduction. I wrote that, actually.
I'm glad.
And I think you did a really, really great job with it. Thank you so much, Victor. It's
Thank
good to
you,
see
Phil.
you.
Good to see you too, sir.
Good to see everybody. I swear, everybody's rocking. I hope Brad comes back soon. Sarah, I absolutely loved it. One of the wonderful things about this, I'm hearing people that I've never heard before, and I'm just so really excited to be a part of this. And just so you know, if you're listening, Neil, I've been on the Guinness World Record website, and if you want to, we can actually formally apply to set a record.
Really? We can do it for this event?
Oh, absolutely. I tried it with the longest pizza delivery many, many years ago.
I remember.
And I had all the documentation. I brought a pizza from New York, from Famous Ray's at 12th Street, all the way to Singapore, but they didn't authenticate it. So in the meantime, someone else has the record, so I'll have to try to find another record to break.
If we can actually put this in the Guinness World Records, I'm so down for that. But you got to lead the way on that one.
I'll do my best. It's really interesting. When I got back from Glastonbury, my hair turned like silver, just like Charlton Heston when he came back from Moses, when he came back from Mount Sinai, had that amazing silver hair. I think Glastonbury did it for me. It was really amazing, So thank you again, Neil. Thanks everybody. The thing about gratitude, and the thing about what you get that feeling that your heart is just so big it can't be contained in one body, and everything is about sharing. And I think sometimes we have to allow our heart to break. This is the secret. We don't allow our heart to break. The pressure just builds and builds and builds. So I'm just ready to let it crack wide open again. I'm just really, really excited to be here. And I was thinking, okay, I've got 40 minutes, well, maybe 35 or 30 now. What could I give you to be of the greatest and most sincere and dedicated service? And so I thought about it for a little while, and I decided to give you the greatest secret. The secret, the secret of secrets. In the Master Key, Charles F. Haanel, in the very first lesson of the Master Key, he gives the great secret of life in the very first lesson. And it's all about the coordination of two very special centers. It's talking about the brain and the solar plexus. And how do you coordinate? How do you get them in the same place? Your heart and your solar plexus, you express gratitude, thankfulness, because one of the big secrets in Wallace Wattles, all the New Thought, the original law of attraction authors, well, the ones that came to prominence in the middle 1800s into the early decades of the 1900s, they understood that gratitude is Yes, it's expressing thankfulness for all the gifts of spirit, but it's also a magnetic force that unites your brain and your solar plexus. And there's an old occult adage, when the three agree, success will come to thee. So I've decided that what I can give you of the greatest and most dedicated and sincere service is the secret of the solar plexus. And I'll tell you, all you need to do is Google solar plexus PDF, solar plexus or the abdominal brain by Theron Q. Dumont. I think it's enough if you, if somebody out there has the link, I can try to find it a little later. But all you really have to do, there are many, many websites that have a PDF scanned copy of this little pamphlet that was published in 1918 that gives the absolute secret of, it's really one of the secrets of secrets, the solar plexus. And I love the work that Sarah's doing, Sarah Zulu. It just, I was mesmerized. And I'm not familiar with her work, but in some direct or indirect way, it must access the power of the solar plexus, because the solar plexus is the great plexus of the sympathetic nervous system. We know it's the great powerhouse. It's the house, it's the storehouse of all our physical life energy, nutrition, assimilation, respiration, digestion, circulation. And they seem to be regulated independent of the will. It's the solar plexus. It is also, the solar plexus is the great plexus, nerve plexus. It has more neural connections than the heart and the brain put together. It's more fully developed before our brains. That's how important it is. It actually controls the secretion of all the glands, especially the ductless glands. It gives the recipes it gives the recipes for the neurohormones and neurotransmitters, sends that to the glands. All these, the creation of the neurohormones and neurotransmitters, the emotions we feel is a chemical translation of these neurohormones and neurotransmitters. And even if, again, you get your solar plexus awakened, there are receptor sites in the brain for these neurohormones and neurotransmitters. If the receptor sites are blocked, and what blocks them? A lot of stuff in our lifestyles, a lot of neurotoxins, excitotoxins, environmental poisons, pathogens, that kind of stuff. So it's really, we have to address this on many, many different fronts. But as far as the solar plexus goes, again, fully developed before the brain, it's called the fourth brain of man. It is the wow, what's this? It is the solar plexus, which is the seat of the emotional nature of man. It is the solar plexus, not the heart. And here's one of the biggest secrets. Of course, there is that lost mode of prayer. They're all right about that. Of course, we have to feel it to manifest it. But how do we access the depth of emotion and the full spectrum of our emotions that's necessary to manifest abundance, prosperity, our dreams? No emotion is fully expressed until its physical state is expressed. This is a very important understanding. Again, I think it's one of Tony Robbins' earliest exercises. Smile and try to even think of something bad or negative. It's not easy. No emotion is fully expressed until its physical state is expressed. And what controls that? What governs that? It's the solar plexus. To access, again, the depth of emotion and the full range of emotions that we need to manifest, we've got to work with the solar plexus. Okay? There's no doubt about it. If we wish to regulate our emotional nature, we must begin with the solar plexus. We must awaken the solar plexus, and we're going to, near the end of this talk, I'm going to teach you the simple solar plexus breathing to awaken the solar plexus. But please, 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 and I don't know why this is not taught everywhere. Certainly, it's maybe it's uncommon. I thought it was common knowledge. All the great occult systems teach this, how important the solar plexus is. And I know of no talking head or spin doctor or success coach that's really getting into just how important the solar plexus is in the process of manifestation abundance. It's one of the missing links, the deeper secrets of manifestation, along with, of course, understanding the true nature of karma, the true nature of the miasmic body. I think it was Costa. Yes, if you're still there. Yes, of course, DNA is a crystallization of all of our thoughts, positive and negative. And negative thoughts are thoughts that don't honor or certainly understand the law of one, is going to create crystallizations, but very dark, black-like crystallizations that we call miasms. And these miasms block the natural activation sequence of the DNA. They do a lot of weird stuff also. But the true nature of karma, the condition known as karma that's manifested as what we call miasms in the miasmic body, has to be understood. Also, the solar plexus, how important that is in the process of manifestation and abundance. And also, very, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. And also understanding how important it is dealing with the shadow. It's a lot more complex and complicated than mainstream psychology or metapsychology understands. The shadow has to be dealt with, has to be understood for what it really is. And the solar plexus we come back to awaken and activate the solar plexus. The occultists knew that you could send messages from your thinking brain to your feeling brain. The solar plexus is your feeling brain. From the cerebrum to the solar plexus. The whole idea is that you can, when you get good at this, working with your solar plexus, you can literally tell your solar plexus what you want, how you want to feel. You can change your state in a moment. The true gate to the subconscious, as Sarah Zulu alluded to, is the subconscious. All other things are temporary, even the NLP switch techniques. You want to access, change your program in the subconscious, you got to ultimately work with the solar plexus. The solar plexus is the gate. And again, Charles Haanel and the Master Key, the great secret of life is in the coordination of these two centers, the brain, the thinking mind, and the solar plexus, the feeling mind. And what unites them is the act of gratitude. Okay? So, again, the vital processes are not under control of the mind, the thinking mind. Through the thinking mind, you can exert some control over thoughts and belief, but the solar plexus is the instinctive mind. We're going to awaken the solar plexus. It's an amazing, amazing technique. And this understanding, I tell you again, if I could give you anything, this is of the most value, you know. The emotional feelings, and I'm quoting directly from that little pamphlet. Please download it. It could change the trajectory of your lives in a heartbeat. The emotional feelings of man have their seat and center in the solar plexus, the control center of the sympathetic nervous system. Regulating emotional states is dependent upon the regulation of the solar plexus. Right from Theron Q. Demont's, it's actually William Walker Atkinson writing under a pseudonym because probably didn't get permission from his occult lodge to divulge this secret, which I don't see really taught anywhere in its depth. It's so important that there is no complete emotional state without the physical organs being involved. And the physical organs are under the direct control of the sympathetic nervous system. And the powerhouse of the sympathetic nervous system is the solar plexus. So to gain control of ourselves, it must be found in the control, in the regulation and direction of the solar plexus. Those that have escaped the bondage of the elemental and instinctive feelings, the lower emotional states, control over the lower passions, emotions and feelings. And again, in many cases, you can affect this by sheer will, but there is a far more direct method of directing and regulating the emotions and the feelings. The close relationship of emotional feeling and the physical organs is regulated, supplied with energy, thoughts, information by the sympathetic nervous system. The great brain, the seat of emotions, power, and knowledge. The great nervous center, the solar plexus, the center of life and life action, the source of all great things, the reason for all great deeds and courageous feats. Behold the wonder of wonders. Ideas held in the mind, influencing the internal organs. The reverse can also be held true. The key to mental healing, the mind over body suggestion, is all centered in the solar plexus. There is a connection between these two great nerve centers and their respective brains. Body and mind could act independently of each other. Usually communication between both systems is done unconsciously. I think as Sarah alluded to, we want to be conscious co-creators. We're conscious. You know, it's not like we're not we're manifestors. We're master manifestors. We're manifesting 24/7. Every one of our thoughts, even thoughts that we consider trivial, inconsequential, that's going to feed all these different morphogenetic fields that's going to crystallize itself in this hologram we call life. We have to control our thoughts. This is why in all of my programs now, I put front and center the master key. 24 weeks, 24 lessons. You come out the other side, I guarantee you everything will change, because we can. In most systems, well-intentioned systems of healing, personal, spiritual development, wealth attainment, whatever it is, peak performance, they fail because of one primary factor, that people haven't learned to control their thoughts. Pretty much that's it. Okay. So let me know, Neil or Victor, when I have 10 minutes left. Okay. All right. Because I'm starting to get wound up. Okay. Let's see. All right. The whole idea is you can give the solar plexus, when it's awakened, when you develop this relationship, a conscious relationship with your solar plexus, you can give the solar plexus definite, specific directions and suggestions. Again, it's about emotional control. The solar plexus can be consciously called on to exert the control upon the physical organs as far as healing goes. You know, it's basically concerned with the expression and manifestation of emotional states, because ultimately we manifest with our feelings. We create with feeling first. There's got to be that desire. We create with feeling first. It's the emotional body. It's the substance of the emotional body that creates the mold or matrix out of through which what we want to manifest. There's so much I can talk about here, but basically we can change our emotional states. We can increase courage, understanding, gloom, depression, discouragement, doubt can be transformed, transmuted. We can do all this. The solar plexus is the source of the vital source and physical energy. It's the storehouse as well as this generator. You know what it feels like when you feel that elan vital manifesting itself within yourself and through itself. Are we not the revealing vehicles through which source, God, whatever you want to call the wholeness source, works through us, extends grace from us, through us, out into the world? I tell you, in moments of grace, we remember. Rudolf Steiner said that, and now we're going to remember. We're going to remember how to do it. Here is the technique. Okay? Just like Wallace Waddell says, it's about thinking in a certain way. And to virtually guarantee the attainment of any goal, you need to focus on one primary desire. It needs to be something you really want. You know, it's when I do my workshops with my MOST program or in my mentorships. It's like it's the Spice Girls challenge. At the beginning of a workshop, I'll ask people what they want, and they'll say, okay, I want the boat, I want the car, I want the villa in the south of France. Halfway through the workshop, I ask them what they really want. And they say, well, what I really want, and all these things are just ways. I want comfort, security. I want to be happy. I want a roof over my head. At the end of the workshop, I ask them, what do they really, really want? Like the Spice Girls. And what they really, really want is to be of service. That's the greatest success. How to serve the most people. Ask yourselves right now, or in meditation, or tonight before you go to sleep, how can I be of the greatest service to myself, to the world, to God, to the wholeness, to the unicide, to the source that breathes, whatever you want to call it. And be patient. Again, it needs to be something you really want, a burning desire. But I've noticed that over the course of years, people, where is that burning desire? People simply can't have the motivation, the ambition, because to feel that motivation and ambition and that real urge to merge or whatever it is, or urge to purge, any kind of urge, that's a chemical translation of neurohormones and neurotransmitters. And the direction comes from the solar plexus to the glands. And again, that's all well and fine, but the receptor sites for those neurohormones and neurotransmitters in the brain have to be unblocked, okay? And again, Wallace Waddle says it's a burning desire that comes from deep within. If you want it strongly enough, you can have it. And once you've established your goal, you communicate that goal to what they call the original thinking substance. We are just reality, the world, the universe, the unicide is formed from this plastic this substance that's basically, it's our thoughts that give, where we live in seas of consciousness. There's no space between us. There's consciousness, but there's a lot of consciousness that haven't taken shape yet. It's our thoughts that create the grids, that creates the blueprints, the framework upon which thoughts will eventually accrete, reach a critical mass, and then they will crystallize themselves. But it again is the feelings. It is our emotions that create the mold or matrix. And again, you have to be patient. You have to be patient. Just because it hasn't come when you feel it's supposed to come. I can't tell you how many people just on the cusp of manifesting their dreams have given up because it hasn't come when they think it needed to come. Be patient. That's why it's a virtue. Okay? It's on the way. It's on the way. That there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, in which its an original state permeates, penetrates, and fills all the interspaces of the universe. And a thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. So here is the technique. And a lot of it has to do also with your self-image. It's very good to read Maxwell Malt's original Psycho-Cybernetics. He was a plastic surgeon who made a lot of people look better, look beautiful, but they didn't feel better about themselves because they had a negative self-image. You cannot manifest anything with a negative self-image. If it's contrary to your self-image, certainly if it's negative, you're not going to be able to manifest it. 4:49 in the morning. Give me a break. Okay, here we go. You ready? This is the method of awakening the solar plexus. This is the key. One of the biggest keys. We take a few deep, regular breaths. Relax. Get comfortable. Don't lounge. This is the basic solar plexus breath. But I'll tell you, when you download this PDF scan copy, you're going to get everything that I pretty much talked about, a lot more. Very secret breaths also to facilitate and to accentuate your psychic abilities and all that kind of stuff. It's amazing stuff. I don't know why this is not taught openly everywhere. It's the real key. Take a few deep, regular breaths. Just establish a regular breathing rhythm, fairly non-directed breathing rhythm. And then finally, after you've established a regular breathing rhythm, normally when you do this for yourself, you take a few minutes, you basically establish a normal, regular breathing pattern. You take a few deep, this is why deep breathing is the key, pranayamic breathing. It's to awaken and activate the solar plexus. And again, you get good at this. You can tell your solar plexus how you want to feel, what you want to manifest. And the solar plexus will do whatever rewiring is necessary to manifest that for you. Okay? After you've established a regular breathing rhythm, you're going to take a deep, comfortable inhale, and you're going to hold it. And instead of exhaling, you're going to take an additional inhale. And that second inhale is the one that pushes down on your abdominal muscles and pushes out the tummy a little bit. Again, for a few minutes, you breathe regularly, normally, deep, slow, comfortable, regular breaths. And the solar plexus breath is to be done in sets of 3. When you're ready, you take an inhale. This is not the one that pushes the tummy out. Just take a nice inhale. Hold the breath. Don't exhale. Take another inhale. And that inhale pushes down and out on your abdominal muscles, pushes your tummy out a little bit. Doesn't have to go out that far. And then on your exhale, you simply suck it back. Let me see if I can get this. You inhale. Hold. Don't exhale. Take another inhale breath. That pushes the gut out a little bit. And when you exhale, you reverse the motion and you suck it back. You do that for 3 breaths. So let's do it. Let's breathe for a little bit, a minute or so. In the words of William Walker Atkinson, who wrote this little pamphlet under the pseudonym Theron Q. Dumont, who in 1910 wrote the book, Thought Vibration or the Law of Attraction in the Thought World. Okay. Take a few deep, regular breaths. And then finally, after you've established a regular breathing rhythm, hold the inhaled breath instead of exhaling it, but only for a few moments, just enough to interrupt the established rhythm. And then at the moment when, according to the established rhythm, the breath should be exhaled, you must instead, while holding the breath, empty your abdominal muscles so that you will press downward and outward upon the pit of your stomach. And then while exhaling the breath, draw in the same muscles to as reverse the preceding motion. Okay? You do this 3 times. You, again, establish a normal breathing rhythm. This is one of the secret of secrets. After you've established a normal breathing rhythm, inhale, hold. You know, at the top of every inhale, you build electrical charge. Don't know if a lot of people know that. You hold it for a moment. Don't exhale. Another inhale. That pushes the tummy out. Exhale. Draw, suck it back in. Do this 3 times at your own pace. And then after you've done it 3 times, back to normal breathing. Then you breathe normally for a few minutes, resting yourself. And after a couple more minutes of just regular breathing, you do another 3 of these solar plexus breaths. They're done in sets of 3. So you breathe normally. You do the 3 solar plexus breaths. Breathe normally for a couple of minutes. Do another 3 solar plexus breaths. Breathe normally. Do another 3 solar plexus breaths. Now, while you're doing the solar plexus breaths, you suggest ideas to your solar plexus. You say, I wish to feel, or I wish you to feel. In other words, you suggest strongly what you want. It is in my mind to blank. I wish to feel, or I wish to manifest. This is the key. Okay? This is the key. You enter into a conscious relationship with your solar plexus. You explain to your solar plexus is a conscious, living, sentient identity, more fully developed before our brains. as a acupuncturist, we learned very early on that the brain is what's called a fu organ, secondary organ, because the Chinese like to say a lot of people walking around without brains in the world. Okay, you develop a relationship with your solar plexus. You talk to it. You explain your role in this and the solar plexus's role. You understand the method of awakening it. Okay, having awakened the solar plexus, having secured the attention of this instinctive feeling mind, then you proceed to establish harmonious relationships with it. Hold that mental attitude, send the thought, form a clear thought of your intention, and you remind the solar plexus of its role and your role and how you wish to work together. This is the secret. The breathing method, you must also give the instinctive mind an equivalent of a verbal command to wake up. So after you've done a couple of cycles of those 3 breaths, you tell the solar plexus, you command it, wake up, wake up. It may sound a little corny, but this is the way it works. You concentrate your directive thought on the pit of your stomach. Send the mental message, wake up, solar plexus. Give me your full attention. Sending a forceful message. Form the words with your lips and tongue as if you were whispering to it. And proceed as if the solar plexus was a sentient conscious identity. And then again, having awakened the solar plexus, having secured its attention, you proceed to develop, establish harmonious relationships with it. Hold that mental attitude, send the thought, form a very clear intention of what you want to manifest, how you want to feel. And again, when you get good at this and it works, you can tell the solar plexus what you want to feel. You can change your state in a heartbeat. You can change a subconscious program for good, or you can enter a new program in through the solar plexus. I would strongly recommend to use the Master Key in my mentorship programs. This is front and center, along with a lot of the stuff I already talk about. You know, I took a little diversion, Neil, tonight, but I wanted to...
You have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes. Go for it. Just want to let you know you have 10 minutes.
Okay, good. So if anybody has any questions on they can put it up in the chat. But this is what I want to do this is one of the things that I didn't do during my talk in Glastonbury and on that Monday night. I wanted to end, since I was talking about Mary Magdalene and the Christos, I wanted to end with a very, very beautiful invocation. It's the invocation of the Maharata. The invocation of the Maharata is a decree. You are decreeing now here all of yourselves in all times, spaces, places, dimensions, that you are your avatar self. I'm going to do it in the English, and then I'm going to do it in the original Anuhazi language, which is the language of the original angelic human. You wonder why a lot of channelers are sounding the same these days? Because the first languages we're going to be channeling are the ones that are closest to us genetically. Some of the first languages we'll channel are the original angelic languages of Anuhazi, or it's also called Mua, and then Pleiadian languages as the 4th and 5th strands begin to activate. Then the Pleiadian memories come in. You know, I love when people say, well, I'm Pleiadian, I'm Syrian. Well, you are all these things. You have all these multiple identities, sets of identities in all these universes, in all these dimensions. When the 5th strand starts to kick in, you'll get the Pleiadian memories. When the 6th strand kicks in, you'll get the Syrian memories. 7th strand, Arcturus. A lot of us have a lot of these come in with a lot of that 7th strand activated. 8th strand, Orion, Orionic memories. A lot of dragon memories, Neil. 9th strand, Andromedan memories, memories of Andromedan lifetimes. 10th, 11th, and 12th is the Cradle of Lyra, of course, and that very special 11th dimensional Lyra that used to be called Avion, which we now call Avalon. This weekend in Glastonbury, whether you were there in person, whether you were with us in spirit, what we did that weekend was very, very important. And certainly what we do as we carry on, the tone was set, the template, the grid, as they say, was set. And Brad, I really hope to hear you very soon again. By the way, my real name is Von Gruber. I could certainly get you to New Schwabenland, and then you're on your own. Okay? Friends of mine, this consortium have bought a lot of virgin rainforest on the Chilean Argentine border in Patagonia, just a stone's throw. Well, a very, very small stone and a very strong hand to Antarctica. I've been following that research for a very, very long time. So if you want to know some of the handshakes and passwords, I'd be happy to share them with you. So here we go. Relax now. This is the Ma'a by Vectis Invoki, and thank you to Yesha and all the Emerald Order, the Melchizedek Cloister, and all the wonderful people, certainly Yesha, my first wife, that really had given me my life. Okay, this is the Ma'a by Vectis Invoki, the invocation of the Maharata. It's a creation, decree, invocation. You declaring now yourself as the personal Dimension 12 Christos avatar Maharata self-identity. You can repeat this out loud, just like a whisper, like a prayer, or just mentally. From this still point of my wholeness, in manifest decision, I decree in sovereign knowing, here expressed at my command, a lovingly stated absolute intention, the divine will and intention of the one self that is one God. I, as Dimension 12, Christos Avatar Self, say your name, invoke by divine loving command now, by the power of the universal Christos, the Dimension 12 Christos blueprint, divine Christos blueprint, past, present, future. Now the divine sea of liquid light anchors in the moment. Absolutely now established, always and forever, in eternal, abiding, reverent love of the eternal All One. Blessed be all embracing, given forth from the still point of eternal peace, spoken as it is stated, as so it is done. All embracing pillar of first cause light, I as this expression now. Take a breath. Maharata Kumbai Vectus. Say your names. In Evo Kayuni Bleum by Vecti. Ma'a by Vecti. Un ore or namur. Iste unta isa trajahera. Pitateum ashelom thaija intadoe. Shaddai urea kumtan. Shaddai urea kumtan. Shaddai urea kumtan. Again, thank you very much. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you're interested in a wonderful Book of Fate reading or any of my programs, my more elongated, expanded mentorship programs, please email me. I'll leave my email on the chat. Thank you very much again. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm going back to sleep. But it was, again, a real pleasure. Victor, I hope to see you on my next trip back stateside again. Lots of love to you. Lots of love to you all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Phil is a master teacher. And anything and everything that you can gain from this man, please do.
Okay, here's an email. Thank you again. Thank you, Neil. God bless. God
Love
bless
you,
you all. Thank you, man. Love you too, bro.
Sleep well. Beautiful. Amazing stream of awareness today. Victor, were you tuning in for some of the day? Did you get to see some of the speakers?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I had to run out again, but I was back in time to.
Yeah. Beautiful day today. And now we're going to get into Lisa Royale in just a second. But before we do that, I want to kind of just tell you guys what's going to happen tomorrow. And what is there? What are you going to, what you can expect. And the presentation I want to do, which is only 10 minutes before we do Lisa Royale and we close out for today, is on interdimensionals, ultra-terrestrials, and extraterrestrials and the difference between it. Because we've had a lot of amazing galactic awareness, a lot of ascension awareness, and I love the fact that we've had much grounded information as well, including today with Sarah Zula. And tomorrow, we're going to have Dr. B Serious. So we're going to get into our health, into our bodies. I'm not sure if tomorrow he's talking about sound and frequency or if he's going to talk about the parasites and parasite cleanses. So because he's speaking twice with Jane Lovascio from We Are All in This Together on Instagram. We have Mia Magic, who is a modern day witch, and she is connected to ancient wisdom of the herbalists and witches from Europe. We're going to have an ascension panel. Then we have Jenny from Starseed Academy, Daniel Page, and we're going to end the day with a channeling, just like we're ending the day today with Lisa Royale, with a channeling as well. And Lisa Royale and Wendy Kennedy are both actually on the channel panel event that Rob Gauthier spoke about yesterday, and I'm going to go ahead and play that again, show you that information a little bit later. But for now, what I'm going to do is I want to show you this presentation. And Victor, are you going to stick around, or do you have to head out?
I have to head out, actually, Neil. Thank you.
Love you, Victor. Thank you so much, brother.
Love you, brother. Take care.
See you later. Okay, bye-bye. So this presentation I want to show you here, as I said, is on interdimensionals, and I'm going to kind of just tell you why I wanted to talk about this. So I just want to take a look at the chat. How was the day for you guys? If you want to go ahead and share, some takeaways, what you experienced today, how it was. Today was really, really powerful. And do you guys feel the energy picking up over the last few days? Do you feel it? Just the amount of awareness keeps stacking on top of it, and it really is just peeling back more and more layers, I feel. And I was having some chills today and some shivers from some of the awareness that was shared. Thought it was very beautiful. So here we go. So this presentation, before we get into Lisa Royale, is interdimensionals and extraterrestrials, and I think it's a perfect event, perfect presentation for before we have a channeling on literally extraterrestrial life. And I just put this together recently because I want to break down the difference between interdimensional and extraterrestrial. And actually, before I share, let me just talk to you guys directly here. When I first got into this awareness on extraterrestrial life and ET life, my first connection to it was the fact that, Arcturians exist, the Lyrans exist, star seeds are real. And as I started realizing that, I was wondering, how do these beings get to our reality? And a lot of these beings, people that were channeling, because in my early days, I was into channeling information, we would often speak about how these beings exist at other dimensions, other realities. But they're definitely extraterrestrial, right? Like we're talking about the Arcturian beings, the interdimensional beings, all these beings from a standpoint that they are extraterrestrial beings. But we also are speaking about them existing in other dimensions, fourth density beings, fifth density beings. For a while, I was touring around with my friend Brad Johnson, who channeled the Dronus, that was a sixth density Syrian being. Then we have Bashar from the Sasani civilization that is a fourth density being, which is fifth dimensional. So extraterrestrial and interdimensional was one and the same and combined. And then all of a sudden, around a few years ago, and this is a whole other conversation about how UFOs went from being ridiculed to all of a sudden being accepted by the mainstream, right? And that was about 2016 was the big shift for that. But we start seeing then coming out from the mainstream narratives from Congress, from politicians, from whistleblowers, that when people are saying extraterrestrial life and that there's aliens coming, they're quick to nip that in the bud, if you will, and be like, well, we don't know if they're extraterrestrial, and extraterrestrial is maybe a limiting word. It looks like they're interdimensional. Now, when I first got into all this awareness, interdimensional and extraterrestrial were interchangeable. Because if you're coming from another reality, another dimension, another planet in another dimension, aren't you still technically extraterrestrial? Aren't you still coming from something beyond Earth, extraterrestrial, right? So isn't it one and the same? But now a lot of people are saying it's not extraterrestrial, it's interdimensional. So I wanted to do a presentation on just what the difference is between all of that. Because in my mind, there is no difference. And I feel that the reason why a lot of the congressional members, politicians started saying that interdimensional, it looks like it's more interdimensional than extraterrestrial, is to move away from not only the term alien and extraterrestrial because of how much they've spent so much time ridiculing it, but to say that there's a deeper phenomena here, and also move away from the UFOs to the new branding of UAPs. So part of shifting interdimensional makes it also a broader term. Like, for example, UAPs is unidentified anomalous phenomena. It could be anything. It could be under the ocean, in space, in the air, right? And interdimensional now is more encompassing because some of these beings are maybe in between realities, in between dimensions. So what is interdimensional? Comes from another dimension, utilizing portals, stargates, or wormholes. So say that you are an extraterrestrial being, right? Like a conventional extraterrestrial being, and you exist on a planet 300 light years away. But you have some sort of technology in order to get to Earth. And the technology you're utilizing to get to Earth bends space and time. It literally bends space and time so that you can move from one point in space to another point of space in a matter of just moments, right? So does that consider you, are you now interdimensional? Or are you an extraterrestrial being using interdimensional technology? Or is this just all semantics, right? So coming from another dimension could be interdimensional, like a completely different dimension, maybe another universe, a parallel dimension even, or another parallel universal experience. But even an ET coming from another planet, say in Arcturus, the only way you could get here in a shorter period of time without having to travel at, for however many light years is to be able to have some sort of technology that bends space and time. So you're using some sort of portal, some sort of stargate, some sort of wormhole. Could these beings be from another part of the universe or an entirely different dimensional experience? And this right here is a huge component of all the gray alien information we have on how and where they came from. Because with the gray extraterrestrials, there's so many different stories. There's the story of the Greys in Lyra that used to be humans, the Zeta Reticuli. There's the stories of gray aliens being these beings that jump from universe to universe. And some of the ETs that are grays that come to our Earth come from another universe, another Earth. And they say that they used to be us, and that we destroyed ourselves, and then we ended up cloning ourselves to become the great aliens, and that they're trying to stop us from becoming them. And now the conspiracy in that is that they come from an entirely different universe, in entirely different universe, a parallel reality anyway. So to say that that's going to be the trajectory of our future maybe isn't the truth. And then we have extraterrestrial. So extraterrestrial is anywhere besides our planet, beyond terrestrial, another planet in our universe. Now, I feel that interdimensional and extraterrestrial is interchangeable because the only way you can be fully extraterrestrial and not use interdimensional technology to get to us is if you exist in a planet, get in a spacecraft, and then travel at a regular speed of light in order to get to us. And either you need to go in stasis, right? Like we have in the movies, to go in stasis for a long period of time to get to us, or you need to live a long, long period of time to get to us, or you'll have to have multiple generations live and die on the spacecraft to get to us, right? And that seems to defeat the purpose, because when a species is at the level of advancement that they can traverse space, they probably already know about interdimensional technology, wormholes. We haven't even, on paper, traversed space on the way conventionally, where we're going to different planets, right? Obviously, this secret space program and all these other things going on. But even now in our conventional science, we're discovering wormholes. We're starting to harness subatomic energy. So we're getting to a point where we're able to utilize technology now in order to figure out how to theoretically traverse space and time using quantum technology, using wormholes. Now, that's what's being shown to us in the mainstream. But when it comes to what's happening behind the closed doors, that's a whole other conversation. And then we have ultra-terrestrials. The ultra-terrestrials are advanced beings from Earth, beings that continue to evolve beyond where we're at now. Many stories of these beings living inside the Earth, like hollow Earth stories. This is where the conversation deepens and the confusion from Congress and UFO disclosure. Many politicians believe there are no extraterrestrials, but advanced humans that have been here for thousands of years. So I've been following a lot of this ET disclosure information and congressional stuff. And a lot of the congressional members, or a few of them at least, believe that we are not being visited, and that these UFOs and these USOs, submerged objects, are actually ETs that have are actually beings that lived on Earth and maybe went underground, or maybe lived somewhere else, like in the jungle somewhere, or hidden from us, or in the oceans. And they've been on Earth a long time, for thousands of years. And one of the main reasons for this, okay, is most of the UFO sightings and the most of the documented UFOs by the military around the world is underwater. There's a higher percentage of underwater sightings, or out of water and back into water again, sightings than there are in the air, right? So that's one of the reasons. Another one is they're thinking that it would take so much effort to get to Earth because they believe in the limitation of light. And because it would take so much energy, so much time, and so much rocket fuel to get here, they're thinking that these beings have been here for a long, long time. Plus, like one of the congressional members was on a podcast on YouTube, and he said all the different ways that they're finding these UFOs. He said there's crashed UFOs. He says that there's ones that are left fully intact. And then the third one, he said, are UFOs found at archaeological sites. So this has been happening for a long time. And the theory is that there's been breakaway civilizations that still exist on Earth that continue their advancement and weren't ready to be seen, or are coming out to be, or now we have the sensors to be able to see them. So the reason they believe this is mainly because our sensors do not pick up the craft coming into our atmosphere. They think that, we see UFOs in our airspace, right? We see UFOs in our airspace, but a lot of the sensors do not pick up the UFOs coming in from space into our atmosphere. Now, this needs to be said with a caveat here, because there's probably, and from the information that we have on Portal to Ascension, there's definitely, I feel, agencies that are tracking this, like in Antarctica, that are tracking the UFOs coming from space onto Earth. But the information that's being disclosed right now and that's going to Congress is showing that our senses do not pick up the craft coming into our atmosphere, but they see them in our air, they see them in our water, but they don't see them coming in. So they're like, okay, maybe they're not coming in, maybe they're here all along. And an example of this is Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been asked about UFOs multiple times and aliens. And people have said, well, what about all the information that's coming out? And he keeps saying that I don't believe that we're being visited and that they're not here right now. He believes we're in a holographic simulation, which is probably closer to the truth, but he doesn't believe that because he says we have such advanced sensors, our sensors will be able to pick up the UFOs coming in and out of our atmosphere. Now, the thing with science, I feel, is that nowadays it's got to a point where we have the arrogance of thinking that what we know is the ultimate solution, right? We have the best sensors. If we cannot see something, therefore it doesn't exist, right? Not realizing that the sensors could just not be able to pick up the frequencies, bandwidth that these UFOs are at. So I feel that it's incorrect. Looking into the skies and being like, okay, there's no UFOs there, we only see them in Earth, doesn't really actually prove that we're not being visited from space. But I think that everything is happening. From my research, people we work with on Portal to Ascension, I think there's USOs, there's underground civilizations, there's portals in the Earth that shift your dimensional experience that you go in through, and then you're in a whole different civilization and reality. There's craft coming from space that are shifted into different frequency bandwidths. There's light ships, and so much of it is happening out of the spectrum of what we're able to perceive through the visible light spectrum. A couple speakers showed the light spectrum and how we only see like less than 1% of it. So the evidence of interdimensional UFO craft often includes eyewitness accounts describing unconventional flight patterns, sudden disappearances or appearances, and anomalous behavior not explainable by conventional physics. Additionally, some evidence may come from a radar tracking data corroborating multiple witness testimonies and credible photographs of videos capturing objects exhibiting characteristics beyond known aircraft capabilities. So the evidence really is coming from, all these different places: radar tracking data, witnesses, testimonies, photographs, videos. When Lou Elizondo was on Joe Rogan just a few weeks ago, if you guys haven't seen that one, a lot of people say, why are they releasing all these footage that you can hardly make out what it is? And he was saying they have like 4K epic footage, and that's just what they don't release. They control what is being released. They allow specific things to be released, but the footage, the clear, good stuff, a lot of it isn't released. However, I will say that just recently I saw a couple of videos that were leaked from the DoD and other military agencies that were extremely clear, and you can tell exactly what it was. So video capturing objects. So these sightings may also coincide with electromagnetic disturbances or other unusual phenomena. So it's interdimensional because these crafts are breaking the laws of known physics. How do they know that it's not a foreign adversary, like they keep saying? How do we know that it's something anomalous? How do we know that it's not drones, which is something they keep saying, oh, some sort of foreign adversary in drones? Well, these devices, this technology is literally breaking the laws of what we perceive as our physics. But the interesting thing is that they're doing things that we are able to do on a subatomic level. We know that paradox exists on subatomic level. We know that two particles can be the same on subatomic level. We know that a particle can exist as a wave and a particle on a subatomic level. But these craft are doing that on an atomic level, on a Newtonian level, on a physical bigger than the subatomic level, things that conventionally, once again, we're only able to do in the laboratory, what they've showed us. And so these craft are breaking the laws. Now, are some of these craft not extraterrestrial, not another advanced species? Yeah, actually, I would say over 50%, maybe even more than that, of these crafts are actually reverse engineered craft of agencies on the Earth, human agencies. But you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because just because these craft are human, craft, you got to realize the one key word there: reverse engineered. These craft that we're seeing are actually reverse engineered from what was, I don't even know, non-human intelligences. So just to speak a little more on Newtonian versus quantum, the paradox between the two arises because they represent fundamentally different descriptions of reality. Newtonian physics operates under deterministic principles where the behavior of objects can be precisely predicted given initial conditions, while quantum physics introduces uncertainty and probabilistic behavior at the quantum level. The paradox emerges when trying to reconcile these two descriptions, particularly in scenarios where classical and quantum phenomena interact, such as the behavior of subatomic particles in the double slit experiment or the nature of gravity on the quantum level. And you can look into the double slit experiment, or I'm doing actually a presentation on November 16th and 17th where we'll speak about this sound frequency in the quantum world. But basically what this is saying is, the quantum world operates paradoxically to the Newtonian world. The quantum world is everything below an atom. Newtonian world is everything above an atom. But the Newtonian world is literally made out of the quantum world. The subatomic particles are what creates the atomic particles. But the subatomic particles are operating in a whole different set of laws and rules than the Newtonian world. Right? So how can it be that on the subatomic world, the building blocks of the atomic world don't really match in the laws of physics? Therein lies the illusion. We have now pierced through the veil. We've looked at the code. The quantum world, quantum physics, quantum mechanics is the code that builds up everything that's physical. We've taken a peek, just a glimpse, just the beginning part, a glimpse of the code of this reality. And when we're looking at the code, we're like, hey, wait a second. How on earth is all this reality existing if this is what the code is doing? It's almost like when you look at a computer program and it's ones and zeros, or a bunch of JavaScript, a bunch of C++, a bunch of letters and words and all this stuff. But then you look at the game that's been created from it, and you have this person going into a car, driving down the street, going to this reality, or Mario going through a tunnel. And then you look at the code that makes it up, and you're like, wait a second, are you saying all these ones and zeros and all this, what looks like we can't even make out, literally makes up these beings doing all these actions, right? So the physics of interdimensional crafts. Determinism versus probability. Newtonian physics operates under the principle of determinism, where the behavior of object is predictable, given specific conditions. But in contrast, quantum world, probabilistic behavior. In the quantum world, all things are possible. Nothing is solidified. Everything is infinite potential, right? This is some deep metaphysical reality that we're discovering through the quantum world. Even in the double slit experiment, it shows that all quantum particles act as infinite probabilities until it is being perceived by the observer. When you put your attention on it, all of a sudden it acts a specific way. Newtonian physics primarily describes the behavior of macroscopic objects such as planets, cars, and projectiles, whereas quantum physics deals with the behavior of particles at the microscopic scale. In the quantum world, particles exhibit both wave and particle behavior. It's a vibration and a physical thing at the same time. It's called wave-particle duality. This concept is not present in the classical Newtonian physics, where objects are typically all treated as particles with definite positions and velocities. In the quantum world, it could be anywhere at any time. And there's something called quantum superposition. Quantum physics allows for the existence of states of superposition where particles can exist in multiple states simultaneously until measured. In contrast to Newtonian physics, where objects have definite properties all the time. So what I'm showing you here with each of these things is the paradox. And the key paradox here is that I'm giving you the paradox of what is in the quantum world, what's in the Newtonian world. But keep in mind that the quantum world are literally the building blocks for the other world, the Newtonian world. We have entanglement as well. Quantum physics predicts the phenomena of entanglement, where the states of particles become correlated in such a way that the state of one particle instantaneously influences the state of another, regardless of the distance between them. This has no counterpart in the Newtonian world. Two quantum particles exist, subatomic particles below an atom. One particle can communicate and interact with another particle, doesn't matter how far it is. One side of the country, one side of the planet, the other side of the planet, the other side of the universe. We can use quantum entanglement to communicate instantaneously. No more. Even phones and all that, sound and light is slow in comparison to quantum entanglement. By tapping into the entanglement, so this is all the theories, this is all the information that they're discovering now on the subatomic world that we're seeing being utilized in craft that are visiting us. One particle, we can therefore theoretically, and I think it's a fact at this point, could have a piece of information communicating with another place in the galaxy instantaneously, another planet, another civilization, or whatever. But those wave particles that build the Newtonian world, once it becomes a physical object located in space and time within the third dimensional reality, all of a sudden it can't communicate. And so this last slide here is just to show you the galactic weather. I've showed this one a few times here, but just to show you kind of the vastness of our universe and the distance between the different stars and how quantum reality, wormholes, black holes, traveling from other planets to Earth, most likely uses interdimensional travel in order to get here. I'm not going to go through all those concepts there, and I'm just going to close out on this and just close out on this slide right here. So yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that really quick before we get into some of the galactic awareness, because it's one of my favorite topics, galactic awareness, galactic history. And we have 4 more days left, everybody. Are you guys ready? We're going to have a lot of galactic awareness coming now too. We laid the foundation, some amazing speakers coming over the next 4 days. And I'm going to go ahead and now just shift into Lisa Royale. We're going to play her presentation in a second here. And then we're going to close out. So this is the end for today. Let me line it up for you guys. And we have an introduction pre-recorded from Debbie Dashinger. Let's take this off. All right, so we're going to play this and then we'll be ending for the day. So love and appreciate every single one of you. Thank you all so much for being here today. Hope you enjoyed it, had a beautiful time, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. So here we go. Let's go ahead and bring Debbie on to introduce Lisa Royale Hult. And I got to say that Lisa Royale Hult is one of the most inspirational people to me in my life. Really, her book, The Prism of Lyra, really helped shift a lot of things for me and connect a lot of dots. So she's going to be coming in and channeling for us right now. So thank you, everybody. Love you all. And here's Debbie.
Hi, everybody. I wish so much I could be with you right now in person, but energy is everything. So we are actually together right now. I'm sending you my love and my hugs. This is Debbie Dashinger. Pleasure to be with you once again, one of the many co-hosts for Neil Gore's amazing Portal to Ascension Awakening 11-Day Experience. Are you loving this? Amazing. I am a shamanic energy healer. I'm certified. I'm also the host of the award-winning Dare to Dream podcast. Please check it out on YouTube under my name, Debbie Dashinger, and also I am a book writing coach. So if you are loving this, as I am, amazing speakers, amazing content, what a gift that for Portal to Ascension's birthday, they're actually gifting us with these 11 days and 77 speakers. If you're just adoring this and you don't want to leave the tribe and you don't want to leave the vibe, hey, there's always more. Portal to Ascension is always giving you so much more, whether it's live, whether it's in replay. Just know that coming up, there is the Galactic Origins Cruise, again, something that Neil is producing. I will be one of the speakers on the ship. The speakers are outstanding, very, very well known, amazing content, very spiritual, very galactic, all over the board, but you'll know the people presenting. I've been getting lots of DMs from people saying, I want to go, I want to go. And so I had a beautiful conversation with a friend of mine today that I'm going to pass on to you. And she was saying the importance. So go buy a piece of luggage and start packing. Manifest this. What I know in my life is when I feel that feeling like you guys are talking about, I want to go on the Galactic Origins Cruise. Don't just sit there and think about it and then follow that up with, but how could I? But all the buts and the whys and the hows, because living here for any of us, except for if it's business and banking, it's not our friend. Just find ways to start stepping into it. It could even be putting down a deposit and handling the rest of the money, because you're going to manifest it like this to come on this cruise with us. It's going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We're going to the Yucatan. So head on over to galacticoriginscruise.com and go ahead and book your cabin. There's a special discount if you come with a friend. So I can't wait to see you there. And remember, you have to click on somebody's name. It's part of the process for referral. If you learn through me, please click on me. And again, I can't wait for all the presentations which are included. Somebody else mentioned the food, if you're a big foodie, and all the, we're going to have a lot of sacred land excursions. I could go on, but head over to that page, check it out, and join us, please. It's a beautiful way to end the year. Next, if you are loving this and you've missed something, there are replays. Go over to youtube.com/portal to ascension. My talk was on Thursday. That's day 3, and I was the second talk in. So please check out my talk. It was on shamanism, extraterrestrials, where they intersect, and why this information is so important right now on this planet for the earth and for humanity. It's really what I'm all about. Also, I'm going to tell you something funny. If you're hearing crows, it's not a sound effect, and it's not because Halloween is coming up. There are really crows right now surrounding my room. I mean, do they call it a gaggle? A murder. Why do they call it a murder of crows? Well, anyway, sounds cool for a book, but it really is a murder of crows, meaning a big group of crows. And in shamanic terms, they are portending something. So do you want to know what that means? Crows, spirit medicine? Cool. Because a gaggle, a murder of crows, specifically means the magic and the mystery of creation. Well, how perfect is that? Because it is my honor regarding the magic and mystery of creation and all that is galactic, to introduce you to our next speaker, Lisa Royal Holt. Yay. In 1979, Lisa and her family witnessed an extraordinary UFO sighting near their family home in New Hampshire, and that experience triggered this incredible acute interest in extraterrestrial phenomenon. Now, she actually earned her degree, a BA in psychology, and while doing that, then became interested in hypnosis. And in the early 1980s, very interesting factoid, she had a dream in which a spiritual entity came to her and said, "My darling, you're going to become a channel." Along those lines, she started pursuing and learning channeling. And guess who she worked with in the very early 1980s, early days? Inception of her work was none other than Daryl Anka, who channels Bashar. They are still very dear friends to this day. In fact, occasionally, rarely, but occasionally Bashar will come through Lisa. She used to work with Dr. Stephen Greer, and she's the author of several books in 7 languages. Here's 2 of them. I actually have all of them, but I'm just going to show you 2, and you can always go on Amazon or her website and look up the rest. And then, of course, if you don't have this is one of the most amazing divination cards. This is the Galactic Heritage cards. They're brilliant. And so if you're ready for another deck of cards, these are the ones that were channeled through Lisa. She does travel doing her work. She has a huge amount of people who love her and work with her consistently in Japan. And she's been a rising star for some time. Now, although I said rarely, but occasionally, Bashar will be channeled through her, most often it will be one of 3 energies that come through her. So there's Hamon, who is from Sirius. There's Germain, who's a group consciousness energy. And then very often it is our beloved Sasha, who is the first contact specialist Pleiadian. On a personal note, Lisa Royal Holt was very thankfully and definitely synchronistically and divinely there in the early days for me when I was awakening to all of this extraterrestrial life forms and truth. Huge awakening like that. And I have been with Lisa when we have seen several different varieties of UFO spacecraft, and once when we were visited by people 500 years in the future who came back to give us some information, which she very graciously translated for us. Lisa is married to the amazing Ron Holt. She is my friend, she is my mentor, and Sasha, the first contact specialist, the Pleiadian who comes through her, is also one of my beloved friends. And Hamon, who Lisa likes to teach me about because I have a little crush on, you never know, comes in now and then. All the beings that come through Lisa teach and care deeply about us. Lisa is definitely a voice and a channel for our very awakening times. And it is my great honor to introduce all of you, and I know she's going to really give some beautiful content, my friend, the beloved Lisa Royal Holt. Take it away.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
I'm so
I wish so much
honored
I could
to
be with
part
you
of
right
this
now. And
momentous event. I'm not able to be there in person, however, so I've pre-recorded this channeling for you. You're going to hear from my channeled contact named Sasha, a Pleiadian being who I've been channeling since 1988. Normally, she gives me a preview of what she's going to talk about and sometimes even has me prepare material. But this time she said she didn't want me to prepare anything. She just wants to come and chat with you, whatever that means. So I will be as surprised as you. Thank you once again, and I hope you have a good session. Sasha will be here in a moment. Greetings to everyone. This is Sasha here. Also for us, it is a great honor to be sharing this time with you. And as the channel Lisa has said, we unusually asked her not to prepare anything for today because normally, as many of you know, we prepare big lessons with lots of information. But today, we felt it was more important that we chat with you, let's say. One-on-one, so to speak, heart to heart. This session was recorded in the month of August 2024, so it's several months before you are viewing it. However, we do sense a little bit of, let's say, unstable energy in your world. And so our gift to you today, hopefully you will see it as a gift, is to offer you perhaps some new perspectives, new ways of seeing things, new ways of looking at yourself, for example, in the context of this awakening process that your planet is experiencing. We know that many teachers, many channels talk about this awakening process using perhaps different language. And our languaging, as many of you know, is that we see this as a shift from what we've called third density to what we've called fourth density. And basically what this has to do with is the type of consciousness that you experience. So third density reality in that way is the most separated from the source, in which you have kind of forgotten who you are and are going through a process of amnesia as you experience the wild ride of physicality. However, around the time you call 2011, 2012, and of course a little bit before that you were preparing as well, there began to be a frequency shift. Now, this is a frequency shift that is something that most species experience, but they experience it in their own time frames, their own timelines, according to their momentum of evolution. So for you, this shift coincides with the movement of your solar system in relationship to the galactic core. And there's all sorts of other, let's say, nerdy markers we can talk about, but that's not really what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about what this shift means. Because as you are moving into a fourth density reality, there's a period of time, a transitional time, which is the time you are in now, that can get a little bit rocky. We've seen it with so many different civilizations. And yet, despite the rocky time, it is also a time of great hope. It is a time of great potential to awaken yourselves to the greater reality of which you are a part. And when that perspective shifts, you begin to see all these things that are playing out on the stage of the 3D reality to be, in a sense, not as important as the greater momentum of your evolution and where it is leading you. So the fourth density period of transition then is one in which you start to come home to yourselves. What does that really mean? Well, in our little chat with you today, maybe it might seem like we're rambling through different things that don't make sense, but we hope at the end you will see the bigger picture. In general, though, to make this transition to a fourth density reality, to a new state of consciousness, paving the way for you to openly make connection and contact and rejoin the galactic community, it requires different steps on your part for your own healing, for your own growth, and for your own awakening. And that is part of what we are going to address today. But first, we want to just talk a little bit about the Pleiadian involvement and also the involvement of many other extraterrestrial species who have been instrumental in helping you to stay connected to your galactic family, not just in this lifetime, but we are talking about the thousands of years of what we've called the sleep cycle. We'd say 13,000 years of sleep. Your extraterrestrial family has been hanging around in whatever capacity we were able to do so to continue to help nudge your evolution and your momentum toward awakening. But as with any evolutionary process, it is actually a spiral, which means that at the very beginning, it can seem a little bit slow. But as the momentum of your evolution builds, it can feel as if things are becoming accelerated, that you are moving faster and faster, that every single day you're riding a bicycle, juggling plates and trying to talk on the phone at the same time. And just some random examples there, where so many things feel like they're coming at you. And how do you manage them? This is all part of this evolutionary spiral that is moving faster and faster, but also tightening or compressing the energy. And when energy compresses in that way, what do you feel? Well, not only what you feel, but what is happening is that things are coming to the surface on the individual level and also on the collective level that have been obstacles to your awakening. So those things, what are they? They include any unhealed parts of yourself, any unhealed wounds that you've carried, which have a tendency, as you know, to carry from lifetime to lifetime. The energy, the repressed energy of those unhealed wounds are coming to the surface on your world. You're seeing it in your own life. You're seeing it in your own emotional bodies. You're seeing it certainly playing out on the world stage. Now, we know that this is not something that is exciting or that you want to experience, but we want to assure you that it is actually part of this evolutionary process that most planets experience. However, some planets experience it with ease. Some planets experience it with a little bit more chaos. You might be surprised to hear that your planet is somewhere in the middle. We have seen other worlds that have experienced this alchemy of consciousness, if you wish to call it that, in much more violent and dramatic ways. Perhaps Orion comes to mind for those of you that know your galactic history. So let's look then at the role that we extraterrestrial guides have in the mentoring or the support for planet Earth as you go through this experience. Now, of course, there are so many beings working with you in many different levels of consciousness. So myself, Sasha, I can only speak from my experience and my team and how we support you. But please know there is support on so many different levels. And of course, as you know, we cannot do it for you. So all we can do is nudge you. All we can do is hold a mirror to you so you can see yourselves and course correct in that way. Okay, so for myself then, Sasha, and many of my Pleiadian associates, we have been really working intently with your world, we would say probably since around the 1950s of your time. So that's a long time, and we know it is before many of you were born. However, back then, the help was, let's say, very subtle, very almost like a test. What do we mean by that? Well, as many of you know, back in those times, your humans were offered by many of my people your assistance in the awakening process. And from our point of view, that is very much of a test to see how a civilization will respond. Some civilizations respond by welcoming the test and accepting the help, even though what would come after that is not just, oh, we give you the technology and everything is wonderful. It's that we help you grow, which means help you pass through the difficult initiations, if you will, as a species. But you didn't choose that road. Instead, our help was rejected way back then. Again, this is not a surprise. It happens very often with civilizations. It wasn't so much that the help was rejected, but let's say there was an agenda for accepting the help because there was a desire, as you are not surprised, to perhaps weaponize or polarize whatever gifts we could give you at that time. So you gave us your answer to that test through your reaction to our offer way back then. Now, I was not there at that time in that work, but there were other beings who were very active in this process. Therefore, we go to, let's say, Plan B. When a civilization is resistant and still in more of a violent mindset and wanting a weaponization of what we may have to offer, then we understand that the next level of work has to be done on the level of consciousness. And so Plan B, if you want to call it that, began in the 1950s and, of course, accelerated all the way to current day. So Plan B has to do with the idea of helping you in whatever way we can to begin to understand that you are part of a greater universe and that these individual selves that you call yourselves, these individual people, are, in a sense, projections from a greater consciousness, a one consciousness of which all beings are a part. But this type of lesson sometimes is difficult to impart because the learning of this lesson, the learning of this truth is not just an intellectual process. The understanding of it intellectually is an important first step, but it is not where the growth stops. The intellectual understanding is the beginning, and then comes the beginning of experiencing that truth. Now, of course, everyone, all teachers, all planetary teachers have different ways of imparting that truth. So the way that we do it, of course, is connected to who we are. And of course, we are extraterrestrial in nature. So our role then in the helping you to move from just an intellectual to a more visceral understanding of this truth has to do with providing you with experience through which you can then feel this truth within your being, thereby moving from the mind into the consciousness. And as your consciousness becomes seeded with this truth, your memory begins to reactivate. Okay, now that might sound like an easy Plan B, and you might be thinking, well, it hasn't happened yet. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't it happened yet? Well, here's the thing. Whenever these types of truths of a higher frequency or a more integrated nature are imparted to a consciousness that is polarized, then it's almost, we're going to use an analogy here, it's almost like hitting a wall. So integrated truth cannot pass through the wall. So what is the wall? The wall is what you've come to know of in your world as the idea of polarity, and most particularly polarized thought, meaning this is right, that is wrong. He is good, he is bad. Good, evil. The attachment to those ideas keep you at a certain level of consciousness, because polarity is not the natural form of consciousness in the universe. It is only the projection in a physical reality, so that you can have this intense experience that you wanted to experience to grow even further into the remembrance of the one. So that wall then, that wall is polarity. And if you look at maybe the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and all of those decades, yes, you were dealing with your own versions of polarity, but it was not to the extent that it is being played out on your world now. You are, in a sense, approaching Orion level polarity. And so in that sense, the red flashing warning lights are going off. Now, those of you who know us know we are not doom and gloomer person. We generally take the higher road of perception, and we're going to do that with this lesson today. But we want you to see what is happening energetically and what you can do as individuals to circumvent this, let's say, we're trying to find the most dramatic word. Let's just say if you don't do anything about it, you will be consumed by polarity to the point where it is very difficult to navigate out of it. You're not there yet, but it is on the horizon. And this is why we are talking about this today. It's one of the reasons we did not give this channel a preview, because we wanted to talk with you heart to heart about this. You are not doomed to go down the Orion road. You are not doomed to go down the negative Sirian road, because they had their own issues with this too. You are going to create your own road. But what you do today in this time of deep polarity is what is going to pave the road for your future. Okay, so when we are talking about polarity, the mind will first go to what is happening in the external world. This war and that war, or this political party versus that political party. All of those are external manifestations of what is unhealed within humanity, rising to the surface and asking for healing. So you had a situation years ago, a few years ago, called a pandemic. And it was an opportunity when it first arose for deep, deep global unity. And actually, this is one of the reasons why, if you are to say from a higher level, why something like that happens, it was for the purpose of purging out all of this polarized thought and coming together as one people. However, after the first few months of the pandemic and the lockdown during which you had an opportunity to go into yourselves, the polarity started. The conspiracy theories started. The spreading of mass disinformation and misinformation started. All of it based on fear. All of it based on this habitual process of third density energy, third density polarity, needing to be purged as the higher frequencies are heating you up. And this is how it manifested. So since that time then, there has been this more intense, conflicting, polarized energy that, as we watch on an energy level, is getting more intense and is getting worse. Now, once again, we're going to return to this idea that this whole process is natural for the shift from third to fourth density. Every planet navigates it differently. So now you are finally at the nexus point where you cannot cruise along anymore. You have to make choices, difficult choices that go against your habits and patterns from this life and other lifetimes. These choices will require you to go into the unknown, to try new things, even when the old, fearful, habitual patterns are screaming at you that it might be evil, or it's bad, or it's part of a negative global agenda, and all of that stuff you have heard over and over and over again. Okay, let's bring it back now to what you can do, because it all has to do with this wall you are hitting. And when you are able to break through the wall, that is when you will be on the road to the new reality. But you're not there yet you are so close. So what is that wall? How can you work with this wall on your own? And it has to do with doing some very, we don't want to say it's difficult work. It's difficult because it's not used to it's not what you are used to doing, let's say. Humans have a tendency to habitually react according to the way they have reinforced their programming. So if you're on this side, then you view everything in reality only through the lens of that side. If you are on this side, it's the same thing. But we're going to show you here a graphic that you've probably seen many times. It's been on the internet, but it looks like this, where two people are looking at a shape, and one sees a 6 and one sees a 9. And the person who is on the 6 side cannot imagine how in the world the other person can see a 9 because it's so plainly a 6, and vice versa. And maybe they insult each other. Maybe they go on social media and attack the other person. You know, we're making a big story here for dramatic sake. But the point is that each person is perceiving reality through a filter of their own wounds, their own programming, their own echo chamber they are in, their own hall of mirrors, so to speak. So what is being asked of you now in this time of awakening is to exit that echo chamber, to stop reacting, to stop trying to change somebody's point of view to see the 6 as you see the 6, because that is not going to happen. Instead, what passes you through that door or that wall is the recognition that there is a greater reality outside of your perception, And this greater reality is an integrated one. So we have another little graphic here where you see truth here. Neutral, absolutely neutral, but projecting shadows that are in different shapes. So if you then allow yourself to go inward deeply into the part of yourself that is outside of how the shadows are projecting on the walls, or outside of how you label your perspective, you're going to see that there is one truth. And that one truth is why we are here to assist you. That one truth is that there is really only one consciousness in creation, looking through many eyes that are like fractals of itself. So this idea you have heard, I am another you, it is not just a New Age phrase. It is literal truth. Every person you see in your world, especially the ones that trigger you, are a part of you also. They are another actor on the stage of creation, playing a role, but the light or the consciousness is embodying all the actors on the stage. In third density, you forget that you are actors on the stage and you play your roles and you fight your wars and you kill each other and you judge each other. But as fourth density dawns, you start to get tired of those roles. And we feel you are tired of those roles, but you don't know how to get off the stage. Because every time you start moving off the stage into unity, someone drags, it appears to the ego, someone drags you back on the stage and re-engages you in the polarized drama. When you have had enough, when you have had truly enough, you will leave the stage for good. And when you leave that stage for good, you can watch the others playing out their drama on the stage, but you don't have to engage. Because sooner or later, they are going to get tired too. And as each of you get tired of the drama, and you leave the stage and you learn to watch yourself and watch your consciousness for when you habitually move into those types of polarized thought forms. You then, and you choose not to reinforce them within you. It's like killing a weed in your garden. If you don't water it or you don't feed it, it shrivels up. And as it shrivels up, the light of your awareness, the light of your true consciousness of the one is birthed within you. So this is one of the reasons why, in our point of view, the idea of awakening and contact with your galactic family is so intricately connected together. Because as long as you are still playing the polarized dramas, or you are still having polarized thought, you will only see us as an extension of that polarized drama from Earth to the stars. You will see the bad guy ETs and the good guy ETs. We are here to tell you that when you move to that level of consciousness beyond this polarized thought, you will see the universe is teeming with life that does not play that game. you will see the consciousness necessary to move out and reconnect with the galactic family is one in which you have left the stage dramas behind. So we are here now, reminding you of this. And with all that we have taught you in the last 40 or more decades, slowly preparing you to feel confident with exiting the stage. Because we knew this day would come when you are tired of it. And what is that term you have in your world? You're on your last nerve, meaning that you are so close to just ditching that stage forever and moving into the light of your being, which is your natural true self. So many of you then have been sensing this idea of extraterrestrial contact, what you call open contact, is right around the corner. And of course, you've heard from so many of us that there is no date that is set in stone. The contact idea is much more fluid, and it's much more dependent upon who you are and where you are in your readiness. And part of your readiness has to do with this whole sharing that we've given to you today. When you have begun truly moving through that wall and leaving the drama on the stage behind, that is when you will be able to sense even more closely our presence. It's not that we are sitting up there waiting. We are still with you, but we can only be with you as far as you allow us. If you still categorize us as angels or demons, so to speak, through the polarized thought, then we cannot be true brothers and sisters for you. So this is why this doorway that you are walking through now in the wall is probably one of the most important initiations your civilization will experience. We cannot do it for you, but we are cheerleading you, and we are asking each and every one of you to honestly look at yourselves and honestly and sincerely and humbly do the work that you need to do within yourself to stop the habitual categorization of them, us and them, bad and good, and go underneath that, get off the stage. And when you get off the stage, you will see that the same consciousness is animating all beings, whether it's Sasha from the Pleiades or Joe who works at the supermarket. It does not matter. It is just one consciousness in its myriad forms. So for those of you who love to do contact work, or what you call CE5, we ask you to, as you are doing your meditation or your contact work, that you hold that thought, that you work with that thought or that idea that we have just shared, that you are the consciousness animating all things. And that consciousness does not have a name or a label. It is simply pure consciousness. You would feel it as a human, as pure love. And this is one of the reasons why so many of you, when you've had extraterrestrial contact, have had the experience of immense, immense love. It's not just because we love you, because yes, we love you so much, but it is because you are that love too. You are love. That one consciousness is felt as love. So when you allow yourself to clear what is stopping you from feeling that, you will really and firmly feel you are on the way home. And then you'll notice that we're standing there waving at you as if we had been there all along. We will celebrate too. But the work right now, especially we would say in the next 6 to 9 months from the August time we are speaking, is a tipping point. It is an important point. Do not worry about what is happening out there and who is doing what, who is doing the work and who is not doing the work. Only make commitment to work with yourself in breaking these habitual polarization patterns. And if you do, you add that energy to the collective consciousness, you change the direction of your trajectory, and you head the boat, so to speak, in the canal that leads you back home. This is how the importance of this transformation rests on each of you. Do not take the polarized bait. Stay in your center. Find your love and stayed there. And if there is anything unhealed within you, do your best to heal it. But if you feel you are not succeeding, most of all, don't judge yourself. Love yourself for the gift and the opportunity you've been given to awaken even more. Therefore, in closing, we will say, the awakening of humanity is not just an intellectual awakening. It is a recognition on the deepest levels of your being that you are more than the actor on the stage, but you are the light animating the actors. And that light is just one in all of creation. If you begin working with that recognition and reaching out to the universe for assistance, you might just find us to be right there on the other side with our hands open and our hearts widely embracing you as they always are. We want to thank you all for listening to our impassioned lecture today. But we were speaking from our hearts because we see what's happening with your civilization. And we see you are at that crossroads. We don't want to see you go into another path like Orion, another path like Sirius. You have your entire galactic family and the healed lessons of Orion and the healed lessons of Sirius and other civilizations too, all right there within you as the one light. Know it is possible and pass through this time with the love in your heart and the refusal to go into the echo chamber of polarity. And you will be amazed at what you can create. Also, keep your eyes on the skies, not just physically, but also open within yourself, because we are going to be reaching out a lot more in the next few months. Not we as in just Sasha, but your contacts, your extraterrestrial friends will be reaching out much more in the coming months. Thank you so much. We love you so much. and we see you are us, we are we are we, and we are one. Much love to all of you. Thank you, everyone. Much love from me too. Take care.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, everybody, once again, for showing up and being here, a part of the Awakening of Humanity, infusing the timeline with all this awareness. Really appreciate all of you for being a part of this event and everything we're creating together as we're moving forward and just peeling back layers of the veil so that we can awaken to a greater truth of who we are, why we're here, and what's going to be happening in the future on this planet. So love and appreciate you all. Day 7 is complete. We have 4 more days left. 11 days of awakening.com for all of you guys on YouTube that have not are not a part of the webinar and want to be a part of the webinar or just want to check out the schedule. Go ahead and tune in there. And now to close out, we're just going to read some comments. And then I'm going to play some hip hop music, some debut music. And if you want to stick around, keep it on. We'll go ahead and have some music as we close out here. And I would love to share just the last thing that Sasha said. You are us, we are we, and we are one. See you all tomorrow.
Days go by. Dreams solidify my purpose. Lived a life on the opposite side thinking that I'm worthless. Looking out at the window daydreaming, wondering if existence has any meaning rather than the obvious. Because the object is obscured, creates obtuse awareness. Into the hells I'm lured, darkness until my psyche is cured. Internal whirlwind, manifested a few girls in, and in this world, friends I've had plenty. Used to show up with an entourage everywhere I'd go, it's always a party. But then why is it that I still feel alone? Begging the star beings to take me home. There is no mistake that I'm consciously awake. My heart here will ache and the earth will shake. So I go against the current, traveling upstream, sitting by the lake. A good amount of money so I can keep getting baked. Numbed out towards the fake, bringing the real I feel the planet needs. Planting seeds, sending love to all the beings. No judgment, only pure loving, acceptance. Life is a self-test. So my number one affirmation is that I'm truly blessed.
Y'all always rapping about positivity, always being all happy and all the good in the world, but you don't know what it's like to be around people with real problems.
Time travel with vision. The mission was given. Shatter the prison. Unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age? When the starships transported our ancestors to this earthly place. When we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time will slow down, or is our perception of the now? Creating ripples, overcoming obstacles, abundance flows, the end is close, which only means it's a new beginning. Spinning like a black hole's event horizon as my chakra points awaken and widen, a solar flare that inspires men and women to inhale the ether into each of the pores inside of the physical cells that rely on oxygen and a natural amount of rest. I'll forever rhyme until I take my last breath. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transport our ancestors to earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlocked the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transport our ancestors to earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time is slowed down, or the perception of how we exist in a matrix of disavowed humans searching for the next cash cow. I'm the sacred cow, worship the top of the mound, spinning around, milk and honey, those that hear the sound. Your chakra points awake, the soul is found. Sun gaze to receive praise, and space we find ourselves in. To collect the cellular membrane, answers you pass down to your kin. DNA strands unwind and bend and dissipate upon death. I will forever rhyme until I take my last breath. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transport our ancestors to earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlocked the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transport our ancestors to earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. One time each day was a struggle, trying to juggle my higher and lower self. Without assistance, no help, a lost soul, just a kid in this world who knew he didn't belong. I came from another planet, another home, but home was all I ever wanted. Looking for it in the friends I love, I confronted fears that were ingrained in my soul from a childhood when I didn't know how to say no. My trust in those were violated. It took decades before I owned that it wasn't my fault, that it wasn't my fault. No, I didn't know better, had no direction, felt disconnected. I could melt and vanish, no one would miss this misfit. I wish this life started different until I shifted. They imprisoned my own brain. I was a slave to the belief systems and imprints. So I went on a search for the root of all religion, to see why we dismiss kids by the gods above. On the search for pure, unconditional love. Traveled the depths of space with the books and videos I made me realize humanity's soul was so deep. Began researching Earth's true ancient history and spirituality, minus the organized piety that all these MCs on their knees. I no longer beg God, please help me, for I've always been free. Moving to a higher density, providing the world with non-stop free energy. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlocked the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported ancestors earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shattered the prison, unlocked those chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to this earthly place, when we light the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat Intavoakatia Noa Yamuna Watina Kiamupa Ufania katia luantina Ukambala kia kumpalaya Inamuatina kania muatanzao Yakatuatiana Yamakatu Inze awakala Kumpali atara Kumpala road goes on for generations. The travelers will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves, the ego to control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury full of my pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires are one creature, full feature ego that keeps the loyal self everything divine. Intellect. On the perfect understanding we will have of one another, I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears you for duality back in ether's imagination. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended just to gain these experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated to a kid and live, give back to the society. And I'm locked in borders, I smolder through the ash comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political goal, the cynical flow, and pain and woes of shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined. Spit worse than the chocolate points in my spine. Relentless but still find inner peace, so down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, getting drunk and high. About the consequence, know why am I really here? But now I know, is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase them. Awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. You remember the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been. Ya muakini azina waha inakni umana dialoa itam wakatina tsamuma kia ufana ianiaka inza uakini ansia uma vaya niaka ualeando ande kia uanamiania